you know it, man. Just ready to get this Monday rocking and rolling. We got a live stream coming at these guys live from the Richmond where it's storming. It's great. It's
Yep.
wonderful.
And we're a hot mess today.
If anybody ever felt anything, right there you go. Hot mess. It is a hot mess. Just
100%. I'm wore out.
yeah, I know you got some pretty cool news, pretty awesome weekend. So we can kind of dive into that and everything.
Yeah, I mean, we packed up for the show the night before. Everything except for the animals was 100% ready. Got up, butt crack of dawn, got all the animals looked over and put away and everything thrown in the truck. And as far as the animals go, and then we were on the road like 4:00 in the morning. So pretty nice little drive. I took the back roads instead of the highways. I like doing that a little better. 13 more minutes is well worth the easier drive in my mind.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we had a good show. I felt good about it. Setup went pretty good and smooth. It was done well before the show started, and we didn't like knock it out of the park or anything. But I sold a snake. It covered our day plus some. I was happy about that. It wasn't a wasted trip, It was all, regardless whether I sold anything or not, I was happy to be there and happy to get the experience.
Yeah,
because it was all a little learning curve for me. There's a couple things that I realized I'd do different, some things that I'd leave at home, some things that I'd take with me. So
that's good. Yeah, I was in attendance as well, and I think overall you had a very clean setup. Everything looked great. I mean, like you said, all the nerves and kind of things, it was more of a, hey, I'm here to learn. I'm here to experience, get a feel for what it's like being solo behind the table, because you've said in the past, you've assisted behind the table with someone else. So it's definitely different when you're flying solo from behind the table, advocating for, hey, we got some quality stuff. This is what you need to look for. Take a business card, man. Don't forget, touch base with me here. If you guys, want to talk later, don't hesitate. We got a podcast we run, that kind of stuff. Just trying to keep all that stuff flowing and keep that rhythm going of and being comfortable to talk for that long, man. That's 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 hours of just talking. 6 hours of just constant talking to people and just interaction
and
stuff like that.
I've already proven that we can do that because we do that quite frequently on podcast night. No, but I mean, it was cool meeting new people, talking to new people, getting a chance to really hype some people up and talking about different species and stuff that I'm going to be working with,
Right.
Like there was one person in particular, there were several that were interested, but one person in particular, I had mentioned house snakes and they'd never heard of them, and I'm like, okay, well, I showed them some pictures, explained to them about how big they get, what the rough care requirements are. I showed them pictures of my setup, for grow out and some different things. And man, like it was like light bulbs, because she had rattled off all these different species that she had. She's a real enthusiast, right? A real keeper.
Right.
And she's like, all right, I'm taking a business card. And how long before you have some,
Yeah.
I mean, it was like that.
Yeah. That's great.
Yeah, it was cool. Several people, other breeders, other smaller breeders that I got into conversations with, and we talked, shop for a while, and to me, connecting with the people and talking with the people is fun. You know what I mean? So
absolutely,
you get some people in the door, you're like, yeah, right, you full of shit. But most of the people are pretty genuine.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I was so given that I was mainly up there for just content recording and things like that. I was very invested. So what I did was I got all my B-roll footage right off the rip, right? So I was like, okay, I'm going to go through, I'm going to, it's heavy congested. Let's get some B-roll footage right off the rip. Let's get, cause I was late, obviously, getting out of the house at the Void Century house does not happen on time ever. Let's be honest. Yeah, I'm up and early and ready to go, but my crew just isn't. They're not. they're like, oh gosh, do we really have to do that? And they dragged their feet, but we made it. The On the way up, I went straight highway up there. Um, a little bit of congestion, a little bit of like chaotic because of the construction and things like that. So on the way back, I took some county roads and things like that. It was smoother, more mellow. I didn't have to speed. I could just take my time. It was great. In the future, that'll be the way I go if I go up to the Finley show again, which I have full intentions on doing because it is a very so the space overall, it's pretty standard size, agriculture building, and everything. So vendors were kind of side by side, some aisle work and things like that. But it was close enough together to where you could still navigate really well. There wasn't like a lot of bumping shoulders and rubbing elbows and things like that, which was nice. I would give credit to that. Everybody seemed very polite. A lot of the vendors that I had talked to, I'd also talked to in Richmond and stuff. So it was nice that they recognized me. I was like, hey, that's cool. They remembered me. I'm the guy with the camera walking around taking all this footage. I'm the crazy guy that hands out stickers to all these random kids and everything. So I went a little different. That's up in Finley. Instead of just handing out stickers, I was stickers plus business cards, right? So I was handing out business cards to the vendors, as well as some stickers. And the kids made it apparent to say, we have to give them stickers that match the animals that they have on their table. So
make it interesting.
They were like combing through our sticker collection, trying to find some stuff that worked for like some of the animals they had on their tables and displays and stuff. It was really cool. It was a good time overall.
Yeah, we got stickers too from your kids.
Oh yeah. I walked over there and Dad was like, they already stickered us. They already stickered us. And I was like, right, because if I hand him a business card, he's just gonna be like, I have all this. Like, I have all this information. I don't need that. Give it to somebody else. So
I know where to find you.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But so what'd you think about Abby handing out those free mustaches to the kids?
Great idea. It's a great idea. Hands
you wouldn't
down.
believe how popular those were.
Yeah. See, and something like that, something little subtle gesture, just a kind gesture to give to the kids. And that's the biggest reason why when I go up there to record, I always take stickers with me. And I always like, here we go. Let's go here. Hand them out, give them to all the kids. If the kid says no, that's okay. Thank you. Move on to the next kid. But offer, make the offer by all means. And people are looking at me like, why is this guy handing these stickers to these kids? And these kids are like pinballing all over the show, handing these stickers out. And it's just a way to network without actually like forcing yourself on people. But overall, I did have some really good conversations with quite a few of the vendors that I have interacted with in the past at the Richmond show and things like that. Because when they all came down to Richmond, I kind of went around to each one of them and said, hey, introduce myself, introduce, the business and everything. And like, hey, this is what I'm here for. We're going to be we're going to be streaming a lot of this content from my podcast channel and all that stuff. And I was like, my co-host will be on his way when he gets here. And then at this show, it was like, hey, he's vending now. So I'm flying solo with the camera today. So it was a little different. So, but I didn't stress it as much. I was really more so I'm like, hey, I'm going to up here. I'm going to try to get really good camera angles, get some really good footage. That way I can go in and edit that. The intro video that we had run today, that's actually going to be converted into a sponsor video. So that'll be ran under the sponsor tab, not so much the intro tab. Hopefully we will have our intro. If everything works out, hopefully by next week, you guys might see something really cool changing, coming our way, which would be awesome. I'd like to get it done before we, roll out to Daytona, because there'll be a lot of additional content coming from Daytona as I'm down there. We'll be popping in and out with some people.
Yeah.
And then hopefully, if everything goes well, I'll be at the Richmond show, and maybe at the Richmond show, if I can spring to have Richard bring me like a little 4-foot card table or like a 6-foot something table or something, maybe set up and do some like live in-person interviews that aren't in front of vendor setups. Like kind of have them come over in more of an isolated area and kind of really get that one-on-one.
So if we can work out like a covering of some sort, I've got a little card table, a folder. I've also got that, that 4-foot table that was behind me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got that too. If I can move them 3 breeders that I brought with me, then that's going to be 100% open.
Okay. We might, and I mean that might be the option depending upon where you get placed at the Richmond show, because I know you are vending the Richmond show as well. It's not
I've
bad.
got a table already.
Not a bad idea by any means. Or like I said, I don't mind if I have to pay for a table just for like, hey, come over here, put me in the far corner, like bring them over here. Let's do some interviews.
So talk to Richard about that for sure. I don't know what availability on different size tables he's got.
Right.
But if we can, I think.
Because I mean, I even have like a little small. I think it's like 4.5, 5 foot like card table, similar to how you have it, just a small one. I don't need anything drastic or large. Something that I'm able to like maybe prop the camera on, or put a microphone on or something like that. That way we can get the good audio and everything would be great. But instead of using the lapel mics,
room in the building. There's plenty of room in that building. Yep. You saw how wide open it was, right. And how he set up just because of the first show. He had a little like island over here, island over here, island over here, island over here.
Yeah,
and a couple guys kind of catty cornered in the corners.
Right.
It was. I mean, there is plenty of room there to do extra things. I do believe this next coming show is going to have more vendors because it had a good turnout, and I think more people are going to be a lot more interested.
Right. Yeah. Hopefully, I'm hoping so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it really depends on proximity, because some of the vendors that were at the Finley show won't make the trip to the Richmond show because it is so significant of a change. It was 2 hours and 20 minutes or 2 hours and 30 minutes for us from here up to there. And then there's some people. Yeah, there's some people that are 2 hours north of that. So imagine, 4.5, 5 hours having to drive just to vend.
Yeah, there was a couple people there that drove the 5 hours to get to Finley.
Yeah, which is wild. I was like, power to you.
He's got vendors on the other side coming this way now.
Mm-hmm.
They're heading east to go vend this Richmond show now. So that's cool.
Yeah, that is good. You're getting. I mean, and I'm eager to see how it turns out. This what we got? Well, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I think 2 weekends
next week
from
now. This weekend and then next.
Yeah.
Because this weekend's what, the 1st and 2nd?
Yeah. So the 9th is that weekend. So that's when it'll be. So a lot of cool content, and literally that's the weekend before the following weekend's Daytona.
Yeah, because that's 15th, 16th.
Yeah. So I mean, it's boom, boom, back to back.
Yeah, and then Richard wanted me to come up the 23rd for Finley, but I'm working that weekend.
Gotcha.
So
I gotcha.
Yeah, I really wish I could go up, but I'm committed to making some money. So
I mean, if you want old Void Century Serpents to fly under the tag of Satchmo Exotics and vend, I don't mind. I can make some stuff work. I can make it shake out, figure something out for you.
Yeah, we may be able to work something out.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what you need to do. You need to come up with me one of these shows coming up and sit behind the table.
I got you.
Do that.
Yeah.
Come for setup, see how it's set up, because it's total different thing.
Right.
And from buying stuff and exposed to trying to sell stuff.
Yeah. To catch some of that footage would be awesome. As well, maybe to like even put it into some of like our intro outro stuff. I don't think that'd be a bad idea. Watching somebody like flick a tablecloth over a table and things like that. Might just a couple little ad libs you can run in there.
Yeah. Well,
be pretty cool.
well, I know you can show up early enough to the Richmond one for sure.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm down the road. I don't
tell
even.
everybody it's in my backyard, so
Right. Yeah, basically,
gas
pretty
money is
much.
not even really figured in.
Yeah. I don't have to worry about. I could ride a bike over to that show and add only a couple minutes. But no, I think I definitely am going to be there early this go around, mainly because I'll be putting out a lot of the street signs and stuff. That way everybody else has time to set up and everything and like move tables and do all that. I did offer to help run out some of the yard signs and like kind of set them in key places. That way we can kind of direct some traffic that way, which is going to be pretty cool.
Yep. And I told him, I said, "Oh hell, I'll put one in front of my house, the week before or whatever."
Right. Yeah, I will happily fly one.
Then go move it, somewhere a little more busy, leading up to the show.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm okay with that too. I'd happily put one in the front yard, or even down at the intersection and talk to one of the neighbors and put it at the intersection of Round Barn and everything, because there's a lot of traffic that flows up and down Round Barn. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've been jaw jacking for a little bit. Do you got any updates?
Update wise, no. I mean, I think I'm good. I'm just waiting around on eggs to hatch and some females to lay. I mean, that's my biggest thing right now. I got no new pickups. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. Just kind of holding my head down and keeping it up. I'm excited for Daytona. Eager to see how that all turns out. I think it's going to be a great time. Going to get to interact and network with some of these people we got in the chat. Hopefully catch a couple of photos. I did manage to catch a photo of Satchmo in his natural environment. I did not post it. I did send it to him, so he's more than happy to put it up on the show tonight, here in just a moment for you guys. But if you want, we can kind of run through the comments and see who all we got in here. Maybe run an ad space so I can go and fill up the water.
Yeah,
we'll go from there.
I was actually thinking about running an ad because we've been too busy talking and jaw jacking to do much of that. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull up an ad.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna run and grab
newer
some water.
one that was sent to me. Yeah, newer one that was sent to me. It's only 27 seconds, but it's a good one. That's a pretty neat one. I'll go ahead and run, let's see, Big Worm and give him a little more time too.
Sweet. Awesome.
Well, Big Worm, he's been showing up sporadically here. He's been doing a lot of overtime and stuff.
Right.
That busy season, man. Busy season. So yeah, let's run through some comments. We got my man James Perry.
Good to see you.
JNS. Yeah, so he popped in early. We got Marcel. What's going on? That was one of our last episodes there. Go check it out for sure if you did not. Got more Forge family. How you doing? Got myself over here double dipping. My man Void double dipping. And then I'll go ahead and pull this up. If you have the link, hop on and hang out if you want to, for sure.
Sure.
If not, we can work out getting the link sent to you. Let's see. My partner Jody, how you doing, Jody? John Mission Morphs, how you doing? Let's see, trying to ID and sex some babies while cleaning. Yeah, buddy. Are you going to list any?
He said listed.
Yeah, and
listed.
listed.
Okay.
Yeah, but I was asking if he's following through with that. He's bad about listing things, just like I am. Let's see here. We got my man Dennis. How you doing? Jay from Green Line. How you doing, sir?
Yep.
Yeah. So we were talking about talking to people during vending. How you doing, Mitzi?
Good to see you.
Yeah. How's the boy doing? Still doing good, I hope. We got G Paul. Hope you enjoyed the ad space. John number 3 or 4.
4. Yeah, it's 4. all of us are in here today too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Big Ten. Hop on, man, if you want to. Talk us up. Well, we always like the ad lib in the voices. It works.
We got G Mall. How
There we
you
go.
doing, Karina?
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Got my man Chris, the Reptoid Gaming.
What's up, Chris? How you doing?
So what's John got to say here? Yeah. That's rich. So it looks like we got about 13 people in here watching.
Yeah, yeah.
I
love the spelling there, Dennis, too, by the way.
Yeah.
He left that H out there. Here we go. That's right. If you can't tell, he has a preference, right?
I'll pull that up again just so the other Johns get a look. Look at G-Paul.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
That's going on a t-shirt, right?
It will not work on a t-shirt. They will flag that in a heartbeat. Flag that. They would be like, sorry, can't do that.
Get a load of it. Oh man, that's rich.
And at the adult bookstore, right? That's where you find that title.
Yeah. So I think a lot of you know, but I had another clutch last week. My pastel orange dream banana girl that I said was really close to laying last Monday. Well, she squirted them out for me. She gave me 8 healthy eggs. I mean, nice. They were nice and healthy looking, super strong veins. I was super pumped about that. So, and she was paired to that pastel blackhead. So I'm hoping for some orange dream blackhead bananas. And we're gonna roll that directly.
Purple and orange.
We're gonna roll that directly into another project. Yeah. So I'm staying strong on the codoms on that one. So
yeah, I like it.
We're not even going to touch recessives for a good while.
Yeah. I mean, you can let them live in the het form. A couple of them that'll
Yeah.
do some work with it there. That might be good adders, but
Yeah. But we're gonna have some fun.
Mm.
I like a good nanner.
it's no different than the conversation we had just a little bit ago before we hopped on here. Let's talk about ivories. I'm like, walk that whole show, and I think I only saw one person with some Bell stuff on their table. I was like, that's shocking because normally people, everybody's like, oh, Bell's bananas, albinos, Bell's bananas, pies. They sell, right? So 9 times out of 10, most of your ball python people have some variation of that on their table somewhere. A lot of
Yep.
times, and to only have one person with bells on their table, I was pretty impressed. I said, that's pretty cool. I mean, you're cornering a market of people who like to see, really light colored snakes, but it leaned me into looking at ivories and thinking, I got a pretty fair amount of yellow belly stuff. I was like, I could probably produce ivories pretty consistently if I wanted to.
Yep. Yep.
I understand it's a byproduct and it's not, the big powerhouses with all the recessives and everything like that. And it's not necessarily nickel and diamond a project along, but it's great pet market stuff. It's definitely great pet market stuff.
Well, it's always best in my mind to set it up to where your misses are still something marketable somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
And I understand in some of the real big recessive game projects, there's a lot of things that you have to make the heads on because you can't either A, financially afford to buy them, or B, they're just not out there for sale.
Right.
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 So you're going to have the normal hit, this and that.
Yeah.
You're going to have instances where you can't set yourself up to do that in order to advance your project.
Right.
Well, in the dinker world, it's the same way, right? I got a 10 egg clutch out there in the incubator right now that I'm hoping I don't have 9 normals in.
That's
or
called whiffing.
or
That's
6,
called whiffing.
or 6 pastels and 4 normals. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So,
You're like
yeah,
swing and a
I mean,
miss. Let's roll it to the next inning because gosh darn.
yeah, I mean it happens, but
Right.
I mean, man, well, same thing when you're working, trying to work backwards of a project, right? You got
Yeah.
something that's way too loaded in genes, and you've got to strip something out of it to
Yep.
be able to work it how you want to. You're shooting the same way, you know what I mean? You got to make reverse hits, and you got to take the hopefully hit one without the gene you're hoping to eliminate, and then take that and run. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
It's definitely a uphill battle no matter what way you look at it in most cases. Unless you got, Mr. Big Bucks and you're, Mr. Monopoly over there and got just pockets full of cash, to be able to like jump in on a project, say, hey, I like that. I'm gonna go and buy all the visuals in the world, right? Kind of thing. If you don't
yeah,
have pockets like that, everything's going to be a building block to another building block, and you're going to put your own creative twist on it in some way.
yeah. I mean, even that. I
y'all
mean,
talking Dingerville.
yeah, some of the projects out there, even if you're buying double and triple visuals, that's still a building block snake
Yeah. Yep.
because your vision is XYZ on top of it,
Right.
and you've got to hit that combination with XYZ on top of it in order to achieve your goal.
Yep.
So even in projects like that where you're pairing triple visual to triple visual, if you're relying on a certain codom layered snake, you know what I mean? You're going to have byproduct from that.
Prophecy.
Same one.
Same one.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Absolutely
change.
same
It's
one.
good every Monday. Every Monday. Same link. We don't change. We like to keep things simple and consistent. Makes for good progress, right?
Yeah. Also allows for intrusions.
Yeah, well, hey, you're good, bud. You're good. It is fine. I listen. We are always open to have anybody up at any point in time because we don't have like a clear cut structure to how we do things. I mean, and you'll hear people rave about it. They're like, "Oh my gosh, we come on as a guest thinking like, oh my word, this is going to be so crazy. You're going to interrogate me. I'm going to feel so overwhelmed." And then you get on and you're like, "Oh, that wasn't that bad. That's okay. I kind of like that. We just hang out."
Makes me feel all pretty like.
What's up, Prophecy?
Yeah, I mean,
What's up? What's up?
this isn't a song. This isn't like a show. You know what I mean? This is
Shooting
this
shit
is a
with
bunch of friends hanging out talking. Yeah.
Hoping to learn a little bit about a little bit every once in a while, kind of thing. Try to
only a little bit.
Further the hobby along in a certain way, if we can. Establish that epic community that really kind of lean on each other for that support and and everything. So, anybody got any cool new snake additions? You guys had anything cool? You got anything new?
I'm not allowed to say things like that anymore.
All I gotta say,
last time.
all I gotta say is come to Tinley at Levance's table. You'll see.
Okay.
My man already telling me I gotta spend $60 to get in.
Nah, you gotta get the VIP. It's the only way, bro. You gotta get the VIP pass.
Drop that Hyundai right there, buddy. Go ahead. It's the same thing that people are saying at Daytona.
Bro, I'm telling you, bro, unless you want to carry it, bro, unless you want to be bumping to all the people that don't wear no deodorant, bro, get the VIP, come in early, see what you want to see, get what you want to get, save yourself, bro.
Yeah. See, I gave it some thought about when I go to Daytona. I was like, do I want to do the VIP? And I'm like, it's like I don't necessarily have full intentions on buying something. Now, I'm not saying I'm going empty pockets. I'm going to have money. But
so is the VIP just basically like whenever you go to the casino, they know that you're the high roller?
In kind of in a way, but more so you get early access. Like you come in an hour before general admission, so you get to see.
I've got cash.
Yeah, right. You get to see a little bit more regular. It's not like kind of open to the wolves, right? Kind of thing.
Sneak peeks.
You pay the extra money. You hop in there. You get to experience it a little bit sooner than what other people.
Without having to rub soldiers with a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't feel like it's wrong in any way or shape or form or like that, but it almost seems like it's you're getting a sneak peek exclusive and all, but if you don't spend the $150 or whatever it is just to get in a little early to see that, you have zero chance of even attaining it.
Right.
Unless you're a part of some of their Patreons as well. I mean, the likelihood of you even being able to see it before a lot lower.
Now, a lot of those people have like massive table setups, and a lot of they have the the NFS sections on their tables and stuff, which everything has a price tag. I don't care what anybody says. Everything's got a price tag.
Absolutely.
100%.
Absolutely.
They wouldn't put it on the table if it didn't have a price tag.
Everything is NSF. It's for sale. You just gotta have the right amount of money.
You gotta come with the right pocket, right?
I was offered 17,000 for the chorizo, and I said no. But if someone offers me 30,000, I'll probably be like yes with a broken heart.
Nothing wrong with it. I mean,
see, I'm the asshole though, Devon. I swear I am. I've got a simple Mystic Pied over here. You couldn't give me that 17 grand for it because it's going over here, replaces mama, and that's my snake,
Yeah.
So
there's some irreplaceable snakes. There's some irreplaceable snakes.
I can go buy one.
Yeah.
That's not the point.
Yeah, no, I get it.
The point is, I made that snake. I've got a goal.
See, and this is
a goal.
And that's exactly what I was talking about the other day. How you feel? Well, it doesn't matter if somebody else has made it. The fact that you made it yourself, that's that trophy for that sense of accomplishment for that.
Yeah.
You feel
Yeah.
like you can move
Yeah,
on
but
from that.
that's all part of a grander goal, right? I
Yeah.
won't really feel like a breeder. Yeah, I've got clutches, 3 clutches right now in the incubator. I think 23 eggs sitting there, right?
Mm.
I've got a clutch over there that I'm still working on selling. I've got, you know, at least 2 more snakes in there getting ready to lay relatively soon. I won't
Nice.
consider myself a breeder until that little girl that I held back last year is over in that rack and pumping out eggs. You know what I
And,
mean?
and reality is you're probably what 8 months, 10 months off of that mark of her being to size
If
to
that,
move over there. Like that's the reality. You got that
if
female
that,
is
she's
just
sitting it right there. She's real close to $1,000 now,
Oh,
1,000
is that the
grams.
one you're trying to break the barrier?
what's up, Duval?
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Oh, okay.
Good to see you. Thanks for popping in.
All
Yeah.
my girls are busted over that 1,000 mark fairly easily and fairly quickly.
Bro,
I don't understand it. Like I
Bro,
feel like
here's-
it's one of those false sense of securities there. It's like I know I'm gonna be fine there, but I'm gonna be a pain in
Well,
the butt
she'll
for
be
one.
14 months August 1st.
Bro, here's the truth about that the 1,000-gram law that people will tell you, bro.
It's puberty, bro. It's freaking puberty. It's literally their first freaking cycle, bro. It's when they start building follicles.
I see.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Which in some cases they do hit that cycle before they hit the 1,000, and I think that's where you were saying a lot of them stagnate at that 1,000 mark because that's about the same age mark in which they're going to start going into that maturity.
So
some of them hit it earlier because the development, they just develop.
I developed a theory early on because I bought a small set of ready to breed, proven breeder females. And I had this one girl that I knew I wanted to work with her, but I didn't have the right snake up to weight to go to her. So I didn't pair her my first season at all. And I knew she was building follicles. Like it was evident. And this was pre ultrasound. This was pre me really understanding the mechanics of palpating as well. But I felt some stuff in there, but I didn't know at that point whether it was poop or eggs or follicles rather.
Yeah.
But she checked all the freaking boxes, man. And that heifer went off food for 8 months after that because I didn't pair her and she didn't go through that and she reabsorbed, right? She didn't lose an ounce, dude.
Yeah.
8 months and did not. I kept on weighing her and checking on her and weighing her, because I'm still nothing, right?
Yeah.
And then this is a girl that had never seen a frozen thaw rat in her life. She came from a breeder. She grew up in Iraq, was always fed live, pumped out, I don't know how many. I know of at least 3 clutches, maybe 4, right? And one day, how she broke her hunger strike was the snake above her just absolutely showed no interest. She was just going into blue.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay. So I slid out her box and stuck that rat in there, and she jumped right on it, frozen thawed.
Really?
So
That was the first time I ever been offered a frozen thawed to my knowledge, right?
So
That's awesome.
So I'll add on to that.
I'll say that this is from me, Eddie's experience. I'll tell you, a few years back, we had 5 females that we got, aged between 12 to 14 months, around that 1,000 to 1,100, going through that well. We paired all 5 of them. All 5 ended up ovulating. All 5 ended up laying between 17 and 19 months. And then all 5 ended up over 2,000 grams the next year. So it's like it really is a puberty. It really is puberty, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just like humans though. You'll have some that go extremely early, You'll have some that
Mhm.
go right about that time, you know, the
Mhm.
1,000, 1,200 gram mark. And you have some that are going to be closer to the 16. Because I've got a girl right up here. She's never been on food a day in her life. She's still not growing follicles. And she's
There's
1,800 grams.
hey,
Either
there's
there's something
females.
medically wrong with her or she's just not there. You know
There's
what I mean?
females that go at 12, like that start building at 12 to 14 months, and there's some females that
Don't go until they're 8 years old. Like it's really like
Yeah.
it's just random.
Right. Yeah. Luck of the draw. And you got to think some piece of that's got to be genetics, right? It's got to be
Mhm.
the way that the genes line up. And,
Mhm.
and to think that, like, oh, well, in certain pied clutches, your eggs are bigger, larger eggs out of a pied female. Or, you with certain genetic makeup, you got a more likeliness of kinking and things like that. So we're only looking for physical attributes. What about non-physical attributes that we don't know about? Internal stuff, like, hey, these combos are prone to kidney infection, or like, something of that nature. That you never know.
Yeah.
and to add on to that, a lot of people, like, we look even deeper. A lot of people, so ball pythons,
They're predators, right? They're also prey. They're also prey animals. And what's the common denominator with all prey animals? They evolved to be able to reproduce fast. I'm not recommending that you breed every animal. Yeah, but they've evolved to be able to do that in a time where, because they are prey animals. They are eaten by other animals.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're not wrong.
So,
They do.
so you're saying because of that evolutionary issue within their breed, that they're reproducing on a mass scale just to ensure that their genes continue on.
I'm saying they're capable of reproducing younger than because they've evolved to do that to survive.
Yeah.
No worries. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trust me, you're not gonna get fact checking out of me. If anything, I'm just trying to understand better.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Prolific. It's called prolific breeding. Is
Yes.
kind of a more structured term to
Yeah.
it. It's same thing that rodents do. So, like, whenever you drop a rodent clutch of like 14 pups off of a litter, same concept. They're hitting 6 to 8 weeks, ready to reproduce, and they're dropping 12 to 15 at a time, just boom, 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 just knocking it down, right? And they don't slow down until they age up, because in the wild, their life expectancy is not much past 8 months anyway. In a lot of cases.
Well, you want to talk about like the reticulated python in the wild? What they clutch size 40 to 70. You know what I mean? Only 33% of those survive to being hatched.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now, yeah.
I mean, that's rough math. That's not what you're looking at.
Right. Yeah. And then like, even to translating that to captivity, you still have a viability check, right? There's still a percentage in which you're not going to have as much success. You're not getting closer to that 100 mark. As I mean, for ball python people, we can get it a lot. We can edge far closer to that 100% viability than what, say, a retic or a berm, or like some of those big bodied snakes that produce massive clutches of eggs. Their margin's higher.
So retics are interesting because they're interesting snake because they kind of go through the whole process. Like, they're born, they're obviously not an apex.
They go from being born being a prey animal and being more arboreal and whatnot, to, as they get bigger, they become more of the apex predator, and they become less arboreal and more confident in themselves, and they eventually get big enough to where there's no actual predator of them.
Right.
Yeah, they're eating alligators or crocodiles and whatnot.
Big mammals. So then, at what point do you call them lazy rather than just conserving energy there?
Well, when they get big enough to nothing to eat them.
100%. I would say the same thing about probably anacondas too. I feel like those are when they get big bodied like that, they can become lazy, very lethargic. They'll eat one big massive meal and they'll just lay on that riverbank for months on end. It seems like.
Don't worry, the food will come to me.
Yeah, right.
See,
I just gotta wait here. It'll be fine.
My buddy James got a green anaconda here. I'm like,
I hope you have a spare room for a thing for that when it's big. I'm like in a pool.
By the time it gets big, he's gonna need a spare house.
Yeah, with a swimming pool, like a full size, personal swimming pool. That's how big that water feature is going to need to be, at least. So, I mean, they're impressive creatures. Don't get me wrong. I've held young ones, and I'm talking when I say you think you're getting gripped by like a retic or a berm.
Yeah.
Get gripped on by an anaconda. You know what muscle is. That thing gripped the heck out of you.
Carl, I think I showed you the Exantic green anacondas that my buddy made. He made some of the first ever second because another person made it, but he made the second ever
Exantic anacondas.
I think
They're
it'd be
pretty
more
neat.
attuned to getting one of those because they're easier to see.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say, in they do have a really good capability of camouflage. I mean, in the wild, being in that green base, about the only thing you're going to see is those orange eye slits, and they're hanging over the water about that much.
Oh, yeah.
So,
They have a third. They just announced a third species of anaconda, if I recall, like not too long ago, up in the very northern part of the Amazon. Apparently, because you have the greens and yellows, and then there's these ones that are bigger than the greens, apparently.
right. Yeah. They splintered off so far long ago that they're not. Their genetic difference is so much more of a higher percentage difference, right? So, like, genetically, we're only like 2% genetic variance from apes, right? That's what they claim, right? So humans and apes, 2% variance in their DNA. I guess these two species of anaconda, this new species of anaconda, is 5% different. So they are they're twice as much genetically different from their base green anaconda counterpart than what we are from our closest genetic cousin of sense, right? So,
Spider monkeys are 99.9% the same DNA as us, technically, which is kind of crazy if you think about it.
Well, I'm glad I didn't get that 1% of hair.
listen.
I got the hair.
I would take the tail.
Wild, right?
I would take the tail. Having the prehensile tail would be wicked.
Yo,
Only
those
if you put it
people.
on
grab
front.
stuff. You can grab stuff off a shelf.
Only if you put it on front.
Hey, yo, those people that swim with the anacondas, bro, salute to them. You cannot pay me enough to swim with an anaconda, bro.
Yeah.
Respectfully.
No, that's like jumping in his lunchbox, man. No.
Yeah, oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'm good. And I mean,
Hey, come on over here, walk in front of me.
Even if it's a pet, even if it's somebody's pet, they may not mean to be strangling you, but they're going to grip you put them up on your arms and shoulders, they're going to squeeze you a lot harder than what you think they're going to squeeze you.
That's the thing with big snakes, though. Like when you handle the big snakes, it's cool. But if someone handles
Your big snakes, they're not used to you. They're used to the guy messing with them.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
See, and I get a snake big enough, I'm probably not going to double shoulder it. We're talking single shoulder at best. I mean at best. Yeah, just you get a big old Burmese, and you're just like, okay, I'm gonna sit here, I'm gonna pat on you, pet you like I would a dog and stuff.
You gotta be careful where you swim, though, Dennis. You end up with a little fish in your pee-pee.
Yeah,
Hey,
don't pee in the water. Don't pee in the water. It'll swim right up that stream, bud.
It's not lemonade.
hey. If I get a snake ever, it's not just single shoulder. It's single shoulder
Under one arm.
And God forbid my wife hears this, but I'm going to be like that 55-year-old man sit down in my rocking chair petting my big old fat blood python or something. It's like, this squirrel was real nice.
Bro, hot
take.
Fluffy or nothing.
Okay. Hot take. I'd rather handle an anaconda than a blood python.
Really?
It depends on where the blood's coming from. I mean, apples to apples. You got short tails. Short tails are known to have attitudes. They just are. But so are white. What you got? White lip pythons.
White lip. Yeah.
Tear you up. Doom rules boas tear you up. You got a lot of other snakes that are not for novice keepers, right? You
So-
gotta have that specialized knowledge.
You get a
So-
snappy enough child of ball python, they're angry enough to bite at you.
So
Yeah.
the one time I ever handled the blood. So the one time I ever handled the blood,
It struck my wrist so hard I got a distal radius fracture. I broke my freaking wrist,
Yeah,
and
They
it
do,
was
they do pack a punch with their bite, but see, that's the thing. They really did get a really bad rep when a lot of people were importing the wild caught stuff, like the F1, F2, F3, F4. The further you get into it, as long as you're handling them, they're a lot more docile than the originals. You know what I mean? They can straight up knock you down. Don't get me wrong. They are a hard hitting, striking animal.
There was somebody you were
Catch
telling
them
me
on a bad
about.
day.
There was somebody you were telling me about, Carl, that I think it was in our group here that either did blood pythons or I believe it was
Bosa.
carpet
Bosa.
pythons.
yeah. Bosa does
Bosa.
bloods. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah, he's
and
got Sumatra and
Oh.
you know others.
yeah,
Yeah.
he's got
Oh.
quite a few. And,
Oh,
and
that-
his are like puppy dogs, man. You'll see
Yeah.
him. He'll post videos. He'll just be like sitting there petting it, just
See, that's what I'm
chilling.
saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
And-
So, John, I'm going to answer that question.
Yeah,
Marcel
from
asked.
Marcel. Yeah, right there.
Did you see the big? What is she about? She's somewhere between 10 and 11 foot. The carpet python at Richard's Pet Store.
No, I haven't. No, He's
It's
got
actually Julie's animal,
Pet?
right?
her
Put it
pet.
up. I want to see it.
Yeah,
I held it.
no.
I
kidding.
held it last time I was up there,
Did you-
and
were-
she is
were you-
a puppy dog.
Were you hooking or did you
Oh,
like
No, no,
neck
she
handle?
was around
Nope.
my shoulder.
No kidding.
Handled it.
Okay.
She's a puppy dog. She's beautiful. She gets a little excited when a lot of little kids are running around.
I got
Was
you.
she pee on
Like-
you?
You don't like that.
Yeah.
Oh, skittish.
Yeah, just kind
Yeah.
of really just like
Okay.
yeah.
Man, I
some
thought
respect.
you were talking about like a golden retriever. Whenever it gets too excited, it just wheezes on you or something.
Yeah.
So-
Not saying that
no.
doesn't happen.
Like,
you
yeah,
can get
She
musk
wants
on.
to draw up, and she should probably bite one. To be honest with you,
Yeah.
she likes the cool, laid back, people. She don't
Yeah.
like the little rugrats.
Right.
So it wouldn't be one that you'd have in a little home or home with some little
Right.
kids
Right.
or something.
And probably not.
Yeah.
That's probably
Yeah.
not a species that you would take to like say an education program out of school. Like,
Well,
you can,
Oh,
but
man.
do not let the kids touch, like handle and touch, a carpet.
yeah,
Unless
I don't know if that was a personality thing, if that was just her or a whole species thing. Because I've held some smaller ones before that was just cool as a cucumber,
right.
and I've seen some little assholes too, though.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
But,
and even like what GTPs, like there's some people who have GTPs that are just real placid, mellow, they just hang out and just vibe. And then other people are like, dude, I can't even open the enclosure without that thing lunging at me. Like it
I still want one though.
They're beautiful. I'm not gonna hate. They're beautiful. It's no different than like messing with hots. Some people have that preference on hots. I've been watching a lot of videos, and there's some people right now that are like free roaming cobras, like spitting cobras. They just got them laying on the end of their bed and stuff. And I like to have crapped myself seeing that. I was like, put it away. Like, no.
Free roaming cobras.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like the
I don't like people that free hand, especially on video. But like, anyway,
You see them guys walking around with them baskets and shit, and they're in a pit with nothing but cobras, and one stands up and he whacks it on top of the head. I'm like,
I've seen the videos where they're hitting them with the chanclas.
Yeah.
he's grabbing cobras and throwing them like
Tossing
this
them in the
to
other
get him out of his way. One looks at him and he pops it in the head and grabs it and throws it. And I'm like,
and
really?
In those videos, they're messing with king cobras, right? So like the videos I've been seeing, they're spitting cobras, so it's a little different.
Oh.
Spitting cobras, they're not as, I guess, toxic as venom. They still have.
they'll blind you.
Yeah, I mean, like if they spit in your eyes, they're gonna blind you. But these people are like, this cobra's all hooded up, just chilling, staring at them, and I'm like, and you just let that just chill in your room, on the end of your bed.
Yeah.
Y'all crazy.
But to answer that dude's question, I think a lot of people don't consider this when they talk about big snakes. But as the price is starting to come down on them, I think my favorite big snake would be Bolin's, bro. I love Bolin's.
Bolin's pythons.
Boas are neat.
Yeah.
So I've got a buddy that's got a red tail, and I watched it grow from a little bitty worm all the way to like he's probably that big now. I've been supplying him rats and stuff, feeding him.
Right. Yeah. You
I mean,
said
they're cool breed.
Bolin's?
You said he said Bolin's python, not Boas.
Oh, he said Bolin's.
Bolin's python.
Yeah, Bolin's. Yeah, Bolin's.
I thought he said Boa.
Yeah.
The mountain pythons, the ones that are in the clouds.
I got
The
you.
fancy-
I got you. See.
So which John is Brave Adventures talking to? Which 5 of us?
Yeah, I know there's a lot of us in here.
Because I'm excited about that too. Deer season's coming up, and I'm getting excited about it too.
He's probably talking to Mission. Mission does a lot of hunting.
Yeah.
So like a few years back, bro, no one could figure out how to breed Bolin's, and that's why you had to pay like $9,000 to $10,000 for wild caught Bolin's. And then this father-daughter couple figured out the best way to breed Bolin's is to put 4 males with like 2 females and leave them all outside and let them just do their thing. And apparently that works. And now that people are breeding Bolin's.
That sounds like what people do with garter snakes. You know, they just have like this big old like nest of them, and they just say, "Here, boop, we're just going to drop all these males and females together."
Have you ever been out in the wild and found a breeder ball?
Aesthetically pleasing,
They're watching them all like, dude, like one of these numbers all wrapped up in a.
So like, I'm gonna put them on your head. You're gonna be Medusa for 2 seconds.
Camera before.
Yeah,
I've seen it on camera before, but never before. Like until I saw it in person, I was like, mind freaking blown.
Yeah,
like,
but they are a community kept snake. They actually thrive in community setups. Keep 2, 3, 4 of them in a time. As long as you got a large enough enclosure, they actually thrive that way. All right, they live community style.
Now let's justify that. What is a large enough enclosure for a garter snake?
I say a 6x2x2 would be for like you could have like 5 or so garter snakes and
50 in that size.
You would think, but yeah, about 5 to 7 probably pretty easily because I mean,
in about depends. A 75.
In a 6x2x2 like PVC,
yeah, so like 6 foot wide, 2 foot deep, 2 foot tall. Because they are grounded well.
120. So
yeah, it's about 120. Yeah. Okay.
So
you're talking about 200 gallon or something? A little more than 200?
Yeah, probably.
The way I look at that seems a little excessive for. I mean, a snake that doesn't get really much larger than what, 3 foot, 4 foot.
But they're not. I mean, if you're talking like domesticated, they're not domesticated.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they're still.
So they like to free roam and they like to hunt and they like to. They will utilize all that space and they will hide a lot too.
See, what I would do with a 6x2, I would have a shelf and then I would do like you could do like a bioactive and in the middle have a little like a dish where you could put minnows in because they hunt fish. Gardeners hunt fish.
Yep.
Super cool. So you could do that, do a little thing, have a cleanup crew, then do a little thing, and they'll use everything in the shelf space. They'll use that, and it'll be like you can make a whole little like paludarium. You can make a paludarium and whatnot.
In that situation, I would even shoot further to say instead of just going 2 foot tall, maybe shoot 3, 4 foot tall. That way you have that capability for terracing a little bit because I mean that doesn't sound like a bad idea. That's a new face. I haven't saw that one yet. What's up? Way to pop in. Whoever that is.
She's topped in a time or two.
Actually, I don't remember seeing that logo. So good to see you. I've
started
the supporters.
I've started to research paludariums, bro, and that the process, the bioactive paludariums are it's crazy because you have the typical,
So what you're saying is you're jumping in on the bioactive build off, are you?
I heard.
I ain't say nothing yet.
Oh, man. You could do it. Look, I believe in you.
See, listen. I may or may not already have a leg up on a lot of people with when it comes to this, mainly because I got leopard geckos on bioactives, and they've been on blood orange ISOs and springtail colonies for quite a while now. So
I used to do.
I'm prolific. I'm prolific with like a lot of blood orange ISOs. So if I get a species that can tolerate them, we're gonna be. I don't
used
have
to
to
do
outsource
cows.
that. Yeah.
I used to do cows.
Yeah,
I
mean,
in mind if I get
there's
one, has to have it.
Yeah, that's a market, and I don't have no problem. You know, I got containers to box them up, ship them wherever I need to.
Nice.
I got it. I got you. But yeah, I try my best with the leopard geckos, especially. I've always done like you go deeper on the substrate, and then if you just toss in like a fair amount of food sources, you know, like you throw in your mealworms, you throw in a couple of crickets, and then you run your ISOs in there and stuff like that. It kind of becomes more of a closed loop system. I mean, you mainly just putting in water a lot of times.
So my question on that is, so I've done somewhat of a bioactive on my leopard gecko one as well, along with a bit of foam in there for her rock formation and everything. Did a little bit of desert sand and all. Anyhow, I didn't put any isopods or springtails or anything like that inside of it. My question really there is, if I go to add a lot of those items in, I know I'm going to have to add in a little bit more food for the springtails and everything to eat.
Yeah.
And a little bit of the leaf litter, which is great because I got a magnolia tree that lives outside of my house.
Right. Yeah.
Outside of that, how do they live inside the enclosure without getting eaten by the leopard gecko?
So I've done that.
I'll tell this. I used to do a lot of bioactives. Okay. What you do, they hide under. You give them like logs. You give them logs or give them pieces so they can hide under chunks of wood. So like, for example, like you said, you do bioelectric. What I used to do was like 2 bags of reptile soil, a bag of reptile sand, and then a bag of like a clay, like the excavator clay. And I would mix that up, do like add a gallon of water, mix that up, and then put my live plants, and then put a bunch of leaf litter, put some flat slabs of wood, put like 3 hides, and they hide under that. They hide under that so they can't all get eaten.
If you can get a section off of that magnolia tree, like if you want a tree that doesn't like secrete a lot of sap or something like that, cut a section, like a cross section of it, like a slab, and you can literally just go boop and sit the slab right in the middle, and they will live underneath that slab all day long. And it not only does it create a basking spot for your leopard gecko. So leopard geckos are more of an arid species. They tend to be on the more dry side most of the time, but if you kind of can find that balancing act between that, like, you know, the more not so much sand but not so much dirt, kind of like that in-betweener type situation, and find a species. Find a species that's really tolerant of it. That's right where you're going to live really well.
Succulents are pretty good with it. So succulents.
Yeah, something that doesn't require a lot of water input as far as like plants are concerned. Succulents. Even
what they call it, snake something. It's called snake something. I forget what they call it.
Snake plant. Yeah,
snake plant.
You can weird. Spider plants, they're low input water. Even the pothos are like very forgiving. I mean, they really are. You can put them just about anywhere, and they're going to thrive as long as they don't get trampled too hard.
Yep. I can tell you right now, my wife is downstairs watching this video saying, I have all of that. Just tell me when you're ready.
Yeah. Exactly. So, I mean,
these are also called mother-in-law's tongue for the hillbillies.
Yeah, snake plant. Yeah.
And you can just literally go like that and go chop. Let me sit that in water for a second. Let me get some roots going, and then move it over, and you're good to go. I mean, you really are. You'd be surprised at how easy probably the bioactive build's going to be if you guys start propagating plants now.
Are done.
Just
so.
I won't admit that I kind of.
I meant about the plants. I meant about the plants.
Yeah.
I can do that. So the mother-in-law's tongue or snake plant is super easy.
Yeah.
you can do it a couple different ways. You can do it when you're like repotting it. You can break off the little shooters or the babies from it, untangle the roots, and just put it in another pot. Or you can take one of the leaves and cut it off real close to the dirt.
Yep.
And then you take the bottom of the leaf and you cut like a V in it.
Yep.
All right. And then you chop off that leaf, about 4 inches or so. And then set that aside, the one you V'd, and then V the new one, chop it off about 4 inches, set it aside. And you actually sit it flat on the table on like a paper towel or something and let that edge that you cut brown just a little bit. And it's called forming a scab, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can actually stick it directly into dirt, water it and let it root itself, or you can put it into water and you can actually see the roots sprout.
Yeah, do water.
You do the same thing with a lot of succulents.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
and
Well, what are they called? Hens and chickens.
idea.
You can literally throw them on the dirt and they'll grow.
They'll start spreading everywhere. If one of them shoots an arm off, I don't know. Pavy's not in there.
Every time we're talking about plants or bioactive, I keep thinking of him because you keep reminding me of him, but I never see him there.
Yeah, we do. I will say, guys, we do need to get our list of people participating ironed out.
So he's actually dropping some people off. Family, he had some family visit. He's dropping them off at the airport tonight.
Gotcha.
And if he can get back home in time, he said he's going to hop on for a little bit of conversation.
Awesome.
So this isn't his show, his interview, but he's going to kind of come on and hang out for a little bit if he can.
Cool. So we have 15 people in the chat right now. I'm going to go ahead and throw the call out to you guys because you guys are seeing it firsthand. Who would like to participate in this bioactive build-off? Just know that the trophy comes in 2 pieces. So you not only get a trophy, but you get an additional thing that you got to take a picture in. You got to take a picture in this other item. You have to. And no, it's not a Satchmo-thon.
Is it that? Oh,
no, it's not a Satchmo-thon.
I thought
my provider discontinued them, so I was like, man.
So we got G-Paul. So G-Maul, G-Paul are participating. We got John from Big Ten, Satch over here. I'm participating. We also got Richard. Richard's participating. He is part of Madhouse Serpents and Supply, as well as the expo that we attend. He is the host of the expo that we attend as well. So he's participating. Yep. That puts us at 5. So for sure.
Pavico, Carlo. He said he wanted.
Okay.
He said he would like
puts us at 6.
He would like a little more information on it, but he's really excited about it.
I would like I said, guys, at least 12, if not 13, if we can make that work. If we only end up with 10, that's great. That's fine. I'd like to see G-Paul and G-Maul kind of do a little household battle, in a way. Both of them participate independent of each other and really kind of bang, lay it on them.
Battlegrounds.
Are we take a bet on that one?
Round 1. Who's going to take it? Who's going to win? Kind of thing. But that's great. But
Street Fighter all over again.
We're kind of leaving the pool open to anybody else that would like to participate. I haven't managed to make a post out on IG. When I do, I will tag everybody that is participating. That way you guys can share it out. Actually, you know what? I might even be able to do that right now.
Yeah, and so when we get a list of participants also, we're going to make a group chat specifically for that, right?
Yeah.
That way we can all throw in our input, discuss it, and then put out a real good advertisement for it and kind of hype it up.
Now, on this build off, are we also whatever animal we end up getting, the reptile we get to inhabit the actual enclosure itself, or are we trying to keep it strictly to just the enclosure itself?
It's going to be just the enclosure.
Main focus is just the enclosure.
Here's the goal, right? So the goal for me is we're going to get with Richard. I've already got the information, the 501c3 stuff to be able to do this. But we want to raffle off our builds at the expo here in Richmond, and the proceeds to the raffle is going to get donated to Words Not Deeds, and it's going to go, directly to the source.
Yeah.
So it's gonna help with the mobility issues of wounded veterans and first responders. And this is one of those deals where there's not a lot of high overhead or anything like that. They don't. The Deep Knots Words crew does not take any of the profit. Period.
Yeah.
So it's worked out to where it's a direct donation to the cause. So that's how I want to do my portion of it. Now, if anybody involved wants to auction it off, sell it, whatever your state laws allow as far as the gambling part, right? And you want to donate the proceeds or half the proceeds after the equipment and materials are recouped, or however you want to do it. If you want to make a donation, you can either do so through me, or I can give you the information to send it yourself. Because one of their requirements is they'd rather have it in check form, so I'll have to write a check.
Yeah.
And send it to them. And there's a certain way we have to notate the donation on the check and all that. So Jay was in here a little bit earlier, and he's one of the main men driving the Deeds Not Words. So he has a lot of the information on working with the donation part.
Right.
Very cool.
But he would tell me that they would rather it donated in a check, so that way everything is it's got the paper trail, right?
Up and up.
They got the 501c3 thing to satisfy.
And these are the details for post competition, right? So basically, we're kind of leaving it up to your own discretion of how you proceed after the competition has taken place, right? So the competition, you get your final snapshot of your bioactive build. We run pools across all the socials. Everybody involved, we compile all the final totals. Whoever has the highest count across all the social platforms is going to be the definitive winner. They will receive a trophy as well as a secondary item. The secondary item, I want to see a picture of you with it on your body. We'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'm just going to leave it at it. It goes on your body, and you have to wear it. And for one picture, once you receive
I have a two-part question, sir. One, does it light up? Or B, does it spin?
It doesn't spin, but I could make it light up if we wanted to.
So I'll do it.
Hey, so are you going to be able to do a total of like whatever it raised? I'll say like based on the total, I'll match that in credits for anything I made with Eddie at the end, and somebody can get it. I don't care.
That's cool.
Yeah, so we can do, because we plan on posting the build, and like our auction that we do will be reported basically over our social medias. So you'll be able to follow along with the total. Now, if depending on how the other contestants want to handle their end, they may decide to keep the enclosure, and that's their right,
Yeah.
And I'm not going to shame them for doing that. You put your blood, sweat, and tears into something, especially if it's brand new to you and you're proud of it. You want to hang on to it, or if they want to donate it or give it away or something like that. And however it works, if there's any other monies involved that are going to this cause, I would like to at least know about it. If I'm not handling the money, making the cutting the check myself for all of it,
absolutely,
because I would like a running total. I would like to see the difference we made. You know what I mean? Just because, but I'll be able to report that number at least.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm down.
Yeah, I'll match the total. I'll match the
Total credits, and we can do like a spin for like whoever, like for maybe the people who like bid on that things and won it or something or that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna end up turning it into a yearly thing.
So that we're still trying to hammer out all the details, mainly because of shipping, right? So these bioactive builds.
Yeah. So a lot of this will be talked about a little further in depth, but our idea is because like John, he's in Texas. We're in Richmond, Indiana, which is where the show's going to be.
Yeah.
So he's going to handle, as a participant, he's going to handle his own filming, his own reporting and broadcasting and sharing it out, right? And we're going to get pictures of his completed build and stuff to share. So as far as participating in the competition, no, you're not required. You can be anywhere within the continental United States and even overseas if you felt like sending, however you wanted, if you even wanted to donate or anything like that. It wouldn't matter to us as long as we've got some engagement and we're making content for everybody, right?
Yeah. The way
you got to have rules on that. You can't have them in the same country that their animal is. That's just an unfair advantage.
Right. I see your point.
Well, I mean,
so the goal is you're going to be hard assigned an animal based upon the running total of participants that we have. We'll select a list of animals that fits to that total. We'll do a randomized selection, kind of like a draft day, more or less. You're assigned an animal, and then from there you got to do all the research. You got to do all of the husbandry requirements and everything like that. And we want you to record the process from start to finish. We're going to set some generic parameters, but ultimately we're going to leave it up to artistic expression, right? Your budget isn't going to be really constricted or restricted in that sense. We just want to see how much attention we can draw to everybody's accounts, right? We're trying to draw in more consumers, more subscribers to every single person, get the exposure, get eyes on all of our accounts. So everybody that produces content for this will be streamed across everybody participating platforms. And you got to look at it like this. If we have 12 participants, everybody produces 10 videos. That's 120 pieces of content put out for every single individual right there. So the exposure is there and available.
Yep. So that's another reason I want to make this chat group so we can share stuff in there. They can grab it and share it to their own page. We can tag people in it. We can tag all the participants and stuff in it.
Yep.
And we don't have a Facebook or an Instagram or anything for this YouTube channel.
But we could.
No. I mean,
yes and no.
We could, but that's not what we're here for, right? We're not trying to make a big bunch of money doing this or anything. We're not, as far as I'm aware, we're not even on a running clock as far as getting paid.
This is just all for funsies. I'm enjoying this.
Oh yeah. I mean, and that was our goal from the beginning, from the very start. We did not set out to make money, doing this podcast by any means. We really just wanted to find a way to network with people who aren't local to us, right? If we keep swimming in the shallow pool, we'll never know what it's like to see all these other people who have all these other visions, who have all this other stuff going on. And I know for me, it's taught me a lot. It's exposed me to a lot. And it's everything I was hoping for when we originated this idea in the first place. So.
Yeah.
So what
it started out just hanging out on Instagram, shooting the shit.
I'm gonna say let's shoot for an initial start date, say September.
Okay.
It's feasible.
At least
after school, back to school starts. You got enough time. Daytona happened already, so people are able to kind of bounce budgets back again and everything like that. Because I'm not saying that everybody's going to Daytona. I know me personally, I am going to Daytona, and I don't plan to make smart financial decisions.
No, you're in Daytona. You're never gonna make smart financial decisions.
Yeah, you're like, probably not gonna spend no money. I'm probably gonna.
I was gonna say the kids are going too, right?
No, this is solo trip. So Dad gets a weekend away.
Yeah,
and it's gonna be
$100 right there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so the hotel I booked, I got it from Thursday to Sunday. So I mean, it costs you a little bit. The more you spend more on the weekends and everything. But overall, the hotel is walking distance to the expo center. And I know that because I just got back from the same area and I'm staying in the exact same hotel for that reason, because I was like, hey, if I am on this side, I can see the expo center. I was like, we're good. We're in there. We're in there.
I'm
You're
thinking.
making it sound like SEMA for me.
Go for
You'll
it.
get to
Do
see.
it.
You get to
Yes.
see Ewog himself, Tommy.
There we go. There we go.
Hmm.
Hey, listen, meet up with me. You know, I'll be repping the Void Century Serpent shirt, or maybe even the Breeding Grounds Live sponsored shirt. You know,
Yeah.
easy to find me.
So all of our sponsors, even the ones that are not watching tonight, they will be part of Daytona.
There you go. Yeah. We're repping businesses, all of them. Everybody that is sponsored on the shirt, minus our newest sponsors, because I don't have that shirt yet, and I don't know if I can get it in time before Daytona.
Yeah, it is on my Printify.
Yeah. Which
Did you get your design made?
I'm almost
already?
finished. I'm almost finished with the edit. I just got to. I want to rework some things a little bit, try to reposition a little bit better, make it.
Yeah,
look
I
better
did
on
that
the back.
with mine. So I made mine look a little. I think it looks a lot better.
Gotcha.
Mine before was a little more plain. So I changed the font and I moved things around and kind of patchworked it in there. I think it looks pretty good.
Yeah.
How you doing, Red Cloud?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go to Tinley next. Yeah. Well, not this October, but are y'all going? I'm going to be going this. I think next March.
Nice.
Are you?
I'm still out on March because I'm thinking about doing NARBC St. Louis in November.
Mm. Okay.
Yeah. I'm still contemplating if I'll have enough time to recoup and hit Tinley in October this year, just to be there to experience it as well.
So I'm probably going to be doing I'm probably going to be doing an Airbnb for Tinley in March.
Gotcha.
So for a few people, so like something that I try to do, something that like back like a lot of people like in the community we used to do that, and I thought it was pretty cool. So hey, get a big Airbnb, get to saves everyone time.
Yeah. You just split the cost at the total head count. Hey, you owe me this much. Be here on this day.
I wasn't even thinking about that. I'm just saying, hey, shit, like I'll get the Airbnb to show up.
Just show up and party with me real good. You know, give a little bit of party.
What do I got there?
Yeah, jiggle juice.
Yeah, a little bit of it. Looks like. There you go.
I don't regret asking.
That came from Cooters down there in not Nashville, Gatlinburg.
Close. I was gonna say, yeah, that place is awesome. Seriously, like I've been inside the whole museum portion of it and everything. That was really neat.
Yeah,
and a handful of cars outside.
Yeah. So whoever is going to Daytona, you'll be seeing G-Mall and G-Paul. Hopefully repping some Void Century Serpents merch. I'm just saying, guys, you both have shirts. I know you do. I know you both do. They are like some of my biggest supporters on my merch store. I'm just saying.
When is Daytona?
The 15th, 16th.
15th, 16th August.
They start set up on the 13th. So a lot of guys are going down August 13th and like partying the whole weekend.
So they do VIP on the 14th as well, don't they?
Yeah, VIP plus the rest of vendor setup. So like they start vendor setup on Thursday, they finish vendor setup Friday, and they run VIP Friday, and then you have Saturday, Sunday for the standard show, where you can do general admission.
Yeah.
So
I had to spend a bunch of money on getting some other things done and some other expenditures. I'm hoping I can make it next year to Daytona, because next year is the last year and they lose the contract to where they have it. So they're talking about moving it. It's no longer going to be in Daytona, but it's going to be somewhere else.
I'll still be
same organizer.
Yeah, it's just
same organizer.
California.
Yeah, as long as they don't move it out to the West Coast.
Yeah.
As long as they stay in that nice, hey, I can still get to the beach if I want to go to the beach,
right?
Situation. Yeah. Like it's a personal vacation, right? You know, I'm not utilizing it. I'm utilizing it as a network event to go hang out with my friends who I've not actually had the luxury of meeting in person. Not and maybe possibly buying a snake. If we'll see.
So,
We'll see.
so I got a random thing. So this is call me crazy or not, but this is something that I've just started doing after I sold a snake this weekend. I said to myself, I said to Eddie, I was like, for every snake I sell, I'm putting half of it back into the six, and then the other half I'm putting into silver. Into silver, and
Okay.
I think from now on that what we should do is every time we sell a snake, put half into silver.
Okay.
Just put half, and I
So-
think. What?
No, so you're acquiring precious metals
Yeah.
as a tangible token to as a basically a savings account more or less.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Terry, so like not only
I've
so
been doing the same thing for years, but it's not been over snake sales. But I've been investing in lead and brass.
He's got a surplus.
The most fantastic of hole punchers, I hear.
No, but like so now me and Eddie, we're not only going to be dealing in snakes, we're going to be dealing in precious well. I just look at it, man. And it's like, I used to think people were crazy for doing that, but now understanding, bro, being not that wealthy and not being broke, I'm like, damn, they had the right idea.
So what you're saying is you're going to be a next Pawn Stars star, huh? Is what you're saying? You're going to be
yeah, I'm
you're
gonna
gonna
be
one of them guys, flipping and trading for some metal.
Hey, you're gonna try to sell me something. You're gonna try to sell me something. I'm gonna be like, that's like a news 20.
Haggle him, hardcore.
My friend, 15, too much. No.
Nah, best I could do is 14. Take it or leave it.
Yeah.
I've got $3.
Hey, I gotta make a profit too, buddy.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Okay, $3.50.
$6. Okay.
Yeah.
But like, I just think that there's things that you can do. When we look at this, and there's so many people. Like, I think instead of the way I view it is, you invest back into the thing, obviously, but by doing it with the silver, precious metals, or whatever, you're not necessarily taking money for yourself to go spend on other things. And so you're investing in things that set you up on both fronts, not only with the snakes, but also in like long term, because things devalue. Let's be real, and I'm not trying to go full economist here. Money, the dollar, the paper dollar is devalued. Metals are forever. Metals are forever.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I see your point. It makes sense. But as somebody who, when you think about it, you work a job and everything like that. They're always like, oh, invest in your retirement and everything like that. And they're like, oh, well, we'll match you up to this percentage or whatever, however it might be. But you got to play that smart, because if you let them do the investing for you, you're only ever going to be shored up against the company that you operate for.
Yeah.
So
that's
take that knowledge piece and say, hey, I don't want you touching my money and putting it into your company. I'm going to put my money where I want to put my money, and I'm going to put my money in a sure thing like an index fund. Just saying, most of the time, everybody can hate. The S&P 500 has guaranteed almost 10% year over year for the past 30 years.
I agree, and I disagree at the same time, only because of the industry that I was in previously. In the automotive industry, whenever they do the match for match for up to a certain amount, you already know how your year is going to go, depending on if there's new models coming out, redesigns, or anything like that. But you also know there's going to be a slew of problems and issues that are going to be coming along in with those things. But if you have something like whenever the new C8 Corvette launched, and you jump in on that at your own dealership that you're at,
right,
you can hefty, profit out some years.
Yeah. I see your point. Yeah. With something like that, that's a little different. I work for a telecommunications company, so it's always very volatile. So it's always, It's always back and forth, kind of up and down. And they've transitioned to more acquisition of other communication companies. So now
they're taking the little ones out.
Yeah, they're buying up all the like smaller companies.
So in my uneducated opinion, I'm just saying uneducated. I believe the reason why I choose it, I think, is better than last. Because here's the thing with precious metals.
Well, specifically silver. I'll say this: last year when I
first started buying, it was $32 an ounce.
Right now it's 60. It's like 58 to 62 an ounce. Silver is one of the most conductive metals out there. It's used for solar panels, electronics, everything. So the value is only ever going to go up. Whereas, like with the stock market, you got the sure thing, but the stock market is way more volatile than precious metals. Precious metals will always have value, especially certain precious metals like platinum, silver. I would say copper, but copper, yeah. Unless you want to have a lot of space, unless you want to sacrifice a lot of space.
He said copper. Only thing I first thought was, oh yeah, my cousin Leroy down in the trailer. He stripped a copper out of the neighbor's house, and he's going to the scrapyard tomorrow.
So I tell you, bro. So for like,
I got your copper.
So for $1,000 worth of silver, you would essentially need about 200 to 300. You get 200 or so pounds of copper for that same.
Right.
The value's there, but the point is with
no, you're good. Go ahead, finish.
I said the point with silver. I would trust silver more than I would trust like the stock market, because at the end of the day, I know there will always be a demand for silver. The silver will always be a demand as long as we are advanced technologically.
Right.
Yeah, but I gotta agree with Carl here. Lead and brass should certainly alleviate that problem of having.
But what happens if you run into a werewolf, though? Yeah, you need silver, huh? Yeah.
Hey, listen. I only need
you shoot it harder.
I need about 10 ounces of silver, and all they gotta be is silver plated. They ain't gotta be pure silver. Let's be real.
Look,
smelt some over the top. We're good. We got it.
Look, as long as
though.
Just walk around with level 4s, we'll be fine.
Right. I mean, I'm not going to hate on the ideal of precious metals. They're tangible, right? It's a physical object that has value that you can hold in your hand. As to where the stock market is all digital. You're watching. You got to educate yourself on the ebb and flow and what to invest in, and you got to watch market trend and everything like that. For somebody who is just truly like, hey, I got too many other things going on, I don't want to touch it. The best place, if you still want to do that stock market investing, the best thing to place it in is tech and across some type of index fund, because you can sit it and forget it and not even pay attention to it. And then you come back and like, hey, I made 12 grand. Holy cow. What?
Hey, can you imagine
how that guy feels who got paid 10,000 Bitcoin for the pizza and lost the freaking thing?
Yeah. See, that's what no. If that was me, it'd be on a keychain on my person at all times.
Bro, but
lock and key, man.
Bro, but back then it was like pennies. It was pennies for Bitcoin, and now
he's probably like, man, if I could only find that, bro, I'd be the richest man.
Logically speaking, if most of us were when Bitcoin, like early phases of Bitcoin, a lot of us were a lot younger, right? I was still in like middle school, high school.
Yeah,
we took some economic classes. And they were teaching us minimal like stock market stuff. If I was smart,
mock trading.
Yeah, if I was smart, I would have bought then at like pennies and just said, "Hey, I'm cool." I took $20, and then I'd be sitting in the cut, just sitting on thousands and thousands of dollars. It'd be great.
You'd be sitting on like about $2.5 to $3 million.
See what I'm saying? Off $20. Right off $20 when I was 11, kind of thing. It's like, what? That would have been awesome.
Crazy.
Awesome.
Hey, welcome. Hey, shout out to Carl for the great economics class that he held us.
If you guys didn't know, now you know, right?
I'll be telling everybody, man. I'll be telling everybody. We talk about some wild stuff. It could be reptiles, it could be car audio, it could be grilling, it could be economics, whatever.
Yo, Red Cloud, what the hell?
Right now, I'm honestly investing. If you're going to invest in anything that's like kind of has multifaceted, points to it. Be real estate. You got tax implications that you get, massive tax write-offs because you can depreciate asset, and you can have passive income revenue flowing, and you hold a tangible object technically in your possession of that home, which has a value that goes to your net worth, which allows you to leverage at the banks even further. So, I mean, it's not a bad idea to own real estate either, because of the way market's flowing right now. Now, I'm not saying that it doesn't bottom out. 2008, a lot of people lost their homes. A lot of bad things happened. So it is possible that could happen again, or we could dip into a recession to where there's a lot of availability and not a lot of money to pay for it.
And that's why you need silver.
Well, you look at the top real estate gurus, right? What they're doing right now, and a handful of years back, is they started bankrolling, right?
Yeah.
And they know, because of the way the current market is and how it skyrocketed, it's going to turn, right? It's going to turn. We're going to have a drop, and that's when they're going to buy in and ride till when it rides again, raises again.
Right. Yeah. Because the APR rate you might buy in, when you buy in real low, cheap, like total physical cost, your APR is going to be high. You're going to hit the double-digit APR rate. But when you ride that up the mountain, you're going to cash in refinance right there and lock in on something where you can pull money and get a better rate, kind of thing. So, I mean, I see it. It's tangible.
And then
it's
you
right
have
there.
the whole people that don't do nothing but flip contracts.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So you
So mad.
Moving paper for $10,000, and you're like, you suck.
Yo, Tom.
That's all
Tommy just pissed me off, man.
Contract, work out the details, and then they find investors and sell the contract.
Yeah.
And their job's done. They don't ever have to renovate a home. They don't ever have to do any of that.
Yeah.
Right.
You can do the same thing with truck drivers.
It's a grind, man. It's a grind.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Tommy just pissed me. She just messaged me saying, "Oh, by the way, there's this entry clown cripple at Hypo DGVP. I just went for $50, and she did. I'm like, I said, if you see something like that again, just buy it and tell me how much you paid it for, and I'll buy it from you. I wanted that animal."
Right.
Yeah.
And by the way, I saw this happen.
Yeah. By the way, I saw this. And I'm
I
like,
thought this was a snake show. Got a newsflash. Third Coast. We talk about
We're
everything.
just a bunch of friends hanging out, brother.
Listen.
Hey, Third Coast, come over, man. We can still have a snake show.
Was he privy to the concept of the Satchmo thong? I mean, I know he's been around for a while, so I know he saw it.
I'm sure he was.
I'm still saying we're eventually going to. This is going to be a real production, and there's going to be a photo circulating somewhere.
You better get the flippers too, then.
Hey, the funny thing is, the ball python industry is essentially like a stock market, except for trading stocks for trading ball pythons.
And apparently genetics are your form of cash.
Right? Yeah.
It's like whose line
congratulations, Grandpa.
Wicked.
Nice.
Cool. Some geckos. Are we talking cresties? Are we talking leopard geckos? What are we talking?
Yeah, that's a
right,
very
Dennis. I know,
one.
right? He discontinued it before he ever got the chance to order one.
Oh, don't worry, we'll find him one. I'll even find you one that's got the hair around it. I've got time, brother.
And listen. He already mentioned that he's going to Daytona next year, so we got a full year.
The irony is when you're out there in Florida, I guarantee they're going to have stuff out there that you can get that are specifically
morning geckos.
Nice.
So speaking of, they breed asexually, bro. They're super cool.
That's on the list for the bioactive build too.
Really?
That was on the list. So
is that the one that you can't touch?
They're more of a sight animal. I mean, you can handle them sometimes, but they're a very small gecko species, so they can be a little bit flighty.
There's a fellow out here that likes them.
Yeah, they're very prolific, and they're parthenogenic too. So
they're
gorgeous. You look in there and you'll see 1,000 little babies crawling everywhere, and you're like, what happened?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right
Then
there,
you
he
go to
said.
touch them
He
and they
said,
just melt.
he said it right there. Day geckos
Yeah,
have
third
the sensitive
said
skin.
day geckos. Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, they're gorgeous,
The
but from my understanding, yeah, they melt.
it's the same way with a lot of frogs.
Frog
Like some
species.
of the
Yeah.
frogs you can't handle
Your oils
because
in your
you'll kill them.
skin.
You'll poison them with the
Yep.
oils in your skin.
So with Daytona, I heard that. I've heard things about how once
The contract with the guy that runs it ends, or when he probably that there's not going to be many more Daytona shows.
No, there's not.
Expected to.
Next year, there's not going to be any after next year.
yeah,
The word is that
Projected
they're
to
going to
be-
move it to a new location. So
Yeah.
it's no
Yeah.
longer going to be Daytona.
yeah. I was heard.
to Atlanta.
We can move it. We can
No,
move
it's
it.
going to be Florida.
We can
They
move
were
it across
talking
to the
about
Gulf side.
somewhere close to Pressure Python
Oh,
in that
Jacksonville.
area.
Nice.
Yeah, somewhere in
Yeah.
there. But
buddy.
that's just rumor at this point. I haven't heard anything.
Speculation.
There's some pretty cool stuff going on in Jacksonville. I'm not gonna lie. I drove through there. It's a port town. It's they got a shipping yard and everything like that. Where I was at, it's big. It's got a lot of space, a lot of size, and honestly a lot of availability for that. Investing in local economy kind of situation. There's a lot of opportunity there for that.
Hot take. I like Schaumburg better than I like Tinley because it has more space.
See, I've not been to a show of that scale yet. So Daytona is really where I'm going to cut my teeth. A lot of the stuff I've been to is more local. So it's been a lot like smaller scale. A Holiday Inn hallway, a fairground, building, agricultural building, stuff like that. It's been a lot of like local market stuff, not anything big scale.
If you want to see the biggest show,
Go ahead. Sorry.
if you want to see the biggest show and you can foot it sometime, you got to go to Pomona, the Pomona Super Show.
I've heard about it. Everybody raves about how big that show is. Like there's like 2 buildings,
80,000 people, bro.
yeah, like 2 buildings worth of stuff. Just crazy, just a lot going on.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sending you these right now. These are that was the enclosure that I just finally got to the guest. This is the one that I had not been able to show anybody.
Wicked.
So this was a 7-foot by 3-foot by 3-foot enclosure for in the inside there a Asian water monitor.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
He picked it up this weekend and got him in there already.
Nice. I like it.
That's awesome.
And so less is more with that kind of stuff. You're doing a lot of like showcasing the animal a lot more. And
Yep.
Asian waters are notorious big-bodied lizards, so they are very destructive. So you can't really put a lot in there with them because they will trample, like a lot of plants they'll trample down. They'll move, if you have like loose small branches, they'll move them around. They kind of really, they can put a number on an enclosure.
There is only one item in there that it can get out, and that's going to be either the plant up here in the corner
Gotcha.
or the animals that go into it. That's about it. There's nothing in there unless it's literally digging that tub out. It's not coming out.
Yeah.
I was excited about that.
There we go.
Yeah, that's
my
pretty
favorite
slick.
guy. That's nice.
So you've said that. Did you post more on your social media as well?
Not yet. So this one will have some pictures and videos and such like that that are going to be going up soon about the build process and everything on it. I wanted to make sure that the customer actually had it in their possession and everything, and there nothing needed to be changed on it before I did anything like that. And I want to make sure that I get permission to do things like this. I personally just don't feel it's right that I'm showing somebody else's enclosure off. It's like,
yeah, well, he provided you the enclosure. You just built the inside, correct?
Yeah. I only did the interior decorating, basically.
And also, I'm sure you wanted to maintain a little bit of element of surprise for them as well.
Absolutely, yeah. They didn't see the last 2 weeks of this build. So basically, when I started putting substrate to everything on there, they hadn't seen any of that. So
Nope.
once they got
Not saw the layout.
the snow film off the glass, this was actually the very first photo I got back from them after they got it home and took the plastic off the plexi.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So I was super excited about it too. Mostly because it's out of my garage now.
Yeah. So welcome to the stage, Phil. What's up?
What's up? What's up? How y'all doing?
Doing
All right.
well.
2 seconds.
right.
I'm gonna take a restroom break really quick
Thank you.
in just a moment. Carl, you want to run an ad space or something real quick for me?
Yeah, I'll put up an ad.
Gotcha.
We'll see. We'll do this one.
ReptileAds.com is the modern marketplace for buying and selling reptiles, amphibians, and exotic pets. Built by Purple Turtle Technologies, we're creating the most trusted platform in the industry. Join thousands of breeders and collectors on the most trusted reptile marketplace. List your animals, connect with buyers, and grow your business with Reptile Ads. Enjoy your easy access to stores as well as a genetic calculator for your convenience. Stop by and check us out today.
And for
welcome
shits
back.
and giggles, we're going to run the old school ad for G Paul since he's in the audience.
Yellow diamonds in the light. I was standing side by side as a shadow crosses mine. What it takes to come
Hey man, one or the other. Sorry,
Awesome,
I'm a
awesome.
crib midget.
You crib midget?
My man's over here playing Xbox and watching cartoon movies. I'm like, dude, hey, one or the other, brother.
Yeah.
We ain't Thurston Howard. We ain't running high on electricity. I'm already wasting a lot with these guys.
No, actually, it's me and John driving tonight. John?
Yeah.
Yeah, Garrett hasn't been in. He's been super, super busy. We lost Prophecy, I believe. He was having some glitching internet stuff too, probably. He may have got kicked.
Right.
My man, cigar or funny money? I don't care either way. Just wondering if I got to turn my light off.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pavico's on IG. I don't know if he's hopped over yet.
Yeah. So hop on over to the Breeding Grounds YouTube.
Yeah, there's 10. I got 10 on IG that have joined in. Guys,
Yeah.
definitely hop over to the YouTube chat, the Breeding Grounds Live. If you search it, you can search just the Breeding Grounds. You'll find us. I think we're number 1 on the search when you search just the Breeding Grounds.
Right, we're number 1.
Yeah. We're working our way up, kind of starting to become very popular on the YouTube. Or per my children, Dad, you're famous.
Oh my God, you're trending.
you have people that know you.
It's like, no, this is just what we see on our stuff.
Right. Yeah. Like, and they're like, no, you have like 100 people that watch you guys. And I'm like, you guys
It's
are
a never revolving door.
you're so amazing because you guys,
Isn't it lovely?
yeah, like it made me feel so good about it. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so amazing that they think I'm famous, even though I'm like, boop. I'm a little like fly on the wall, but
Energy. What was it? Say ogre.
energy over.
I can't read, man. I'm dyslexic and all that.
Center point. You can get better.
So
I'm over here looking at
actually,
that
yes.
one word.
Actually, yes.
Energy ogre.
Okay. I don't know.
So
I haven't watched the trailers enough to really like be appealed to the new Avengers movie. Now I do want to see RDJ run a Doctor Doom. Like I want to see that adaptation because I really want to see an
that's the
epic.
part that excites me. That's the part that excites me. So Abby, we went out and watched the He-Man movie. I
Mhm.
know Guardians of the Galaxy.
Mhm.
So that was okay.
Mhm.
Like it was nostalgic.
Mm-hmm.
So we get into going to watch stuff like that, or we'll wait till it streams, whatever.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
we
which
do
it's on.
we do
That's
partake.
on Prime Video now. By the way, in case you were, He-Man is put out on Prime Video. So
Yeah.
Y'all ever heard of this thing that they sell over there on Amazon called a blue box?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I'm
So
saying I'm not.
I got a buddy. I got a buddy that sells boxes, right? And he
Yeah.
pays for the licensing, the whole 9 yards. And all you got to do is have internet, plug it in to your TV, or you can get the Fire Stick, and it's
Mhm.
not really jailbreaking. It's going into the settings and turning
Modding.
on radio controls. Is all it
Yeah.
is, right? And he can give you an app to download on it. X amount of dollars per year, and you can stream just about anything you want. And he can build custom things for you. You know what I mean? If you want more adult film stuff on there, he can put that on there. If you want less because you have kids, he can take
Hold
it
on.
off.
Hold
You
on.
know what I mean?
Did you not catch that? My man got it zoomed in on him like the camera was interested. Like, go on. Sorry. As soon as that happened, my attention just diverted. I'm sorry. But no, I do agree. So, all right. So, to back your same point on that, yes. So, Blue Box is very similar to your basically jailbroken or hacked up Fire Sticks and
Yeah.
Roku's. The only difference is this, and I say this because that's where it's from. But this Canadian box, no joke, just like John was saying, requires literally only the Wi-Fi connection. You get your newer movies. You get all your platform-specific videos and stuff. I watched Good Fortune the other day, which I hadn't been able to find for the longest time. That new Keanu Reeves one.
yeah,
But either way, I was able to watch that on that, and I haven't found it on any other platform. I no longer pay for a Netflix, a Hulu, or any of the other stuff because everything I want to watch is already on there.
Gotcha.
Literally one time buy. You don't. There's no yearly or anything like that, and just it's a not USB. Sorry, it's a wall outlet and HDMI. That is it.
Yep.
Yeah. And
The
you
only
can
thing,
unplug it, take it anywhere.
the only thing that I will second to that, guys, is if you have a internet provider that offers advanced firewall protection from the provider, you may have to disable that feature because some of those boxes do flag for malicious software and will very much brick either your internet box or brick itself because it will stop ranging and stop connecting to your Wi-Fi because your Wi-Fi says, nope, you're not allowed to connect.
So that depends on where you're getting it from. Like my buddies, he pays for the licensing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And he is like legit. Like you run through his service, which is fully licensed. So you don't get that malicious BS, right?
Gotcha.
Like literally, if you search it, it's on there. You click on it, you can watch it, right? Now, the only thing that I'll say that I dislike is some things aren't titled correctly, right? It's not going to say, "Oh, this is the new Avengers movie," and it not be right, but it's going to be some general title, and you click on it, and that's this.
Oh, So I know what you're talking about. Yeah, no. So this one will do your live TV. This one will do your sports channels. Dude, I get other country racing. So I get to watch like
Yeah.
all these ones like Nürburgring, European ones
Yeah.
and all that
Mm.
anytime. Like the World Cup games and all that, you can watch those on it. Dude, my kid was having a blast with it.
Do you like UFC?
So I used to back when I used to drink and go out and all that stuff. I used to enjoy it here and there. But
Yeah, but
now, yeah.
you no longer have to pay for another fight.
Oh,
You can
really?
watch it live.
Oh, yeah.
You can watch it.
You're good, Marcel. If you want to hop back in here in a minute, you're more than
Yeah,
welcome.
yeah, we'll add you back up. Mine's doing the same thing. As you can tell, I kind of glitch sometimes.
Hmm.
But yeah, I think it's because that storm pushed through. A lot of people are getting affected.
Yeah. I swapped video cameras and I don't have my pixelating issue that I had been having in the past. So I think,
See, that's what I've got. I got graining.
yeah.
This is one on my laptop.
Right. So my B-reel footage camera can be dual purpose, right? So I can plug it directly into my PC and I can use it as a USB plugged camera. So
Nice.
that's actually how I'm using it. I got my tripod literally set up behind my monitor. So you're getting the same angle. It's just a smidge wider is all it is. So
No, my old lady gave me one of those. I just haven't put it in. I don't even know what I did with it. I found my bat.
So I got to know, John Mission Morphs, what are you drinking on tonight? I know he's doing some cleaning and working behind the
Sounds
scenes.
like Bullet Bourbon, maybe. He's a Marine, after all.
it's possible. It's possible. Yeah. I will say I did rep my Mission Morphs hat at the expo.
Modelo.
All right.
Wrong.
All right. I almost called that. I should have. Yep. So that's.
Are you at least enjoying a cigar with it?
Chiladas,
Oh,
the
Michelada.
big can. The big can.
There we go. There you go. Lemon and
There
salt.
you go. Since you're looking at the keyboard here, cheers, John, and anybody else that's partaking.
I've been wanting to pick up a bottle of that Willie's Remedy. Any of y'all tried that yet?
No, not yet.
Nope.
Not yet.
I've pumped the brakes on the drinking every once in a while, so I'm on a little bit of a hiatus.
Brother, this is water, brother, man.
Yeah. I've been hitting my water today.
I don't drink alcohol at all anymore. No alcohol. There's no sodas. There's no energy drinks, anything like that. There's teas, lemonades, water, coffee.
Yeah.
And then now that they have these little THC drinks, maybe those.
There you go. Yeah.
It is medicinal.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
Legit.
Yeah,
I even a card and all.
So do you like indica or sativa?
So I'm a bigger fan of indicas. Sativas give me entirely too much false sense of being able to do things, and I end up worn out and laying on the grass outside.
Mm.
And it's not in the sense that you pass out. It's you forgot what you were doing. You sit there for a minute trying to remember, and then you just sitting on the grass and you're like, I'll just lay back.
Yeah.
But the dogs don't let me do that for very long.
That's fair.
But no, and it's for me, it's in between my medications. So it's to not only help actually have an appetite for me, but it also fights a lot of the your little drifting depression thoughts and all that stuff, and it helps keep a little bit more of a calm for me, that way I can actually sit there for a bit.
I've heard that it helps with the trimmer stuff too.
Mm-hmm. Like right now, we're in great shape right now. Like I'm having a wonderful moment. But most times you'll see it, when you bring attention. But whenever you're calm and relaxed, it's good.
Yeah, yeah. Like I had somebody kind of compare it to a ball python with a wobble.
Yeah, both neurological issues.
Higher stressed environment, and they're there. You know.
Yep.
Nice, chill, calm, cool, and collected, and not so much.
Yeah. Nah. At this, I mean, I've seen how some people that get the diagnosis and they kind of they'll shut down, and at first everyone does. It's not exciting to hear about it, but the more you kind of wrap your head around it and you understand how it's an elongation of how this breaks down, but no one's really the same. As you start breaking down, you start noticing it more and more, and a lot of it's more that other people notice before you do in some cases. So, I mean, as long as you have people around you that are paying attention to you, and you're at least continually trying every day, I'm gonna have the same kind of life as I used to, but just a little more cautious. That's it. Eventually, there's gonna be a fall, and that's why I'll be like, all right, no more stairs.
Yeah, it definitely it makes you gotta make some life changes at that point, kind of thing.
But until then, I'm gonna have fun with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I saw some. You got some little exploring going on there, and
oh yeah,
your upper corners there. They're kind of cruising and cruising around. So
everyone got turned and hydrated and spot cleaned and all. Everyone got dipped in the water for a little bit.
Nice.
Or at least all the 8 of them that are out here. Nobody over
there. So I got to know, and I know this is very popular, but do your white snakes or lighter color snakes seem to want to roll in their stuff and get it all over
them? Yeah.
Burrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just
they'll have brown racing stripes, and there'll be a white and yellow snake. I mean, like, come on.
And it's always after new substrate change,
or right after you feed them. You drop it.
Yeah.
You fresh them up, feed them, bang. They're going to take and mess that thing up immediately.
It's like a puppy and a new bowl of kibble with a little bit of milk in it. It's going everywhere. You're okay with it, but you're also going to record it. It's just going to happen.
And be very upset about that when as you're recording, you're like I'm the one that's got to clean you. Like,
this is why you have to always have more than one dog. Because they will fight over what falls on the ground. All we have to say in our house is drop some, and I almost get trampled at the ankles by at least 2 of them. Yeah. The third one,
so if we
she didn't
drop
get up
something on the floor, we drop something on the floor, the dogs don't go after it immediately. They know better.
Oh yeah,
I have to point, or I'll tap my foot by it. Just tap my foot by it, and it'll come over and get it.
Yeah.
And if I don't call them by name, they don't come.
Oh.
Like I've got a dog named John, right? We got him and his sister. He was John. He was Johnny Cash, and she was June Carter Cash. Right?
That's awesome.
Yeah. So we got them brother and sister. June, she had cancer in her sinuses, so that was bad. We had to put her down because it was going to be like a $30,000 total surgery, and it would have only lengthened her life by about a year, and it would have been miserable. So
we did about the same thing with my boxer. A handful of things going on inside, and we were looking at about 10 grand, and he was already 8.
Yeah. So John, he is 9 going on 10. So we got John, Neo, Trinity from the Matrix,
Oh
and we've
man,
got
nice.
Cassie. Yeah, we got Cassie, which is Neo and Trinity's sister. So Neo and Trinity are clutch mates or litter mates, and Cassidy came from us from my wife's brother who passed away. His liver failure got him, but he had the dog. He got the dog from the same litter that we did. After he passed, a little bit later, we took her on. So we've got we're back to 4 dogs, but all the dogs, I'll have to call them by name and then tap my foot, and just that dog will come get it. Yeah.
My dogs aren't that bright. I do, however, do my own training with them, but they're still half a training wheel off on everything. Like, no joke. And they're all. I want to say that I preface. I adopt every dog. I do not buy designer dogs, and I probably never will. But I adopt every animal. And I use my wife and I usually call them we collect throwaway puppies.
There you go.
And we've been misled on what they are, and it's completely understandable. I still love every one of them the exact same, but we were misled on the idea of what size each and every one of these dogs were going to be. The third one was a surprise to me from my wife, from my son's school, that somebody dumped off the day before, and it was just sitting in the garden after my Bell's palsy diagnosis. She brings in this, corgi or wiener pit looking animal, cute as can be, but new animal.
So
and
we had one. We had one when we first moved into this house. Now we took it in off. It was stray, like literally somebody walked by. So I lived probably four doors down from a church. On the other side of the church was a house that the church owned and kind of rented out to people who were less well off that attended the church.
Yeah, kind of like a
somebody had moved out and it had been vacant. It'd been vacant for quite some time, and somehow or another, this puppy got locked in the house because the lady who took care of the deacon's wife found this dog in the house because one of the neighbor kids said, "Hey, I keep on hearing a dog in the house," and she's like, "Well, nobody's supposed to be in the house." So she takes her key, goes in, and finds this puppy. And I have no idea what kind of breed it was. It looked like a long-haired corgi and a Dachshund mix. It was real long, and it had that drag lean. Like the front legs were shorter than the back a little bit.
Oh yeah, that straight rake, homie.
Yeah, she was raped, chained and shackled, buddy. But that was my dog. That was my dog. So my old house, we did not have a fenced-in yard at all. And I never needed a tie out with her because I spent so much time with her, right?
Oh, well, that and she was running like this. You can catch up to her just by 2 strides.
That too, but I mean, seriously, if now the wife, she would call her and she would, okay, I'll come. But if I called her, she was right there, right? She was my dog, dog. And she was a mutt. We didn't really know what she was. All our dogs now are mutts, like John. And when we got June, their mother was a full-blooded redbone. Father was a leopard cur hound and pit bull mix.
Oh my God, that sounds beautiful.
Yeah. So, they're beautiful. Like John looks kind of more along the line of a pit.
Yeah.
June, she looked more along the line of the cur hound.
Yeah.
But they were both red, right?
Nice.
They got that strong red bone look, right? And then so Neo, Trinity, and Cassie, their mother was a full-blooded pit bull, and their father was not a labradoodle. What's a golden doodle?
Oh, okay, yeah. With a golden retriever
Yeah,
poodle. Yeah.
yeah. So Trinity, she looks like a pit bull. She's black. She just looks like a pit bull. Neo, he's got the height of the golden retriever, but he's got pit bull or not pit bull, but the poodles are a little taller too. But he's got this weird beard, man, like mustache and beard, and he's got these eyebrows, dude, and it's weird. I look at him all the time. I said, Neo, your beard's weird. But and Cassie, she looks just like Neo, but minus the beard, right? But she's got kind of like the pit bull face, but she's got the height and the build. So it's we got a mixed house over here.
So, go ahead, John.
Oh, I was just no dogs over here.
Oh,
I don't got
you need
time
a dog, buddy.
I don't have time for the dogs, man. I don't.
You gotta have time for the dog. The dog will have time for your foods.
Right. Yeah. So
got
now,
kids.
don't get me wrong. I did have dogs. I've had dogs. I'm a big fan of Akitas. I love them. I think they're awesome.
Aren't those the barkless ones?
In a way, yeah.
Like
They don't.
No, I think maybe that's a Basenji or something.
They don't. I'll be the first one to admit Akitas are more like guard dogs. They were the Chinese guard dogs. They're big, fluffy, like curly tail. And they're not known to be big barkers. They don't bark often.
Yeah. So they'll sneak up on you and get you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, my buddy Try's got one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like one of those little fox red tail fox things or whatever.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a fox. I mean, they got pointed ears and everything and all that. Mine, she was a mixed breed. Okay, so she was Akita golden retriever mix. So very, very odd combination, right? The Akita, he was like white and dark brown, kind of looked traditional Akita, very like conform. And then the golden retriever mom was a traditional, like long-haired golden retriever female, right?
Tell me she was a derp.
The dog came out jet black. Jet black. Not a lick of, not an ounce of white on her. She literally looked like a shadow. When she would walk across the back, the only time you would see her is when she would turn and the glow would hit her eyes, and then she'd drop her tongue out, which was bright pink. The only time you'd see her. It was menacing sometimes. And she never went looking for a fight. She would always finish the fight, though. But she was she was hyper curious of everything, right? So I would walk her, and she had that like high energy, that golden retriever, like, hey, I want to go. Like, let's go. Like, come on. And just be all over the place, just bouncing, right? Loved the dog. She was great. Miss her to pieces. But my lifestyle changed, so I had to unfortunately rehome the dog. Wish I wouldn't have had to, because she was great. She very big cuddler, loved my kids, was immensely loyal to my children, would protect them with her life. She was without even like necessarily needing to train her, she did a really good job of like guarding them when we would walk down the sidewalk. So like if my kids were like here to the right, to the left of me, she'd be right here in front of me, pinning them even further to the left, to keep that barrier between other people. And like then when like if somebody was walking this way, she would pause and watch and watch and watch and watch. And once they cleared us, then she'd go, and then about 5 steps she'd turn and check, and then she'd keep going. And I was like,
my boxer was the same way.
This is a great guard dog without, and I mean, it's just in her. It's just, that's her thing, right? And it didn't have to be taught. It was just like naturally, it was just there. She didn't have to be taught any of it.
She's guarding the pack. She's guarding the pack.
Yeah, she's keeping her flock. Now, I will say she did grow up on a farm. She was born on a farm, so she was around a lot of chickens. So like, so
attention to detail was there.
Right. Yeah. So she knows like, hey, that's a baby. I'm gonna keep eyes on that kind of thing. So
Yeah, no foxes in the hen house.
Yeah, she was great dog. I ended up finding a home for her on a farm, actually. So somebody that
That's
had
awesome.
some chickens, they were chicken farmers. I was like, hey, this dog would be great. She's been around chickens when she was a puppy. She does a great job taking care of my kids. A great dog. I would kill to have her back, but she's
I get it. Yeah.
living her best life. And right now, with how often I work and how much I travel, it's just it's not logistically making sense for me yet. Like even to when I travel to Daytona, I'm gonna have to have Carl come over and check the snakes for me and stuff like that. So like to have somebody in charge of the dog and somebody else in charge of all the other animals, it's gonna be like chaotic, kind of thing. So
Yeah.
No, I know
And
exactly
our
what you mean.
dogs are awesome, but they don't do well with other dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and it's not like you can walk them by another dog and it's okay, but you can't bring another dog into the house, right?
Well, yeah,
they don't-
because they're That's you telling your neighbors, friends, whomever it is, my dog will be fine. No, that's a threat.
Yeah, walking in,
So
especially
if you come
good.
walk up on the porch and knock on the door. What do you hear, John?
Dogs
Oh,
immediately, all of them. You can, and they're distinctive, like they're distinctive barks too. They're like, oh yeah, all of them are inside now.
you hear them slightly get louder as they get closer to the door, and then you hear, boom.
Yeah, no,
No joke. Every time.
I haven't heard them run into the door, but they definitely all four are right there waiting, and like they'll let me in, and like they always try to like, hey dogs, go ahead, go outside, everything like that. But over time, then they'll let them back in and everything, and they're pretty cool with me. I mean, I don't really have too much issues out of them. They kind of just
so we have to go through, and it's not that we've had issues, but we've trained ourselves as much as we've trained our dogs. We have an introduction process, right? So we we try to let them in a certain order, but we let the dogs in one at a time, let them get their little excitement out, and then we'll let the next one in, right? Because if the dogs are out in the back and we have you in and we let the dog back in the house, they're okay with you unless I'm not okay.
Oh, yeah.
Right? If I'm not okay, they're going for your throat or whatever they can reach.
Right.
They'll immediately look for Alpha for confirmation. Tell me the
100%.
mood. How we doing?
What are we doing? How we do this? How we handle this? But yeah, I would give anything to have a dog again. I think once like my living situation changes again, and I spend a little bit more time, frequenting the home and growing, this and everything, a dog would be feasible. Have the opportunity to like float in and out on more of a wide open space and territories where, hey, let the dog out. It knows its boundaries. He's coming back guaranteed. Like an old school farm dog style. I'd love to have that. I would give anything to be like, hey, did y'all feed the dog? Have you seen the dog? He's been gone for like 2 days. Where'd he go? And they're like, oh, he'll be back. It's fine. And then sure enough, neighbor down the road's like, hey, your dog was over here for a couple days. I was like, did you feed him? They're like, yeah, I got it. It's all good. He'll be back. I think he might have gotten a hold of my dog though. He might have some puppies on the way or something.
You look at
on the hook for doggies.
Little traveling salesman. But I'm notorious for having female dogs. I always just I feel like they train better. I feel like
end up being the halfway house.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, in a way. But see, I'm not necessarily anti-spay, but like I want them to reach maturity in their own way before I push for spay. Everybody's like, "Oh, hit them 8 weeks, go get them spayed."
So if you do them super early, and here's what a lot of people don't realize, and this is something we've relatively recently learned. Like you get a female dog spayed super early. A lot of times they can do the surgery a little wrong, and now all of a sudden they have bladder issues the rest of their life, like they can't hold their pee. They'll get excited and tinkle a little bit.
Okay, no, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, a nervous bladder.
They'll dribble a little bit.
Yeah,
and that's very common. And I kind of akin or relate that in my mind to a female that has had a child. A lot of
Mhm.
times they have like the oh god, super.
Yep.
They
I know what
they
you're
got to go to
talking
the
about.
bathroom now. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So
Right.
it does some damage in there. Now that is lessened greatly by letting them come to maturity and
Then
go through their
there's
cycle naturally, and then having it done. Right?
Right.
Mhm.
And everything's a lot larger because most of the time you end up with a mid to large breed of dog. And the reason why people push for those dogs to be, spayed early is because of cost, right? The
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
anesthesia cost and the medication cost and everything like that. It's a significantly lower amount if you catch
Yeah,
it
as soon as
early
your
because
deworming and your parvo stuff's done, you come right in and
Mm.
get them spayed, neutered.
yeah.
Which I
That's
get it. That's animal control, right? Because
right.
Yeah.
people inherently are not responsible, like as a bulk, right?
Yeah.
That's
Right.
why you have a neighborhood with 50 million cats running around it.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Oh
they
yeah.
don't spay
We
or
have
neuter their cats.
that's why they have those laws, cat colonies. You cannot by law take a cat from a cat colony. If you are caught doing that, it is illegal. Because that's an established colony, right? But what they do is they trap and spay them and then return them to the colony. Is what I'm not kidding. That's what they do. It's what they do around here.
No, I get it, and I applaud the efforts there. I really do. Um, I had a Ron Burgundy flashback of one of the news reports. It says a pack of wild dogs have taken over the downtown area.
Yeah,
Back
I
to
mean,
you, Champ Khan.
yeah.
He said, "This burrito is delish, but it's filling."
This is
Mm.
great. Oh, we clicked at the same
Un-
time, there, Carl.
Welcome back.
Oh,
What up?
buddy!
What up? I want to show off something really quick if that's possible.
Oh,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
100%
So, are
space.
you on an iPhone or Android or
Android.
what you got going on there? Huh?
What you got in your pocket?
Are you on Android or iPhone?
Android.
Okay, turn your
Oh.
phone sideways.
I bought your box.
Yeah,
Did you?
there you
got yourself
go.
a photo box.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Perfectly.
Man, I gotta find a little ooh.
Eee, look at that.
Let me maximize this. So,
Oh,
tell me a little bit
absolutely.
about this creature.
In
I already
heck,
know the head of this. Tell me about it.
So this is our lone survivor of our first clutch, and it is a black pastel citron.
ooh, gorgeous. Male or
Okay.
female?
Female.
Beautiful.
She
That is beautiful.
is pet pied and trying to run away.
Oh wow.
But yeah, she finally shed. So I just wanted to show her off real quick.
Yeah, that is a rock star looking animal, and you can definitely see the head influence on it.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh wait. Yeah, right there in the lower back portion.
Yeah.
That's what you're talking
Yeah,
about, right?
Back third. You
Yeah.
got the
Yeah.
So show the belly if you don't mind.
Oh yes. Oh yeah, look at that belly.
Okay, you can see how it swoops and goes along the outside, and it's super evident by the tail a lot of
Uh-huh.
times.
Mm.
If it's going to show marker, see how it lines the outside of the tail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
They're
black
called
marks, the
they're called
streaks,
tracking. Yeah. Pied tracks
side track.
after the
Oh
ringer
yeah.
spot. Right.
Yeah. Okay, ringer. That's what I
Yeah,
was thinking.
quote unquote ringer spot is
Yeah.
usually, but it's not always continuous across the entire
Correct.
saddle. Sometimes you just get flashing along the sides, but usually
One
the tracks
second.
start after that. Typically, not saying that that's in every single het pied that you see
No,
But-
yeah, my cinnamon's that way.
Mhm.
Actually, the one that's right over here climbing up on her glass.
Gotcha.
So here is, so she is what, six?
Oh,
She's 60 grams, like 61 grams, something like that. And here is a male, black pastel, citron, and enchi, also heifer pied.
Yeah, you can tell the difference between
Inchy.
Inchy and that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Inchy and
How much
non-inchy.
difference that made?
Yep. Inchy puts
So-
in work hard on everything.
oh God, yes.
There you go, side by side view.
So
Maybe.
something we didn't delve into when we had your episode. How much more work are you going to put into that citron?
Oh, citron is gonna be one of the ones that I end up working like a dinker, just because it's not really much done with it, and all that I've really seen is everything that I see out there that has citron that's either been sold or anything of that nature has crown or pied in it. So
Yeah, 100%.
I plan on taking it in a different direction. Oh, so actually, let me
Let
do.
the hide fade out.
So let me give another. This male is a fucking ass.
The pied stuff it has an appeal, but I see his point. You know, if everybody hammers the pied market with that codom to it,
Yeah.
you want to see something different. You know,
So
kind of make it a little more unique, in a way.
I
So
think
that
I'm
male
actually doing
is-
something like that too.
so that male is fresh fed,
Ooh.
and I think this female that I'm about to pull out has a little bit of stuck shed, but you'll get the idea here. So I'm about to show 3 of them all. One is a visual pied. So
Sorry, I had a very fat moment whenever he got the light box back on. I swear it looked like the light from a refrigerator again. I had a very
So there's
fat
the hatch
moment.
one.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So here's the hatchling. There's that male, like I said, fresh fed, and he is 650 something grams, I believe.
The one on the
And
left.
then
Mhm.
this is 652 grams, something like that.
Nice.
And then this female up by her head, don't mind her. But
Ooh.
this is the male or the female visual pod. She
Yeah.
is super citron and she visual pod.
That is nice.
Yeah.
So there's all 3.
I like how the Inchy is like holding pattern on it.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah,
'Cause that-
and like that orange in there is a little more like burnt sienna ish
Mhm.
as opposed to like an orange dream.
Right.
Oh yeah, almost like a little bit of rust into it.
Yes, yes.
Actually, it almost
So-
looks like there's a brown overlay on the orange.
Mm-hmm.
It is a
Yeah,
little bit, so it gets
Yeah.
lighter around
Yeah.
the edges and whatnot. That's typically what the super does and pied from what I've noticed.
Oh,
'Cause I've seen a few.
Mm-hmm.
Now she just said not that long ago, like I said, she's got a little bit of stuck shed going on down her nose,
Oh yeah.
not by her head.
Don't feel bad. I took one to the show with Shed and I was mad the whole time.
Oh man.
Like,
He was
I
he was
saw-
over there. He was over there rubbing it. Just
I
rubbing.
was.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
she's, like I said, I'll show her when I get that stuck shed out another day.
I do.
Oh.
I do like what the citron does with that pied. Mainly because if you get just a standalone Inchy pied, you're going to get more of a yellow ring around the pattern saddles, right?
I
That
was about to say,
that gives an
If-
orange ring around the pattern saddles, which is way different.
as a matter of fact, Carl, would you mind pulling out your mail? I mean, granted, he has fire.
Oh, yes. Yes. Give me just a moment.
Granted, he has fire, but it's inchy fire pied. So it kind of gives a little bit of a comparison there. But as you can see, the colors between the two both have inchy. One just has black pastel, and obviously the other is pied.
So we're going to have to shrink you to pull me up, and I'm actually going to pull my camera down.
Ooh, sir. Oh, that's gorgeous.
So you see how like all of the banding around the pied saddles is yellowed, but it's like
Yep.
a bright, vibrant yellow.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you see more of that of like out of inchy pied traditionally, is that yellowing and like the more relevant pattern, and that fire
Yeah.
doing that enhancing of the yellow, making it that much brighter, is nice. And but do you see the difference between that's orange, plain as day, orange with that burnt, like you said, burnt sienna look, versus there you have more of a yellow and even to a yellowish tan. That's more of an orangey brown. And the only difference is fire over fire in Carl's, and then citron in Marcel's.
See, I dig fire in pies. I like the speckling just like the bananas do.
So I'm not sure how much Carl's male weighs right now, but this female is 624 grams right now. So she has some size to her.
Yeah. I mean, even as she ages, you may see some fade down as that pattern stretches, but I don't think you're going to miss out on a whole bunch of that orange. That orange is really going to hold down hardcore.
No, not at all.
Through the long term of her life, which is amazing. I mean, that's what you hope for.
Yeah, I mean, I got some plans to, do a few different things, but that's just
He's 1,029.
Okay. So it's like what, 400 grams? 400 grams more? A little less than 400 grams heavier?
Do you remember what you sent him at?
I think he was right around 700 grams.
Because
I want to say. Go ahead.
I was thinking 640, 680, somewhere ballpark there. That's just what stuck out in my head.
Yeah, that might be it.
I could go back and look. I've got everything wrote down, so I could go back and look. But I was thinking 640, 680, somewhere in that ballpark.
Yeah, but he's kept his colors very well too. Right now. Yeah, he's kept his colors pretty well too.
Yeah, he really has. He really has. There is not much difference from the day he came in to right now.
Yeah,
778. This chunky donkey here.
Mahogany
He is
pie?
a now black pastel leopard pied.
I have that. I have pairings for that.
Hey, you hear that?
I have pairings for that.
Come on, what's that?
Did you hear that? Old John just his red rocket just come out.
You guys want to see something real pretty? Look, I got an ivory in my hands. Something basic, simple.
Sir,
easy.
This is a children's show.
Look at this. Look at this. It's all pretty. So when I got this snake, she was like very, very small. She has packed on a significant amount of size since I've had her.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, just something about her having that dirty head stamp just really sells you.
Oh yeah,
on ivory. So
yeah. Well, okay, on an ivory, you say?
Yeah. That's just exactly what she is. She's just super YB. So,
you know what's been messing with me lately?
What's that?
These bells that I have.
Uh-huh.
The head on the Super Mojave still looks like a grayed out Mojave.
Mm-hmm. Some of them do. So some of them, your super Mojaves are gonna have more of a gray head stamp. When you go lesser Mojave, you're more pure white. Is how that works. How that usually rolls out.
See, but the irony is, only one of them has more of a grayed head. The other one looks more ivory like yours.
Right.
Cindy wants to be a part of it.
So I've got a question for you guys. Oh, what's that?
That's pretty. What?
Have you guys ever
newer pickup?
Really?
Yeah,
That's
so
pretty.
That looks like a chunky girl.
I know you're working. The specific
You better not
genes.
say ultra male.
Cryptic.
No.
It's a Krypton. That's what it is.
I was just about to say it looks like cryptic, but if it's not cryptic, then it's Krypton.
Look at her. Look at her dark. Look at her darks. Her crisp, clean.
Wow. She's almost
What's
got
that?
She looks DG.
Yeah, she's often graying in between the flaming.
But okay, so keep in mind she is in blue right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But look
She's
how clean
pretty.
her pattern is.
Dang. It almost looks scaleless on the camera right now. Oh, wait, no, there's the definition. That's cool.
Yeah. So she looks DG, but she tests negative for DG.
Oh, man. See, that's what I
So
want
what's
to
she
get
supposed to
into
be?
next.
Just Krypton?
Krypton. She was sold, not to me, but she was sold as a Krypton DG.
Ooh. I like her.
Tell me that does not look DG. She is.
And
super freaking clean.
at first sight, I would say DG. I'd say DG right off rip, just because of the way that.
Keep in mind, this is in blue.
Right.
This is in blue, so she's going to be a little dark. So think a little lighter.
Let's just recap next week.
Which, well, when you throw DG into something like that, it is. I mean, it's lighter. It's got that clean edging effect that it's got. I mean, it's really not shattered up pattern or nothing like that. There's some uniformity to it, which is very indicative of DG. But the fact that it tested neg for DG makes you think like, okay, what's DG-esque that can mimic that in a way, kind of thing. Or does he have some line of DG that's not been tested? It's not picking up the genetic markers for the DG that they have.
Conundrum.
Yeah,
that's the conundrum, right? So I've been reading online about a line of DG that is testing negative.
Really? Ooh.
DG. So, and I'm talking about a third line because you have our fifth line. You have DGA, B, C. You have enhancer line, and then you have the scuttlebutt water cooler talk of another line of DG.
Oh, that's pretty. That's what
we got here?
Pastel?
No pastel.
Oh.
Inchi.
Yep.
What we got there?
Cryptic.
NCOD DG.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was
possibly head for clown.
Head for clown. Okay. I was gonna say I saw that the eye striping pointing hardcore. So
this one does not want to sit still. But he's almost at breeder size, just like the I think he's like 600 grams or so. Just like the other male that I have.
So that was actually something I wanted to ask y'all on. What would y'all say y'all's preference or preferential size on your males is? Like, what's too fat?
900. Whoa.
Yeah.
About 850 with sperm plugs, if he's producing sperm plugs.
Are you talking about just as a condition or for breeding?
Yeah, like I'm not talking, I'm trying to put a Clydesdale with, a quarter horse here and anything, but I am implying that I've got a couple snakes that could do a few laps around the jungle gym here.
Okay, so I'll put it to you this way. I've got a 1900 gram male right over here,
Uh-huh.
proven breeder, and he will put in work every time.
Okay.
Yep.
And that's what I want to make sure of because I've got some that are chunky donkeys like that, but I wanted to make sure that it's. Oh, did we lose him again?
Yeah, we lost him again.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
we lost him.
But yes, you're definitely, if you have something that's like heavy bodied male, probably put it to another heavy, like because
Yeah.
technically breed weight is what did they say, like 1100,
Like fighting
1150.
weight.
Like 1150 is feasible weight, but you
Yeah.
probably shouldn't be pairing a female at 1100. If
No.
you have the capability to be more patient, wait till she gets
Uh-huh.
clear of like that 17 to 18 threshold. It's all about body condition. It's all about, the way that they present themselves. If they're showing that they're building follicles, don't waste the male on a female that, hey, she's to size, I'm just going to throw a male in there kind of thing.
See, and that's what I feel like I've learned over this past season is I was going back through all the notes that I took basically on how the weights, how their feeding went, any jumps in size at any particular moment without any deviation or change of the food amount or frequency. But just tracking all that, and I started noticing trends of about 100 to 150 gram gains that started between October and January and peaked at January and then would trickle or stay stagnant or grow, or it'll end up just kind of trickling off slightly.
Yeah. Active
Now, are
breeding
you
season for ball
talking-
pythons
Mm-hmm.
usually typically ran from October to January. For certain breeders, that's when they would breed their snakes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So breeding seasons in captivity, and I'm gonna burst a lot of people's bubbles. It's a freaking myth.
Oh yeah, no, I figured.
Yeah, because
you can mimic your
there's
own.
no true seasonal change in how you keep them.
Yeah.
Right.
No, we lost him again.
Well, I don't know, man. I got these old '90s windows, so
I'm depending upon your ambient temperature in the room, your relative humidity within your room, enclosure condition, all that stuff. That's all stuff that plays factor to your breeding cycle, right? So now if you can control a set parameter, like very, cookie cutter and strict, boom. Like I know for a fact my relative humidity is 55%. Bam, guaranteed, right?
Yeah.
Room sits at 55, it doesn't deviate.
Yeah.
You have a little bit more capability to control like all of the environment. It's difficult to do.
Yeah.
It really is.
Dude,
So
I
what I noticed here
everywhere.
is I've got some females that'll come in early. I typically start my pairings in September.
Yeah, that's what I started thinking about.
So September I start ramping up. I start into my pairings, but I've got girls. This girl right here, the Banana Ichi Leopard Clown, I do believe is visually hypo, but I've not tested her. I'm just breeding her because she's in the Hypo Clown project anyway.
You're gonna love that one.
She has got 26 millimeter follicles now.
Nice.
And I noticed that at the beginning of July.
See, but you got a leg up too, though, right? Now, new leg up.
Yeah.
And I'm
But that's
super
the thing.
excited about it for you, dude. It
That was
sounds
the whole
awesome.
point. That was the
Yeah.
whole point. When they go, they're gonna go. And this girl, I guarantee you, I pair her, I get a clutch from her, blah, 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 blah. Next year she's gonna start growing follicles at the same exact time. As
Yep.
long as I keep keeping her the same exact way.
Yeah.
I'm curious if they even do they offer like a place that maybe rents those machines?
Well, I'm sure you can medically somewhere like a Dasco or
Mhm.
something
I
like
know that
that.
Or if it's
depending where you go, or my bad, John,
no,
but
you're
depending on what expos you go to and who's at the expos, some breeders will take their ultrasounds if that's what you guys are talking about. Because I cut out a
yeah.
couple of times.
Yeah, yeah. So
But
networking is a big thing. Just
Yeah.
like I said, make friends with a breeder that will say, "Okay, I'll come over to your place." Most people have you. They go to your place because they believe in biosecurity, right?
Mm.
They're even though they may trust you and you may not have anything, they're not going to want you to take your snake into their snake room,
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And we're gonna
right?
meet in the outside.
And no harm, no foul. Nothing, no shade thrown at you, but that's just how it is, right? They'll come over to your
Understand.
place and they'll ultrasound a couple females for you and kind of help you out, right? And that's one thing that we were talking a little bit earlier, and I was going to ask you when you were talking about breeding weights and all this. Do you have a mentor?
Him or me?
you.
You,
Oh
Big Ten. No.
no, I have a
Okay.
lot of free time and the internet.
so
Okay.
for me
That's-
personally, I have at least 2 to 3 mentors, and then a group of them. So I have a few, but I mean, to piggyback off of what Carl was saying, there's that, like he was saying, you get a mentor, you get network with a few people, and you can take your snake over to there, or they'll come to your house and ultrasound for you. Or I've even heard of a few people going to expos with their ultrasounding at the expos. So I mean, some people don't like. One thing I do know is some people don't like moving their females when they think that she's building,
Mm-hmm.
just so that it doesn't disrupt her follicle growth.
Yeah, no, I get
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's a little back and forth on this. Some people say, well, the female controls when she goes or not. If she decides to reabsorb, that she'll reabsorb, right? I don't
Mhm.
think it's her decision. I think it's just what happens naturally because of her environment.
Mhm.
Yeah, like we weren't able to
Right.
recognize the signs of ovulation and everything, be able to pair.
Yeah, yeah. I think that happens naturally. Like in my instance with the girl I was talking about earlier, that I bought as a proven breeder. She started building follicles. I didn't pair her. She was forced into reabsorbing, right? John, your mama said bye.
Yeah,
Good
she
night.
said she's going to bed. She said
Yeah,
I
good
enjoyed
night.
it. Watched the hey, at least she hung out for the whole show. I appreciate it. Normally
Oh,
she's like
sweet.
Yeah.
normally she's like I get bored and I have to sign out because y'all just start
Yeah,
talking
we
snake
were
stuff.
talking about other stuff.
Yeah, if you start talking music, man, she'll tune in. She's
Really?
a music buff, big time. Yeah.
You know what we need to do? I'm sorry to get sidebarred on our conversation, but we need to have her on, and we need to talk about music or something.
Okay. I'll see if
Hey,
she's up
hey,
for it.
babe,
She's
you
kind
let-
of behind the scenes, just
John's
like
got
I
a
was.
potty. Can you let John out?
That's great.
But anyway, like
Which
I was
one of the
saying,
five
the
of us?
story I was talking about earlier, I had this girl. I got her in, proven breeder. She started building. I did not pair her. She was forced into reabsorbing, right? So that was a conditional thing, right? There wasn't no partho clutch, which I know that happens sometimes, right? But because of her environment, the lack of introduction to of a male, she reabsorbed. So something's not right 100% for that snake because they very much do have, I've learned, their own personalities. Each and every different one acts a little different. They have their own little quirks. So they are very much individuals, right? So just like a human woman, right? One thing happens for this one that won't happen for this one, or vice versa.
Yeah, we got to tread lightly on that one.
Hey,
especially with a mixed environment in the chat.
Yeah, there you go.
Misty and Jody are gonna come after us, and
So here's a question for that female: was she a virgin or was she paired? Was she approved? Oh, you did say she was a proven breeder.
Proven breeder. Yeah, she's had at least 4 clutches that I know of, and probably more. I know exactly where she came from.
So
I'm a Slim Jim.
what could have happened too in that case as well with Carl is I had a female with my clutch that I just hatched. And I believe if I had never paired her, she still would have had the same clutch. And it just would have happened because she had retained sperm. So if she retained sperm, she could possibly still have a clutch without ever introducing a male and it not completely slug out either.
Yeah.
Right.
So I got her after breeding season. Like she had laid a clutch. So the likelihood of her retaining sperm beyond laying a clutch is slim. Very, very slim.
Not
So-
impossible. Not impossible.
I was just about to say that's
Yeah.
So
That's what happened with mine.
There's still a chance.
yeah. And
Definitely a chance. There's always a chance. You also
I'll be
have
proof of that.
What is it called? Instead of parthenogenesis, it's like anagenesis,
And
where
androgenesis.
where like they take part of like a male DNA from somewhere and utilize it. Like they like it's like fractionalized. So it's not as bad as partho. Partho, you a lot of times you end up with failure to thrive, and things like that, or stunted, infertile, sterile babies and stuff like that. So it's possible.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's always the case because there are some partho babies who have produced. Again, it's a kind of a roll of the dice. So a lot of people stay away
It's a
from it.
very big roll of dice, and the odds are
Yeah.
stacked against you. But along with androgenesis, that is actually part of split clutch stuff too.
Yeah.
Like it could be like, for instance, I paired a killer clown to a what did I pair it to last year? The Xanthic het clown, right? And she did absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. I decided to pull him off of her and put her to another female. I'm not to the point where I'm Well, I take this back. I was not at that point to the point where I was breeding one male to multiple females. This year, this season's first time I'm doing that. I have a 1.6 project.
Ooh, nice.
So
busy man.
Yeah. The next following year, I bred her to a pastel mahogany yellow belly het clown.
Ooh,
Still nothing. Right. So I knew that she was difficult before. She was a proven breeder. She took 2 seasons and went on the 3rd for the prior breeder that had her. So I knew she was difficult. If I hang on to her one more year, I might get something out of her, but
might play her some mood music.
So here's the question I had for you guys earlier. Have you guys ever had a female ovulate or do a pre-ovulation swell? About a week or 2 later, ovulate, and then about 2 weeks after she ovulated, shed, and then 2 weeks after that, shed again.
yes.
Did she produce a clutch?
So you got to think, what is the purpose of shedding?
New growth.
Not only if you have excessive weight loss or excessive size reduction.
Weight gain, weight reduction. But
yeah,
I've seen them double shed.
It's more about the skin fitting the body.
Yeah, like so. When you said the ovulation swell, they balloon up.
What happens in ovulation?
They reduce back down.
Like physically, what happens? We see the swell, but what happens inside of them? You have 140 millimeter follicle passing another 40 millimeter follicle through the
Are you
oviduct.
talking about poop?
No, I'm talking
Eggs.
about
No, eggs.
Eggs.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So inside the oviduct, you have them all in a row, right? And they're
Yeah.
attached, and they're growing. They feed off the mother, and they're growing, and they're growing, and growing, and they detach, and they go through the oviduct and pass and get fertilized, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got one 40 millimeter follicle passing the other. So you've got 80 millimeters worth of stuff inside of this snake.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you see the big ovulation, and then they slim down because everything's in line again.
Okay.
It makes sense?
Yes.
So you have extremely large female,
Because they're trying to pass one another. Got you.
and then you have slim down female. And then that's when she's 100% on her hot spot. That's when she's getting prepping for her pre-lay shed. That's when she's making her nest. Everything's in line. She's moving around and uncomfortable, getting things situated and in line and getting ready to lay her eggs.
Okay.
So if you have a really, really super large ovulation, it is 100% possible for that female to throw another shed in there because she's reduced in size so much.
Okay.
So would the same be said for an after birthing as well?
Yeah, they'll shed faster after they lay a clutch because of
Yeah.
how much
I 100%
size
like this
reduction.
pastel orange dream banana girl. Like she is not quite, but almost alarmingly small after giving these eggs. Right? Like I was like, wow.
Mhm. There's
Because
sometimes them females put so much in,
yeah,
they're like paper thin afterwards. You're like,
yeah,
oh
and
my.
she went without food for 3 months
Yeah,
before she laid. Like she would not take because she was that uncomfortable.
yeah.
And
That's
I
how-
tried. I normally try to feed 3 days after they lay.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't take. So I'm going to try to feed again this week. Hopefully she takes. Now I'm not worried yet because I've had females take a little longer to recoup because birthing all those eggs is a lot of work and they're exhausted and they're resting, right? They might not physically be up to digesting a meal,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because that takes a lot of energy.
Oh yeah.
Takes a lot of laying on the heat source and all that. So I'm going to try again this week and see what happens. I've been checking on her 4 times a day, making sure she's okay, and she seems to be fully alert, and everything's okay so far. But we're going to try to get her back on food really soon. But I'm not worried yet because normally I've had a lot of them take food even the same day after they laid because they didn't even look phased. Like, you know, they knew the assignment. You know what I mean?
Like, we know what we're here for. Where's the buffet?
Some of them take a week and they're like, okay, now I'm ready to eat. So again, it's all about knowing your snakes and being involved and picking up on the individual differences.
Right. Yeah.
So how long has it been since? Go ahead, John. My bad.
I was going to say that the female that I had that laid, she's up here top. And depending upon where they fall in your rack system does play factor because, you know, heat rises and everything like that. So the hot spot up here might be just 0.5, 0.75 higher than what it is on the bottom, lower racks, right? So it's controlled, but it's variable enough to where they do notice difference. Now, I will tell you that she decided to go back on the food 2 days after she laid, but she lost so much. She took a beating. She took a beating when she laid that clutch of eggs. She dropped out 6. I mean, and just was, like I said, paper thin, you know, real deflated looking.
Yeah.
But overall, I think that she's turned on to food so aggressively. Like now, if I pull that tub out, she's like, "Where's my food? Like, where's my food? Where's my food?" It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I check every day. She's saying, "Where's my food? Where's my food?" So it's like that's the success story is getting one to dial back in so quickly.
Oh, absolutely.
Like Carl said, some of them take some time. I think a lot, if there's maybe some residual egg smell somewhere, I know that we all do a really good job of keeping clean and keeping everything sterilized, new tubs, all this, that, and the other. But if there's enough egg smell in the air, it might still delay them a couple of days, until that dissipates. It's possible.
That's how my
so
first one went.
So that's something I'm big about. I've got a protocol for pulling eggs. Right. So I'll prep a new tub, brand new tub, no egg smell, period, and get the substrate moistened correctly, get them a good fresh water bowl and the whole 9 yards, and I'll set that aside. I'll pull the female out, and I'll pull her, and I'll put her in a soak, right? Tempered water, put her in a soak for a little bit, and then I'll pull that tub and set it aside, and I'll clean it later. I'll take her new tub over there, and then I'll actually reach way back in up to my freaking ear, cleaning the top of the enclosure with either chlorhexidine, F10. I'm big on F10. I use a lot of F10, but I'll clean that really good with a saturated rag, and then wipe it with paper towels to dry it off, and then I'll wipe the sides. I'm not so much worried about the bottom because that's where just the tub sits, right? So I'll put the new tub in there and get it warming up, and then my son actually asked a question. I didn't know if he's watching. What does egg smell have to do with them eating? So I'll get to that here in just a second. After I've got that done, I'll pull these eggs, candle them, put them in the box. I'll do my saran wrap, whatever I'm doing, put them in the incubator labeled, and then I'll go back to the female, check her out again. I've already looked to see if she's got any eggs in her before I put her in the wash. Then we'll take her and put her in the box that's fresh and clean, right? So I've eliminated as much as I possibly can the egg smell. So my son asked, because he was here when we pulled the last clutch, the egg smell, a lot of times the mother will want to be maternal incubating, right? If there's egg smell there. So that takes up all their energy. They're wrapped around those eggs. Their life is dedicated to making those hatch, right? Providing warmth and protection for them. So that egg smell, that ambient egg smell, or extra egg smell, even though the eggs are no longer present, they'll just be in that mindset of, okay, I can't eat, I'm doing this, right?
It's the worried mother syndrome.
Yes, but if you let one maternal incubate and go so long, after a while, they will start eating. As long as your parameters are correct, your humidity and your temperature is correct.
Right.
They will go back on. They'll come off, and like by that much, like a third of their body, they'll come off of an egg, and they'll strike. They'll eat it, and then they'll go back to business. I've seen pictures of people that I know who do maternal incubate. You'll have eggs in the middle of this female that are pipping with snakes, little bitty snakes out of them this much, and this snake, the mother snake, will have a rat in their mouth eating it.
Yeah.
Dang, that's what's up.
Definitely possible.
Yeah.
It's a good way to mimic natural.
Yeah.
Like, maternal incubation and stuff like that. I'm still too much of a stickler of wanting to have more success, so I'm still artificial incubation, because I don't want the horror story.
It's not just about success for me. Yes, I want the ball python eggs to hatch, but I want to get that female back on food, because a lot of times the females will go off of food a great deal of time before they lay.
Mm.
Right? I've got a few females over here that will eat and turn around and lay that very same night or the next night.
Right.
Like literally, if you're relying on them going off food as your signal to they're about ready to lay, you're not going to get it.
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah.
I just want to highlight
But
that
I've got some-
Marcel's taking that snake to the neck, and it's got his vein in his forehead popping out. Just saying. She giving you the squeeze, bud. Hard.
She's
Look
a
at
big
this
girl.
man.
She's like
Yeah.
three. She's a big girl. She's like 3,000 grams or so.
Yeah,
Maybe a
see,
little more at this
Oh,
point.
yeah.
them real heavy bodied females, you know, the real long
Mhm.
ones, seasoned veterans, you know, that have been around the block a time or two, they give you the grips. No doubt. No doubt.
Girl.
As you
Man,
see, she's been sitting here giving me a hard time.
Oh yeah, yes. Second she gets around your back like that, she's just going like this and just pressing. Just
So I'm gonna do
What are you doing?
well, I'm gonna do something for you guys. I was hoping to do this while Prophecy was still here. I'm gonna pull out this Pied Girl.
Uh-huh.
I got this from Prophecy Exotic Static Morphs.
Ah,
They had paired this girl 2 or 3 seasons. I think it was 2. Did not go for them.
really?
I get her, pass her through the quarantine, you know, swab the whole nine. Paired the girl. 3.5 months later, I had a 10-8 clutch on the ground.
Dang.
So I'm not going to say that I do things better than them because that's not the fact. Sometimes the girls take that long to do
Sometimes
that, right?
it's luck.
Right. Yeah.
They gave up on her,
Right.
put her on
Yeah.
a plane. I reaped the benefits is what happened. And it was, I did not get any mixed clutch results. It was 100% my pairing,
Yeah.
but she laid eggs on New Year's Eve.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, we were getting ready to do the New Year's Eve live that we had for a little bit party for us, right? We had an egg cutting. Garrett done an egg cutting. We had the New Year's Eve live. We went on live for freaking hours and hours and hours. But earlier that evening, I had pulled her clutch, right? I'm going to pull her out, right? So she laid New Year's Eve. She is literally almost, so July is the 7th month.
Yeah.
So she is right there knocking on the door 7 full months after laying. Let me pull her out.
Man, I ended up finally getting the pairing information for the clutch or the couple that I saw or that I showed you last week.
Mhm.
I know what she is now. Or well,
What is
I
she?
know
She got
her
that, she got that
pairing.
chocolate in her now. You know?
She does not.
No.
No, her pairing was a hypo het sunset to a buttered double het hypo sunset.
Oh,
So
jeez.
she is in blue.
Oh, we.
So she's a little extra dark. But look at this hog.
No, man, look at her.
She looks good.
Look at this ass sausage.
Real wide head, everything.
Yeah.
There you
Big
go,
fan.
man. I dig it.
So I started pairing her in November last year. 3.5 months she had me a clutch of eggs.
Nice.
I think she's fucking heavy.
I
I have
Probably
not
knocking
I
on
have
the door
not
like
weighed her.
4,200 probably.
Yeah, she's 4,200. So that's what about?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to get
7 pounds.
to weigh her. I'm gonna have to get a hide and balance her on the scale. So
Yeah,
give me just.
you gotta need a food industry scale for her later.
I've got a
I got
baby
one.
scale.
Yeah, I was gonna say the little baby scales you can buy. That's the way
Yeah.
to do it. That's the way to do it.
For real.
So I have
Now-
I have a food scale, for my small
Yeah.
snakes. Then I have that baby scale, which actually has the wings on it for my bigger bodied snakes. So I can literally
Yep.
just sit them right on.
Oh,
Who'd you get the idea from?
Carl.
the hospital?
Because for the longest time, I was just sitting a bucket on my little food grade scale, tear the weight, sit my big, massive snake in the bucket.
Yes.
Nightmare.
Yes.
Because the snakes
Yes.
just want to get
And-
flighty and spring
And
out.
I was like, why are you doing that?
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't want to put a food baby down.
Mhm.
No, so what's it called? That other one. So I got 3 snakes in that bundle deal. The
Mhm.
male, however, the pairing on that one did have chocolate, but
Gotcha.
the 2 females did not have any chocolate into it.
Gotcha.
Man, look at that chunk.
$32.95.
Dang.
Jeez.
Oh, 35. I thought I said 32. 35. Ooh. Oof.
That thing's a whole 800 grams heavier than my biggest girl.
Beefy.
She's a hawk.
And wait. And this is after she's
Already laid a
had
clutch of 10
baby.
eggs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
Very
a full 7 months. A full 7
Yeah.
months after she's laid.
good.
She's not missing for meals. Let's just say that.
Nah, I think can probably eat a
Now,
small
this girl
cat.
will triple, quadruple up if I let her.
Just put her in the rat bin. Just here, eat. I mean, from
She
my
would eat me out of
understanding,
house and home if I let her.
Medium rats all day. You feed her
all day
one,
long.
you spread her out a month, feed her another. He likes
No,
to
she don't see no rats.
So look,
Smaller
I
meals,
tried
more
that
You don't
with
see no,
Gertha
you
down
don't see no
here.
Norwegian.
So with Nala, I gave her a medium ASF, or well, allegedly medium ASF. It was probably about the size of a large. It was, I think, about 78 to 85 grams. Almost, it was right in there. Girthy, but you figure this big girl can handle it.
Mhm.
Drop it in, not even a second. She snaps and wraps. And after she's finished, she doesn't feel a beating or anything like that anymore. She starts to eat it and then stops eating it and just leaves it there. I was like, you kidding me? I paid full price for that thing for you.
Too much work. It was too much work.
Yeah.
If you've
Yeah.
never done it for them, they're not used to it. It's going to take some doing
Oh,
to get them to go on to it. They're
that was
particular.
That was a $5 or $6 rat.
Yeah, $6 mistake. You know what you could do?
Not do it again.
If you got another,
Do it rat.
if you have another snake that is of similar size,
I tried that.
shake. It's still warm enough. Do a little shaky shake.
That so I one of them, that one that I had for her, she was the only one that I had that was that big at the time. And the other one ate the one that I gave to my banana cinnamon because apparently his was too big too, even though he tried like the dickens for a good 20 minutes to hook that hog into his mouth. He got about a quarter of the way, couldn't pass the shoulders, and just said, no.
Yeah, spit it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
So after the third time, I said, no, I can't do that to you anymore.
I don't have that problem for meals that are like sizable. When I feed them stuff that's too small,
Oh,
like say I want to like double, triple them up or something like that on a real small meal.
yeah.
My real heavy bodied big females, they struggle because they can literally snap it in one bite. So there's no like
Effort.
undulating down on it. They either like they need to shove it in their gullet and swallow it in one gulp, or they can't get it down because it'll get stuck in their teeth.
So should I have left that giant rat in there? And if I should have, only just for the day?
Yeah, I wouldn't have left it for a whole day, but a couple hours.
Yeah.
She might have circled back around to it, possibly.
So I left it in there for
Frozen
a good
dog.
45 minutes. No. It was a live ASF. It was about a
she
medium
struck,
large.
She struck, killed, wrapped.
And then
then
tried
left
to eat it.
Oh,
Yeah.
If she killed it,
Yeah.
if she killed it, I would have left it overnight. Now, if we're talking extremely large rat, More than likely,
No.
she's not going to take it.
At its largest, I would say this was about a half inch less than the largest part of her body. So, I
could've.
mean, it was a girthy rat. She could have eaten it, but
That's still work for the front half of the snake.
yeah, and seeing that's when I was looking at her, I was like, I see how she's getting
So
to about the
you-
shoulders,
I mean,
and then
I've
she
got
struggles.
I've got a weight chart for rats,
Mhm.
and I did a lot of research on this when I started breeding rats. Like I wanted to know how to label them, right?
Yeah.
Um, I've got a chart that I'll send you a copy of, and I wholeheartedly go by this. Like, okay, so
I've seen a few of those.
when you're not breeding a female and you're feeding her every 2 weeks to every 3 weeks, a medium rat, fine,
Yeah.
right? But even this chart doesn't tell you when they're breeding, they're putting a lot of excess work and
Yeah.
energy and stuff into building follicles. And not only that, as the follicles grow, they've got less room inside of them.
So a smaller
Pass
meal, but
thing.
more frequently, probably better.
Yes. So I'll do 2 small rats, or in my case, ASFs. I'll do
Yep.
2 large ASFs, or 3 or 4.
Mm-hmm.
But the next week they get 1. Next week they might get 2. The next week they might get 1 again. That next week they might get 3. Like you shake them up.
I don't got the shake-up money yet. I'm over here. Look, man, you go
I'm
get a
building
rat
my
every
own,
2
so
weeks.
it's
Yeah,
easy for me to do.
if you're breeding your own, you have shake up. You have shake
We're
up
getting there. We're
supply,
getting there.
You
Yeah,
know, kind
we're
of thing.
starting.
Yeah. So John, I counted the other day, and there was 133 ASFs in that grow up bin.
Still,
Still,
Nice.
you need to offload
that's
some
after
more.
you came. That's after you came and got your 30.
I was gonna say you need to offload some more. I can happily take a few. I'll put them in the freezer. Honestly, that's what I'll do. I'll just freeze them.
So
Yeah.
here's what's going to happen is I'm going to take a couple bins and freeze them all from inside and bring those in
Oh.
They're pretty
and
close.
to feed.
Yeah.
And here's what I've noticed: the condition of the ones outside.
Mhm.
Like there's none of them that are getting hen pecked, right? None of them.
Mhm.
They're so much better out there in that bigger
Yeah, they got
space.
more space. Yeah, that's why for the longest time I was doing larger colonies in the real deep well tubs, like how Val did, like how Val does. He's got the big concrete mixing tubs, and he runs like 220s, and they just on it.
Really?
My
So 2
Instagram
males and 20
disconnected.
females?
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, because you're on average you're on 110, right?
Yeah.
1 male to 10 females. 1 male can
Well, I
service
mean,
10.
I'm 5-1 right now.
That's perfect. You know, that's
Yeah.
perfect for a small starter colony. Works great.
Are you talking ASF?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Great for a starter colony. If you were going Norwegians, that's a little heavy. They're big bodied. Unless you have the space, you might be crowding them.
Well, no, this was
1 to 3,
this
1
was
to
an
4.
accident that started. So whenever I ended up with the first bunch, it were leftovers from a handful of big ones that didn't want to eat,
Mhm.
and there were just
So
so happened to be
I've
one
got a-
male and all the females.
I've got a total different outlook. So I know Val was over here in the chat earlier. I doubt he is. He's probably still on. He probably went over to TikTok.
Mhm.
And John, above you,
Mhm.
breeds a little differently.
Okay.
I run 1.3 colonies of ASFs
Yeah.
in smaller totes.
Okay.
So I use these tubs right here for ASFs.
Yeah.
They're stainless steel cat litter tubs.
Oh,
They're deep-
nice.
they're deeper and just a little bit wider, like longer depth wise.
Yeah.
And I can run a 1.5. I can comfortably probably do a 1.6. I run a 1.5 because the 1.5 makes more sense for me. I'm able to stagger a little bit differently. Like right now, I have replacement grow outs in the top that are comfortably living in there alongside my active breeder colony,
Yeah.
which is great. And then these 3 down here, I have from Carl, so I could bring in new blood.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Because I shot myself in the foot and said, you know what? I'm going to simplify my colonies. That was a mistake. Don't do that. If I can give any piece of advice, don't feed off a full colony
No.
before you guys.
It depends on how you do it. It
Right.
depends on how you do it, right? So when I make my colonies, when I first built my rack, I got a 24 slot rack for ASFs.
Yeah.
That's my breeder rack. I had 4 existing colonies that I put in there,
Mhm.
right? So out of my weans, I pulled 4 more. So I started with 8 colonies. A week later, I put 4 more in. Right? 2 weeks after that, I put 4 more in. And I had done that until my rack was full.
Okay.
That way I have a little strategic age difference, right? So these
Yeah.
guys up here, my original colonies, they start petering off in their litter size.
Okay.
So I pull the males. Okay, so I feed off when I'm feeding that week. I feed 4 males off. Or if I'm not feeding and I'm cleaning rats and I'm doing it now, I'll freeze 4 males off. I'll leave those females in there to raise out what they have, birth, what they're pregnant with, and raise those out. And strategically, as they are done, I pull the weans. If they're not pregnant or if they don't have weans, those females either get fed off or froze.
Yeah. You're cycling them
And then
out.
I'll eliminate that row, those 4 boxes. And then when I clean again and wean, those boxes will be gone. So everything gets shifted. Like the very top row on my rack, when I have it totally full, is brand new weans. Like that's where the brand new colonies go because they're too young to birth anything.
Mhm.
Right? And then I have under that is my oldest colony, and they go slightly younger as they go down. I did that because my rack's kind of tall.
Yeah.
I'm looking in at these guys all the time, the guys that are eye level. That's my oldest colony. Everybody else I'm monitoring for babies. When these guys start putting off babies, that's cool. I'll take them. But these guys are my priority, the oldest colonies. I'm watching them like a hawk.
Yeah.
They start dwindling. That's when I take action. I pull my males out. I let them finish out. That's considered a rotated out colony, right? And then I'll shift everything up. These from that were just below them will now be in the oldest slot when I clean. Then everything gets shifted up. That top colony goes all the way to the bottom, and the brand new 4 colonies that I start goes in the very top.
Now, do you normally pull your male when you start seeing some of the females birthing off? But if you have some that still haven't, do you leave them?
I pull my males no matter what. Like if they're dwindling out,
Yeah, their number count of
I pull 4 colonies at a time.
Yeah.
Because I've got 24 colonies going.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So when majority of these 4 boxes are dwindling out, like they're no longer having the 18 or the 10, 12, 18 size litters.
Yeah, no, I know.
Then
I
I'll pull the
Nintendo
male.
everything now. Yeah,
Yeah. If they fall below 10, Dunzo,
you're
fed
done.
off,
Got it.
gone. If I see one with 8, that male's gone. That colony's spent. You know what I mean?
Okay. So as the
And
actual
I
number
run
of
one.
the rats start coming out and start getting less and less, that's when you know, okay, she's already ran her
Yeah,
course.
yeah,
It's time to feed her off to another animal. I got it.
yeah, that's right. So that's when you start your fresh colony. That way you always have higher production. Like you may
Okay.
have 8 boxes that are not producing anything yet,
Mm-hmm.
but the other are producing like mad,
Yeah.
right?
So yeah, I just sent over that, or I put in the photo in there. This is what I built this weekend. So the very
Real
top,
quick,
that's just an extra tub.
I appreciate you guys having me on. I'm about to hop off here.
Yeah. No, I'm,
Yep.
I'm glad you came on.
100%. I'm definitely
Thank you,
glad you
guys.
came in.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to say before you cut out?
All I'm gonna say is everybody stay positive. You know, shout out to everybody that has haters. You know, they're what motivates us, keeps us driving forward. Seeing what comes new is the other thing that keeps us driving forward. And as always, shout out to the wife and the kids.
100%.
Absolutely.
And tell the wifey I said hi and thanks for coming on last week.
I will. Thank
We
you
gotta
guys
get her
for
back
having
on
me.
too. Have a great one,
Yep.
bud.
All right.
So the only ones that actually have anything in it is level 3. That one has on that left side, the larger bucket has at least 3 of the 4 females that are in there, or 5 females have full baby in there, and the one to the right has at least 1 female that is let off about 10 or so.
Yeah.
But that's the one where I pulled the male from it, and that was the only one that I actually had the male still, and he's over here underneath Sasquatch.
Yeah, so you're going to be playing the waiting game for a little while.
Those are Norwegians, correct?
ASS.
Okay, so I'm gonna drop some knowledge on you.
Go for
I don't know if you know this or not, but ASFs are strictly colony animals. You cannot pull the male and reintroduce him later.
Wait, what do you mean? Like you can't pull them from the bin?
And put
Yes,
him back.
you cannot.
They'll kill them. They'll kill
They
them.
will flat out kill him.
If you take that male out of that little cage you got behind you and put him back in there, he's dead. He's as good as dead.
Yeah. So by pulling that male, it's not like Norwegians, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have essentially destroyed the integrity of the colony, the pecking order.
For what you did, if you pull the male, you gotta hope that he got a couple of those females pregnant and they have a male that they could grow up within the colony to somewhat say.
I'm gonna tell you pretty transparent right now, depending on how your female's conditions and stuff like that, there's probably at least 1 male, probably more like 3-4 males in those litters. Raise every single one of them up.
Yeah.
Do not pull anything from it. Literally stagnate and supplement from like a outside source for the time.
Oh, absolutely.
Until you're able to wean, and then splinter out your weaned colonies, and then dissolve the primary. Get rid of your older females. So then you're starting over, brand new, fresh from jump, and then your bloodlines can kind of work the way Carl said. Rotate them up and down, up and down, up and down.
Yeah.
Continuously.
But just never take the male out until ever.
Yeah.
It's critical not only in your breeding endeavors for snakes, but in your ASFs and your rat production to have a mentor.
Perfect.
I would like to volunteer myself.
I appreciate it.
To you 100%, because if you're doing this, you need to do it right.
Yeah. No, I definitely do.
Right. Now, there's going to be some things that I do because you're in Texas that does not 100% apply to you because of the climate and difference there.
Understood.
So there is going to be a little bit of lag or a little bit of difference, but I'm going to steer you and I'm going to set you up how I run my procedures. And you start out like that, and then you make small deviations from that until you find something that works for you.
All right.
Yeah.
That'll work. I mean, hell, this thing started off with an accident.
You're right, but
Yeah.
overall, the tub style method that you got with the lab tubs and stuff like that is not a bad place to start.
Yeah.
By no means, it's a great place to start. I started that way, and I had just a little wire shell
that way.
and I just tub, and I was literally attaching water bottles and doing all this, that, and the other, and
Yes.
I was hand mixing food for a long time, and then I found Missouri 6F that I was running for a hot minute. I found out that the ammonia count was a little bit hot when you run the Missouri 6F. We ended up finding the Kalmbach option, so I transitioned to the Kalmbach option. And then you start you kind of add in more stuff to your repertoire, fresh vegetables, fruits, certain type of additives you can give them that really help boost their overall integrity. That's going to produce healthier, more full litters. And like you said, Carl, you want to be putting out 10. And honestly, that female is probably going to produce for you about 4, maybe 5 times, depending on how your stretch spread goes on your males.
Well, now.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, that unfortunately, that female's a wash, right? You're gonna
that
miss
whole
it
colony.
unless you keep a male in
Unless
there with her. Unless you let her one of her sons breed her.
Yeah.
So
It won't hurt. It won't hurt if he lets one of his sons breed, as long as there's pregnant females in there right now. You just have to grow up a male.
And she can
See,
nan.
yeah.
She can nan.
So how long? I got a question for you. How long has he been out of that colony?
Less than a week, maybe.
Put him back in.
You might be okay. You might be okay.
As Drago said in Rocky, if he dies, he dies.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'd rather my snake eat him.
If you walk in there one day, he's dead. I mean,
Remember
as long as you. So if he's dead, and you like you're like at home all the time, right?
Yeah.
You check on your shit frequently. If you walk in and 4 hours later he's laying dead and he's still warm to the touch and he has no signs of infection,
freezer.
feed him off or freeze him or freeze him.
Yeah.
But I'll give you another little dime here, okay? And this will probably get us the shadow banned or whatever on YouTube. But if you look in there one day and your male is beat to hell and he looks like Two-Face, leave him.
He's doing his
If
job.
he's blind in both eyes, does not have no eyes, you can see his skull right here around his eyes, leave him.
Yeah.
he's doing his job.
Okay.
He's still doing his job. He is the alpha male. The women beat their males.
Collectively, they take
And
turns.
my wife yelled from the other room, they deserve it. Did you hear that?
I heard it.
So here's a couple of things that me and Eddie have found out with the ASF too, is that we found out, at least especially if you do lose a male by some reason, if the babies are weaned, if there's females in a tub already with weans, you can pull a weaned male from another. You can pull a weaned male from another colony and put it with those weans, and the mom will be like, won't tell the difference. It's only when you start mixing adults.
So they're more accepting over the young, right?
Oh yeah.
Sometimes they will straight out murk it, but most of the time they won't. So how I start my colonies is I wean everything together.
Yeah.
Everything goes into a big pot, so to speak, right? And I'll go through, and I treat my ASFs and my Norwegians like I do snakes. I
Okay.
pick the aesthetically pleasing ones that I want. Like if I want an all gray bunch or an all super dark gray bunch,
Okay,
I'll
you
put
just go ahead and put the
all
fuzzies
super
together like
dark
that.
gray. I play around with the genetics, right?
Yeah,
If I want a calico bunch, I'll pick one that has the traits that I want
we're good.
and make that 1.3 or 1.4 out of the traits that I want.
Yeah.
Hmm.
If I want some that are mostly white, I'll pull all mostly white ones and get my 1.3 or 1.4 that way. So I
Mhm.
consistently have a variety of color and how I want to see them.
So you can choose the way the cow
Yeah.
gets milked.
So what Void said earlier about having 4 males of color, that's good if you do large. If you're doing a 1.4, I would do like again, you probably I would do two just to be safe. But like what me and Eddie we do, we supersize it. One day you'll get there under Carl, but like we do well kind of what Val does, we do 4.22s and 5.30. We do
Yeah,
like
a
big.
general rule of thumb is 1 per 10,
Yeah, 1 per 10.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and that's a
Mhm.
general rule of thumb, right?
Depending on
Mhm.
tub
That
size.
can be variable. It can be two to 15. It can be 2 to 20. It could be 2 to 25. It could be whatever, right?
Yep.
But
Yeah.
generally speaking, to keep your males in condition, you're running between 8 and 10 females, or 8 and 10 females per male.
Which is tolerable for a
Okay.
single male. Tolerance is 8 to 10. Once you
Yeah.
supersede
So
that,
I had
then
another
introduce another.
interesting question pop up. You put your male and females wean together to grow out. Okay,
Yeah,
that is
yeah.
fine up until the first about 3 weeks, right? After you
Yeah.
wean them.
Yep.
And
Oh,
then
after you. Okay.
probably a little bit longer than that because they're not up to quote unquote breeder weight, right? Or breeder
Yeah.
age.
Because you're weaning at what? Probably 5 to 6 weeks. You're weaning. They're not sexually mature until probably 8 to 10 weeks, roughly, give or take.
Ballpark.
Ballparking.
And this is strictly ASFs, not Norwegians.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Yeah,
my
no, yeah.
males and females will go all into depends on where I'm weaning them to. If I'm weaning them into the stock tub, the stock water tub out in the garage, I'll have 400 in there, mixed sex. But what I'll do is I'll supplement my grow out tubs in the house. I'll go out there and pull males in.
Yeah.
And I'll pull them in about 40, somewhere between 40 and 60 per bin on the inside of the house as
Holy
weanlings,
shit.
right?
I
As
see what y'all are
weanlings.
talking about. They're kicking his ass right now.
Yeah. And they may murk him.
Very
Oh,
possible.
they're going to murk him. It's not a May. It's not a May. There's it's gangland in there,
Sometimes
bro.
they just rough him up a little bit and let him carry on business.
Yeah.
Most of the time they murk him.
Yeah.
Okay.
At the end of the day, he's going to start sniffing tail, and
Oh, he already is.
they're going to put him in check fast and in a
Yeah.
hurry.
Yeah.
That's what they're known for.
So he's going to try to put in work because that's his job. But anyway, going back to Sean's question. So I will wean like 400 or so because that's my weekly production into that stock tub. And they'll all be in there, right? But then I've fed off 2 bins inside the house. So I'll bring 120. I'll pull the males first and bring them inside because they grow a little faster in size. And then I'll feed off my older ones. I do my rotation a lot in my grow out bin. Like I got 6 tubs in the inside of the house. The bottom 2 bins are the ones that I pull out for the adults. I'll go up 1 bin or 2 bins for the smaller snakes, depending on their size, to pull out respectively what size I need to feed them. It'd be hatchlings I'm pulling from the breeder rack.
Yeah.
You know, because they need the fuzzy or the slightly larger but still on the tit uh, ASFs.
At least you're still not pulling red hots. I'm just saying. I'm still pulling red
No,
hots.
no, no, no. I pull red hots
I-
for the house snakes.
Yeah, I was gonna say for my MBKs, I have to. I'm pulling red hots like
Yeah.
weekly at this point. You know,
Well,
trying to
yeah.
get that male to
So
come on
by
side.
the time the ASFs in my groups are fully matured and about to sexual maturity, like they're about there,
Yeah.
the males in that colony are virtually non-existent because I pulled all the males first. You have a
Yeah.
few breeders that do the exact opposite. Like they'll feed off all their females
Mm-hmm.
and then they'll throw out the males because their males tend to get larger faster. So a good colony would be one male, 8 females.
Yeah,
8
a
to
healthy
10,
colony.
depending on your tub size.
Yeah.
I run 1.3 or 1.4 ASFs.
If you're running concrete mixing tubs, the shallow
Yeah.
depth, 1 to 10 works great. If you're running deep well concrete mixing tubs, you can push that envelope a lot higher with a lot larger quantity colony size. But something small like this, this is a cat litter tub, basically,
Yeah.
just an aluminum tray. I run 1.6 in here. I can comfortably run 1.6 in here. 1.5 would be better.
Yeah.
So, I mean, ideally, 1.5 is kind of my ballpark where that's a comfort range. It gives them more than enough space to raise out as many babies as possible and still have room to where they're not trying to eat them and not really feeling overcrowded. And like Carl said, he runs, was it
1.3, 1.4.
Yeah, in dish tubs. They're basically
They're
like
13 quart dish tubs. 1.3, 1.4 works fine.
Yeah.
As long as you're pulling the weans when they need to be pulled.
Right.
Yeah.
Call me old fashioned, but we just simply we separate when we get the weans out, we separate them male and female, and near the end of the cycle of your colonies, what we do is we'll put again we got the super deep. We'll put but we make sure while they're still small, we make sure that they can still kind of access food because we weans. You got to have it so they can actually reach the food and whatnot.
Right. Yeah.
Whatnot, but
you gotta, to answer this question, you've got to pay attention to your ASFs. Okay, when they're the fuzzies, when they start growing full hair, they're still very small. Soon as you see those ears pop, because they'll be kind of soft and small, right?
They typically pop for about 15.
Yeah, soon as those ears pop, they're ready. They may physically look a little small for you, but as long as they can reach the water source where you're putting them to, they're perfectly fine.
Yeah. So, but what we do, we'll feed off a couple colonies. We'll feed off a couple of the oldest colonies in that rotation, and we'll put the 2022 feed, and then we'll put the 4 males in all that wean and just let them grow. And by the time that those are ready, we essentially, when the cycle starts, each week we're feeding off the old colony and then replacing it with that wean, and that way we still have the ability to feed our collection while recycling those colonies. And by the time you finish feeding off the old colony, the first couple rows of the new colonies are just starting to breed, just starting to do their thing.
Yep.
So
I don't have to worry about the male beating up any of my women, huh?
I'm gonna tell on myself a little bit here.
I'll tell you, he's a cuckold. He will sit in the corner and sulk his wounds. I promise you, he's not gonna fight back. Yeah.
I call the ASF the gangland of the thing, gangland of the rats.
Well, man, again, remember there's little pinky runs in there too, though.
he won't eat them either.
Everybody
his
that's been
babies.
around for any point in time knows that I have a stand-up freezer.
Yeah.
It's
Mhm.
got little drawers, and I've got everything sorted. And I got weens and smalls. I got mediums and larges. I've got and this is ASFs. I've got extra large and jumbos, ASFs, right? And then I've got a drawer for in the middle because it's most accessed, right? Of my pinkies and my fuzzies, and I've got both ASF and Norwegian in there. And then up here, the top two drawers are mediums and smalls.
Mm-hmm.
What a lot of people don't know is I have a 20 cubic feet freezer out in the garage that I had about 3/4 of the way full that I just offloaded not long ago, trading for some goods, thermostat that I needed, and somebody who I wholesaled all this stuff to get something I needed, right? My production is way higher than what I need. I know how to scale it down for somebody who has less because I paid that much attention, right? I'm super critical and super anal on my rat production. John can attest to this. No wait, John, right? He knows where I'm at.
You're what is it? Every 3 days, bedding changes. Every 3 days. Water bottle checks, twice a day,
Daily.
every day,
daily.
Yeah,
bro. Anyone, the first person that creates the drips for the tubes that won't come off like that and will save us from the smell of the bloated. I will pay them $1 million, bro.
Right. Small fortune. If I can top load a dripper system.
The solve to that is not to top load your water.
To side load it, which I'm perfectly comfortable with. I just haven't done it on this rack yet. The second I do it on that rack, that issue's gone because it's side loaded and they have that little lip underneath of them that they can really just, it's not gravity fed pouring down.
They gonna beat the shit out of him.
To be fair though,
you've got the smaller cement mixing tubs.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have the ones that I did run 2.20s and so forth in.
Yeah,
I would be comfortable for a 1.10 or a 1.8 in that size tub.
Right.
But you've got to stay up on your cleaning, and you've got to stay up on your pulling your weans.
Yeah.
Because if you get overcrowding, you have resource competition for water and for food and for cookie. I'll put it that way because we're on YouTube. They will once they get over the weanling stage, they will be competing for the.
Oh
yeah. So I would do 1.8, 1.10 in that tub size, and stick it strictly to that.
Hey man, I hear that poor ASF, bro. I hear it, bro. I hear you. It's like, help me, please, somebody.
Why did you put me back in here? Oh my god!
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, we are on a tear tonight. We talk about all kinds of stuff, and this is not even our latest night.
So what Carl said is the reason why me and Eddie do multiple more than we more than we should, right? Do multiple, we do 4 males a 20, is because a lot of people don't know when you do multiple males, even if you grow them out together, they get pretty nasty. They could be pretty nasty. They'll bite off the balls. They'll bite off the balls of another male and do bad things. And so it's good to have multiple males.
But it's also good to reduce it because most of the time you have male on male crime. A lot of it. That's where you have it, right? So the males aren't going to fight the females. The females are going to beat the crap out of your male. They're going to tear them apart, right? That's just their job. That's their job. But
Yeah, he's gonna look like the crypt keeper.
if you put two males to 5 females, they're
Oh,
fighting
they'll
over
kill
who's
each other.
who's going to get
Yeah.
the most, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Who
But
spreads
when
the
you
stick
have
furthest.
But when you have like 20, when you have like for one of our bigger, we have a 24. We have a 4.24 right now, and with the fight with the split between that, there's no fighting because there's enough for everybody. There's enough for everybody. But
Yeah.
you can do it too.
You know,
You can.
there's a fine line between that because if you look at that as an ecosystem,
Mhm.
all right, you have the male trying to establish dominance, so the males are fighting each other, and then you have the females chewing on the males because they're tired of getting serviced, right?
Mhm.
Like, to put it quite bluntly, they're just like a human female. When they don't want to be touched, they don't want to be touched, right?
Mhm.
Their recourse isn't complaining or yelling at you; it's chewing on your face,
Mm-hmm.
We're going to get violent. We're going to go rounds. Yeah.
right?
I also
So
found-
you've got a fine line. You got to dance there, and a lot of people don't know there are 3 different lines of ASFs.
Mhm.
You have some that run better on cooler temperatures. You have some that run better on medium temperatures. You have some that run better on really hot temperatures.
And here's another thing: when you run multiple, like females I'll find this and I females have favorite. They have favorite males. Like they will only like mess around with certain males. And in a sense, that's a great thing because it means that it keeps the males from having to compete with the same female. Because the females will say, "Hey, I only like this guy. I only like this guy. Leave me
Nice.
alone."
Yeah,
Run
but
a
her
rat
saying, I
brothel.
only like this guy, that means she's shredding the face of the other guy,
Yeah, 100%.
right?
Look,
So
if
in my
Frankenstein can still
my
call it down,
setup,
that's fine.
I run 1.3 or 1.4. If I've got a colony that's poor performing, I can fully afford to disband that colony and start a new one while I still have plenty of production, right? If you run into that kind of an issue in a 4.25 or whatever you're running, that may be a big part of your production.
Oh, definitely.
It has a potential to be a big part of your rat production.
And it'll dip. You know, if you disrupt the ecosystem even in the slightest, right? You say, "Hey, I got 4 males in here. I need to take one out because they're fighting too much. This male got his nuts ate off. He's missing an ear and his face is busted up, just like how all the other males kind of look. But he got it the worst. You pull him out, or he dies. Say he dies in the colony. So you take his carcass out. It will affect production for a brief amount of time.
Yeah.
So with shock.
With the way that we do it,
rots a lot.
No,
you don't have to let him rot, but I mean, you don't you take him out, it's going to disrupt the colony flow.
Well, either
Yeah,
way,
I
he's
mean-
dead.
They bury him.
They bury him.
Yeah.
I was saying they'll bury him.
No, they're not. The snake's gonna eat him.
Eh,
He's
no,
still
but
bumping in there.
Mm.
I mean,
good.
that's a waste.
But like for what we do, like Carlin, for how we do it, you can't do it how we do it if you're only going to run for like 5 tubs. You have to do it like for example, we were before ASF, we were complete on rats, so we were running 15 or so, like 1.4,
Yeah, but
1.5.
okay, so
but with
reel that back in for a second. How many snakes are you feeding?
a couple hundred, we got like almost 200.
So
That's the
that
difference.
matters when you're talking about
10% of
how
that,
many
bud.
colonies you're running
Yeah.
and how you're setting
So
up.
so the way we do it now, the only way that makes sense to do it how we do it is if you have 200 and you're willing to do like 10 or so, or like 12 or so that's our tub. So that way, if one of those colonies has a disturbed ecosystem, you're not completely like we have our thing with it is even if our production as it is, we're still having to get because we feed our animals to the point where we don't have a lot of them getting to grow up before we have to be, because we switched completely to ASF. We got rid of our rats, but it's like when you have a couple hundred animals, it actually takes a lot. It takes a lot to feed them right.
When you scale to that degree, sure, absolutely. So like it becomes a okay, now it's very hypercritical that we have massive production happening consistently because we have so many snakes that are dependent, right?
Mm-hmm.
In that way.
Mm-hmm.
When you're sitting at like 30 snakes, 40 snakes, you can run less colonies that makes it more manageable alongside the animals that you keep, right? Because like not only are you maintaining the rats, you're maintaining the snakes too, and any additional animals that aren't part of this species, right? So like I have 2 Mexican black kings that I have to feed. It's perfect because I have steady enough production to where I can pull red hots, fresh day old, ASFs and feed them, accordingly. I'm also able to put some in the freezer if I want to pull like an entire litter. Hey, I can do that. I have that luxury.
I love how you call them red hots.
And it's
pit the shirt on the merch store. There's a shirt. There's a shirt.
That's what's in there. There's red hot chicken nuggets.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm killing myself for a little bit.
Go for it.
So I will purposely leave a few males in the grow out bin. So this is Sean was asking about this. I'll purposely leave a few males in the grow out bin because once they get to breeding age, they'll start impregnating some babies. Anything in the grow out bin, as soon as I see babies on the ground, they get pulled. Because if I don't pull them, they'll be eaten anyway, right? Because there's so many in there.
And that's why I was asking.
And it's not really an established colony or anything at that point.
Yeah.
I will pull them and freeze them for my house snakes.
Yeah.
Oh, the red hots.
Yeah, yeah. So like if
Yeah.
you produce it, and that's in his overstock, right? That's in his grow out bins.
Yeah.
That's in my grow out bin. So I get free food and I don't have to disturb my production.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just extra stuff, right?
To speak on what Void said, it is a lot of work, and if you only have 30 snakes, you like do the small. But if you're going to do that big, and I'll say this because this is just my honest opinion, we hired his cousin to be a rat guy. We got a rat guy to help with it because it's a lot of work. It's a lot.
When you scale to that extent, you have to have that. You have to have somebody that focuses solely on the rats. You have to have a handful of people that focus solely on the snakes. It's necessary. It's fundamental when you're at that level, that scale, right?
Yeah. When you're taking care of 200 snakes plus all the rats to feed them, you're essentially working a job and a half. If you're taking care of them to the quality that they should be taken care of. I mean, there's no other way to say it.
Yeah.
So being a rat guy is awesome, bro. Like you do it, and a lot of rat guys get free rats from the people that they do rats for, because and you get paid pretty well to do it. It's being a rat guy. People talk about, oh, the snakes is where the money, bro. It's not the snakes where the money. It's the rodents where the rodent breeds. The rodent breeds are the one that make the money.
Yeah, you start pimping the rodents out $5 a pop. That's where you make your money. Right?
We're gonna make that money.
Yeah.
So I'll say this for Sean as well. This is my opinion. This is our opinion.
Yeah.
There's no necessarily right or wrong way. You will take what we tell you and try it, implement it, and make small adjustments to work for you.
Right?
100%. Yeah, it is, bro. The one thing that makes ASF by far better than rats, in my opinion, bro, it's the smell, bro. Bro, if you work both, you will know. The smell is different.
Definitely different. But I will
You're
say
supposed to
that
do that tomorrow, Brave. Taco Tuesday.
if you accidentally
Yeah.
flood a tub for any
Oh,
reason, you accidentally flood a tub
Yeah.
on ASFs.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but the smell that comes
oh, I know.
out of a flooded ASF tub.
Yeah,
I
it's like
promise
wet
you.
dog.
With the
Bloated.
with the rats, we could clean, and then the next day they're like we fully clean that ammonia
Yeah.
spell. That ammonia spell would be right back. With the ASF,
yeah.
it's like
It
it
takes a
takes
couple
like
days.
it takes a couple days, almost it takes a week because like I gotta be honest, it takes a week to get that kind of ammonia, like but it's like
Where it's
it's
like,
like
ugh, stings in the mouth.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But I will
Like
say because
So
I deep
it
litter
really
mine,
depends.
right? So I have a depth of pine shaving. That way they
Yeah.
have room to kind of burrow if they want to burrow, be on top if they want to be on top. It gives them access to their food. It gives them access to the water. It raises it up higher so they don't have to reach as far to the water and everything like that. So that way the younger ASFs can actually hit the water like they need to.
Yeah.
Another good option is put a hide in there.
Yeah.
That way they can go up on the hide and get up there. It's another good option.
Yeah. See, I had that in Ratcatraz over here behind me whenever they were originally in there, but the little red hot, the red hots were starting to get through the gate, and I was like, "Argh."
They will.
Hey, you-
They'll start just buzzing and wandering, and like they
Yeah.
can't see, right? So they're just
exactly.
like doing one of these little like humming, like
Yeah.
almost looks like one of those little hex bug toys. If you guys remember those, the ones you would flip on and they would just buzz
Yeah.
around on the table. That's
Dude,
exactly what they're doing.
It
Oh, here's
caught me
another
by
thing.
surprise.
Here's another thing though too. Once you get more experience with it, like let's do Carl. Once you get more experience, there's another thing, bro. If you somehow keep rats and you keep a maternity ward, if you keep a maternity ward for female rats, bro, you can throw in ASF pinks with the rats, and the rats will take care of them. And they grow crazy. It's crazy. It's not like for sure. Like if we know we're about to have a bunch of clutches at hatch at once, we'll take a bunch of pinks and we'll throw them in with some, like we have like 2 or 3 rat colonies still around, and we'll throw them pinks with the female rats, and they'll get big noticeably faster than
fast.
if they.
Because the milk content is higher fat.
Yeah, higher fat
Mhm.
content.
They'll grow faster.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you can actually cohab African sulfurs and mice,
Mm-hmm.
Really?
and they will do the same thing. The African sulfurs will nurse the mice offspring, and they will grow faster.
So
Mm-hmm.
Brave, that's a little bit after my time. Skylanders, that was more my youngest brother. He's like 20. How old is he?
Skylanders, bro. That brings me back.
23, 24. So he's young. He's a little bit younger than me. But I remember the game. I never played it. I was a Game Boy kid. I was a Nintendo freak for the longest time. So I had Game Boy Advance and then the Nintendo Wii. That's kind of what I stuck to. I actually still have my Game Boy Advance, by the way.
I have a buddy.
OG. Since I got it when I was 10. I still have it. It's still original parts, original battery.
The old original gray ones?
So no, the SP, the little flippy boy.
No,
that
SP.
pearl blue color. Yeah.
I had the red one. But like I've heard this from a buddy. He insists that it actually happened. I don't know the validity. He swears that he somehow got an ASF and ASF mice cross. I don't know. I don't really care. But I thought it was interesting the way it looked. It looked like a freaking werewolf. You know the werewolf rats that you get?
Yeah, I got you.
It looked like a werewolf ASF.
It's possible because I know that sometimes if you start to toe the line of that breeding coefficient really hard and heavy, sometimes you end up with what's called beluga head. And
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. You see the forehead start right there on the eyebrow ridge, and it bubbles. I mean, beluga whale head, and then they end up kind of being bipedal in a way. So like they have really short, stumpy front legs and really long hind legs. So they have this big beluga head. So I think Brain from Pinky and the Brain, like real tiny arms, real long legs, monster head.
I got a big head and little arms.
Yeah,
You got a bobblehead, brother.
yeah. I mean, it's something. It's a sight. But that's when you start towing that breeding coefficient, right? If you're going brother to sister, brother to sister, brother to sister, just hammering back to back to back to back.
The one question I have with the ASFs is that it's so. The one thing I get with ASFs is I don't know if we actually import any new lines of ASFs into the country. So my question is, everyone, from what I've known, everyone gets their ASFs from like sort of the select handful of people. At one point,
you want to trust the quality of the care that's being put into your animal's food.
The way you look at it is it's no different than how guinea pigs and hamsters started, right? So hamsters in the domestic setting started from the same original pairing, right? Every hamster, every Syrian hamster started from the same original two. They have splintered out so far that they're nowhere close to toeing the line of inbreeding coefficient. It's the same thing for ASFs as we've domesticated them. So many people have taken them to so many different states, and then they start their own colonies, which start their own family trees. And then if I grab down here low on my family tree and I take off of a mid-range on Carl's family tree and draw them together, then it splinters in a different direction again.
Yeah.
So you're nowhere even close to the originals.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Because
I've got two main breeders that I'll buy from. I'll buy from this guy over here, and I'll bring him in, and I'll take like his retired breeders that might have a litter or two left in them, right? And then I'll freeze them off after they've weaned, and I'll take those and mix them in with my weans.
Yeah.
For new colonies.
Yeah, start new.
And I'll do the same thing with the other lady that I go west and go buy from her when I go buy new blood.
So what you're saying is you take the babies from this one and this one,
and have one clutch here or one litter here.
Yeah, yeah.
And pick from those and mix them with mine.
So where you're at in Houston, if you have availability to buy from different people on ASFs, it's not a bad idea to buy from multiple sources and start independent colonies from different sources, and then when you wean, crossing them.
Yeah.
When you wean,
so what we
that's
can't
actually the irony of what's happening.
So we can't go to Wisconsin. We don't buy ASFs from Wisconsin anymore because like everybody that gets theirs from Wisconsin gets it from the same person. So we have to go to Iowa, to Indiana, to Illinois, to Minnesota to grab. We go out of state to grab the different colonies of ASFs because that's where we are at. What we have to do.
Right. See, I'm fortunate enough. I have somebody down the road that breeds so prolifically that when I'm short-handed and need new blood, we can throw things back and forth between the two of each other pretty well.
Or when you need to fill your freezer.
or freezer space. Yeah.
I'm gonna start selling Carl snakes for ASF credits. I'm gonna give him, hey, just give me credit, give me ASF credits.
There's a barter system.
Ain't nothing wrong with it, and there is that. That is a foundational barter system. As long as everybody is involved agrees, and then absolutely.
Hey, I'll do it. I'll give it, man. Thanks what you are. Hey, just give me credits, man. Especially if you do frozen. I know you do frozen thawed ASF, right?
He can, yeah.
And you deliver, and you ship them, right?
I have not ironed out shipping yet.
Aren't you trying to find a dry ice source?
Yeah, so the dry ice is my problem. Now I can do one of those ice pack deals
You'd have
in
to
the
do
colder
that.
months
Yeah.
over winter or whatever. It'd be fine. But in the summertime when it's really hot, I really need dry ice.
Once you figure out the dry ice, I'm gonna talk to you. 'Cause that seems like I have a plan experiment that I'm gonna do with these triple heads, and I'm trying to see if it
No,
works.
I already know what you do. I already know what you're trying. You want some of these good Indiana corn-fed ASF
Indian
stuff.
corn fed. Yeah. Well, guys, on that note, I do got to cheese it out of here. Thank you, everybody, for coming in tonight. Appreciate you on the open panel. I got a call
Yeah,
tonight. Got therapy in the morning and everything. So y'all have a good one. Carl, I'll kind of leave things up to you. Chat, thank you so much for all that you do. We appreciate you guys. Thanks again. John, thank you. Prophecy, thanks to everybody that popped in. Marcel, all you guys are awesome. I'm going to pop off of here. So.
Yep. Have a good night,
Yep.
John.
Yep.
Bro, you should check that ASF. It's gone too quiet, brother.
On right.
It's gone quiet.
No, I see 4 live still.
Oh, so he's good. He might be good.
So he's good right
he
now.
might be good. So
That one's
he just got his ass whooped because he took too long getting the milk.
I feel like they can recognize the smell.
No.
I think that they can recognize the smell of a male if it's been with them long enough. I think they're smart enough to do that.
He had a weekend at the condo.
But if he would have went like a couple weeks longer, it probably been donezo.
Yeah, no.
So Norwegians, you can pull them out, do whatever you want. They don't care. They're going to go in there and they're going to repeat. They're going to get their lick in. They're going to reproduce for you. The ASFs, once you establish a colony, leave it be.
Yeah, I know that now.
It's game land, bro. ASFs are so tough. If you poop, they have a corner where they poop in. And if you go poop in that corner that you're supposed to poop in, they'll beat you up for not pooping, male or female. Like,
God bless, man. It's prison rules.
Yeah, it's a prison.
Yeah, you don't shit in the toilet. They get the water for their hooch.
The toilet wine. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I'll say I'll say that ASF is the best thing, man. The best. I'll tell you, all of our babies have grown noticeably. Even though we feed the same, we feed a slightly higher protein Missouri, and then we do the supplement. But like, we essentially feed the same. We feed the rats, but the animals grow noticeably better on the ASF. So something about it. It's more protein packed versus fat content.
Yeah.
Like with the rats are more fat content.
More protein per gram.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
So mine have
but
always
that's the thing, though. I like to shake my stuff up a little bit if it's something that I'm going to sell.
Yeah.
I like to maintain a variety in diet as far as at least ASF and Norwegian, because I want to be able to guarantee or be more than likely sure that snake is going to eat wherever I send it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So for our breeder females, what we do, like when we're growing them up, we do but once they're building and they know they're building and you know they're going to go, we switch them completely to rascals. The fat content, we want to give them as much fat as they want so they could, because it's simple. You can't create matter without matter and whatnot. So you need to give them a lot of fat so that instead of putting that fat on, they convert that fat to energy and they convert that energy to the egg. So you want to give them the fattier things when they're building, so they produce better.
If Third Coast and
ASF by far
and Morph are in here still, they can let me know if their rat production, if there was any specifics on the temperatures for Houston and all, because I mean, it'll at least offset that off the get go on theirs and everything. I mean,
Brother,
nobody's on
Yeah.
heat or anything like that. They're running off of the ambient air temperature in the rack in the zoo.
they
And
come from Africa, bro. They come from
yeah,
Africa. It's
I
like
understand. But I mean,
Texas is
just
close.
like you were saying, I mean, about every 3-4 days, I'm changing bedding on the two anyway, and moving the babies
Yeah.
over and
So
all.
I'd like to address this question that Braves had. Is it easier to clean ASF instead of Norwegians or mice? So you said that in the correct order. ASFs are their cleanest. Norwegians get funky fast. Mice, absolutely, they're fucking disgusting.
Yes, mice are nasty, bro.
I don't know how
So-
Vance does it, bro.
So, from my
So-
understanding, the ASFs are more aggressive. The rats are less likely to bite you, and the mice are just asshats.
Bro, ASF are not aggressive. ASF, look, bro, ASF, here's the thing, when a rat gets struck, then rat's like, you know what, motherfucker, if I'm going to die, I'm taking you down with me, bitch. But with ASFs that get wrapped in it, you know what? I've had a good life. It's been a good life. I'm good. This is how I end.
So I agree with that, but as far as like you in there messing with them, so you've got to selectively breed your colonies,
Mm-hmm.
regardless of whether you're dealing with ASFs, Norwegians, or mice. The jumpers and the biters go first.
100%.
They're gone because you can breed for temperament.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like literally, I can go into my ASF bin, whether it be my breeder colonies or my grow outs, and stir them around with my hand,
Really?
and they don't bite me. My
Hey.
breeder girls, I can sit there and pet their heads.
Hey, just pretend to be a dictator of Cuba. If they bite or if they rebel, bro, make an example. That is will learn. That is will learn.
Yeah,
No, I don't know. I mean, so I typically, well, whenever I started this whole thing, I was told by, I think it was the third snake that I got. I was asking, each one of the breeders, it's like, okay, well, if I were to be, starting my own breeding program or anything like that, what would be something you would tell me, this and that? And not once did get your breeding of your rats or your food source come first. Nobody ever said that, although it would have been sound advice.
To be fair, unless you have, if you're going to have like a handful of snakes or a little bit over a handful, you don't really need to breed your own rodents. It would be convenient to have one, but you don't need. Once you get to 30 or 40, then it's pretty efficient to start breeding your own rodents.
It's
Yeah.
just there's a fine line between where, okay, I have this many, I could just do frozen dod, or once I have this many, okay, I need to start. It depends on how much you can reasonably spend or are willing to spend to buy frozen dod for your collection, and when that budget becomes unsustainable, that's when you decide, okay, like let me start some colonies.
so
And
I'm
that's
not
actually
one
how
of
that's
the
happening.
outliers. I
Mm-hmm.
started breeding my own rodents when I had 3 snakes, but I knew it was going to ramp up fast at that point.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Should have never told him it was okay.
Hey, damn right,
For,
damn
wait a
right.
minute, for the third snake or for the whole rats?
all
For the
the-
rats.
for the rats. She don't like the rats. She loves the snakes. She don't like the rats. But
Well, how are you going to have your
it's
pudding if you don't eat your meat?
nature of the beast. In general, a rule of thumb, majority of people tell you that about 10 snakes is when you want to start supplement breeding,
Mm-hmm.
you don't want to run your full production. You still want to supplement by buying rats,
Oh,
but
absolutely.
you want to get your toe wet. That's when you're doing your learning
Yep.
how to breed rats, right? Because by the time you make it up to 20, you probably want to be feeding your own with your own production.
See, and that's where I feel like I may have fallen behind. So I started last year in June on a trade and ended up this past June sitting at 24. And then now I am at 29.
Yeah.
And that's not including the crested geckos. That's not including the leopard or any of the fish or anything like that. That's just these mouths to feed. And going through this whole process of disability, trying to get, anything for assistance for the time being because I'm starting to wear thin. I wanted to make sure that if I did have an opportunity where this happened, fantastic. If I didn't, it wasn't meant to be, and I've got to find something to sell off to make sure that I feed my animals because I'm not going to let them go hungry.
Right.
If I got to sell a pew pew, I'll sell a pew pew, but it is what it is.
So Sean
So-
said, "What makes mice the nastiest?" Okay, so their bathroom habits are one. They're
everywhere.
their ammonia, no matter what and how you change their diet, is higher in their urine.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Smell funny.
Also, majority of the time, unless you buy from some very strategically bred, quality mice to start with, you're going to get about 3 or maybe 4 litters out of your mice, and they're going to start cannibalizing. It's just something like a light switch clicks off. Like you got to be so hyper focused on rotating and bringing things out, like the adults out, and feeding them off when you have
Yeah.
mice that are just reaching sexual maturity.
Mm.
It's you really got to know how to work the mice.
And that's what makes it so unbelievable for me how Levetto. This guy I learned a lot for Levet Straight Fire. He feeds nothing but mice, and like I'll be calling him, and he'll show me 3 large, like those gray trash barrels. Right? He'll show me he'll have trash barrels full of freaking mice, and I'm just like, how do you even have so many mice, bro? Like what? Like why not just do ASMs and rats?
They're super prolific, but the thing of it is, and it's like you got to be cleaning the mice no matter what every 3 days, no matter what.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Because
I mean,
if
it's
they
going to
get
start
too
stinking
dirty,
wherever it is.
if their water bottle is 3/4 full instead of, or sorry, only a quarter full instead of all the way full. If they can't find a fresh nugget of food on the ground because you feed once a day, like anything,
They'll eat
it's like a
other, bro.
fucking light switch clicks and they start cannibalizing. And they not only cannibalize their young, they cannibalize the weans, they cannibalize the full
Weaker
adults.
adults. Yeah.
So and it gets messy fast with mice. And to me, the extra added urine, like when things are running flawlessly with your mice, the extra added ammonia in the room, it's not worth it.
Holy shit, that makes so much sense. Okay, so before I had this second colony of ASFs that started before I moved old Angus over here to the Ratcatraz, I have a small tub where I went and bought 2 hopper rats and 3 or 4 or 5 I don't even really call them chicken nuggets, the hairless ones. Basically, runts. Anyhow, so I ended up getting those. I had plenty of them to where I could start, feeding them over to the new babies. Well, 2 of them ate. The other 2 still haven't eaten. but now I'm on the second feed on the 2 Mojaves, but the 2 bells still haven't eaten. I was going by what you were saying. Toss them back in the old refrigerator, have them warm back up for a few days, and see if they'll go from there. Still not at the end of that time yet, but I swear, and I still tell my wife this, and I don't know if she is still watching or not. You know, she got to work tomorrow, so she's not on. I swear those little rats ate one of them little nuggets
Oh, they probably did.
overnight with no trace of any body parts, appendages, or anything inside
Rats
that
are
container.
efficient.
It
Rats are
blew my
efficient.
mind. Yeah, it blew my mind.
Thing about rats is they'll cannibalize, but they won't leave a They won't leave a trace in what they got because they can eat. They can eat bones. They can eat the fur. They can eat.
Hmm.
They can eat everything.
Yeah. So now I have 2 small rats rather than 2 hoppers,
Yeah.
but they're okay.
So Red Cloud said he started early like I did. And yeah,
Mm.
so it really was a blessing because not only did I have a little production, but I got my learning out of the way.
Yeah.
Like I screwed up a bit. I miscalculated. I
And I
didn't
think-
change out my colonies enough.
Mhm.
I changed them out too frequently. You know, there was a little learning curve there because a lot like snake breeding, there is all this information out there, and you got to be very, very proficient about wading through the bullshit.
100%. Like,
Especially if you're dealing with like Facebook.
yeah.
Yep.
And here's another thing, right? When you get your new colonies in, here's the thing. You could get a new colony or new things, and they aren't sick. But people need to understand is that with each these individual collections, those collections are immune or they have adapted to certain things that when you bring them in, your ASFs or your rats might not have adapted to. So when you put them in and you think it's all fine, and the rats you have start like coughing up and dying. It's not because the ones you brought in are sick. It's just that they aren't immune or they haven't built up. They weren't raised in the environment that the ones you brought in were brought.
So bring that all the way back and relate it to human beings. When the white man from across the sea come over and started populating the United States and came in contact with
smallpox, the smallpox,
something that the Indians did, their immune system wasn't adjusted to, right? And it ravaged their population. That's the same thing on a very smaller scale with any kind of rat or rodent or even snake, really. You'll have all these little microorganisms, little germs that are not necessarily harmful, but this rat is not used to. Never been around. It's something foreign to them, and their body doesn't know how to handle it.
You're cutting in and out. You're cutting in and out. You cut on like the whole thing. So you're good. You're good now.
Internet.
Can you repeat that? But can you repeat that? Because you were cutting.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like I don't know where I left off at, but you know, the Indians they had the smallpox that they had to contend with. Their bodies wasn't used to that.
Yeah.
Right. And it's the same thing when you look at the Norwegian rats or ASFs. They have this one little germ or one little microorganism that their body is not used to handling.
Yeah.
Right. So that's detrimental to them because their body is fighting to combat that. So
that's why
it's the same thing.
That's why it's important when you get into new colonies. Don't get in weeds and mix them with your weeds right away. Get those colonies in raise them up separately,
yeah.
and then mix the baby. Because there's some people, it's the people who get the weeds in and then mix them in with their wings right away that have the problems, that have the things dying off, and it's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, I don't ever do that. So when I told you earlier, I'll get some from my guy over in Ohio, and I'll bring them in, and they'll have litters, and I'll take those wings,
And you put them
and
with
I'll
your
pick.
wings.
No, I don't put them directly with my wings. No, I'll take a male or or a group of females and put one of my males in with them.
Hmm.
You know, his wings that I pull off that come from that colony go in a separate grow out box.
Yeah.
We're still in the same room, but they're not in physical contact to each other.
yeah,
But that small colony that I just made, if I have a problem in that small colony, that's all it is.
yeah,
That
Yeah.
small colony. But I've not had a problem with it yet. I've had problems with Norwegians.
yeah. So when we switched, so the reason why we switched to ASF is that we had a situation where we got in new rats and we made the mistake of putting we made the mistake of mixing them in too soon, and it ended up they weren't even sick. The guy that we got the rest from, he's stand-up guy, amazing, but our rats just weren't dealing with whatever those rats were dealing, and it killed off like 90% of our rats, and it it was horrible, and this is why it's so important that you don't make that mistake, because unlike with snakes where like you can like if a snake is crypto or nido, you can if you catch it, so you can stop. Once the rats get it, there's not really any stopping, and you have to kill off either everything will die or you have to kill off everything.
Yeah. It runs rampant through rodents.
Mhm.
That's why rodents were the perfect vector for things like the plague,
Well, yeah. It spreads
because it
rapidly.
runs so rampantly through them.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. So be careful.
They
So
go kill him.
what Greg said is he watched a lot of YouTube videos and studied a lot on the internet before he joined this community as a sporter.
Awesome.
That's awesome. You still have to vet any information that you get. You can start off with an idea, try it, make small modifications, and then find your final solution, right?
You gotta find somebody that will lead you the right way and not try to sell you on their idea. Because I promise you, a lot of stuff that you read and you learn isn't told to you to guide you forward. It's meant to keep you back. So you gotta find the people that will actually be real with you and not tell you BS. There's a lot of people that will try to say that they're quote unquote your mentors, but what they really try to do is sell you their stuff. And once you stop buying their stuff, or once you get to equal level to them, they'll start acting funny. They'll start acting funny with you.
See,
You
those are
gotta,
one-sided relationships, and those never really
yeah,
work. It's
That's what it
always
is.
what do I benefit from it?
yeah.
I mean, I'd rather
Yeah.
it be something where we're mutually beneficial.
Hmm.
You learn something from
Or,
me, I
or
learn something from you.
it's like this for me, John, though. I don't care if I benefit from you at all.
Oh,
I don't. I don't care.
that's fine.
I'm not
Well, I
in
mean,
competition with you, John. I'm not in
no,
competition with prophecy here.
no.
I'm not in competition with my partner John that runs this
Yeah,
podcast with me.
yeah.
If you guys have something that you're doing, I'm going to celebrate it for you or with you.
Hell yeah. I
You
love
should
it.
be in our.
It doesn't hurt me one way or another.
You should
It
be in our
prides
chats,
me
Big
that you're
Ten.
doing well.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll add him. We'll add him in.
to the Eddie. So the chat that I run, like I like, and this is like I kind of invited Carl. So I met Carl back when he was first starting. I met him in this group called New Ball Python Breeders, and I got into kind of a fight with her because I was calling her out on her bullshit and said like I was telling people like, man, like a female. The 15 gram rule is not a female's gonna go when she's not gonna go. You just gotta know your animals. And she was like, no, you're giving them bad information, blah blah blah. You gotta wait 3 years and 1,500 grams. I'm like, man, I've been breeding long.
Like, prophecy, John's in the same group.
Yep.
Oh yeah, don't join that group, bro. It's horrible,
He's
bro.
already there.
I'm already
Believe that it's horrible, bro. It's literally, bro. If you question them, they will silence you, bro. I told her when she said, "Hey, either you shut her." I told her I gave her 2 middle fingers and left.
Yeah.
But the point is, the group that I have was that I want to invite you, and I'll invite anybody who wants to come. We call it the strange. What's it called? I don't know what it's called because Teddy changes the name, but
That name gets changed often.
But we
it's the flavor of the month.
Group.
What? Strangler support group. Okay, so the Strangler support group, we just kind of like you said, we tell each other the real, like, unbiased, truthful things, and we help each other out. Like just a couple of weeks ago, Carl can text it. Me and Eddie, we just said one day, hey, if anyone wants adult breeder clowns or head clown females, we ain't charging up and just pay shipping. We get like we don't do stuff to gain stuff out of the way. We just give away stuff and help people out, and we all do collabs with one another, and we all network with one another, and we all got like we put people on certain projects or say, hey, this is cool, or hey, that is cool, and it's kind of mind. And mind you, you don't need a Patreon. You don't need a Patreon to be a part of it. Like a lot of people try to say, oh, you need a Patreon to get the information. We give it for free.
Yeah, I mean, if it benefits everyone to know the information, it's always, good.
People like the gatekeep.
Yeah, I mean, see, this is why there's so much misguided information out there, because we're trying to help one another with whatever information we can find or scrounge up or even try to get from other people. But if you know the information and you're seeing somebody fail and struggle, I understand you're trying to help them build character, and the struggle and the grind itself helps build better breeders and all that. But just like I asked a lot of these breeders whenever I started, and I think I even asked Carl as well, if you had to change anything about how you started, or if you could guide somebody in a direction to their own breeding program, what would you tell them that nobody told you, that you had to learn on your own the hard way?
Yeah. And 90% of the people would be like, don't buy snakes just because, oh, this is pretty. Oh, this is pretty. Oh, this is pretty.
I got that a lot.
Yeah. 90% of people will say that. Right.
Yeah.
Well,
But
I'm
going to tell you now, because I'm matured a little bit, I feel in my breeder journey, so to speak. To elaborate on that is to take a step back and find what you really like, right? And picture an end goal, right?
Yes.
And work your way backwards from that. What do I need to purchase to go with what I have to make me that next step?
And here's a further thing.
What do I need to do from there to get to that next step?
And here's a further thing. This is something that if I could go back, I'll tell you. Like, if you see an animal you like, don't say, well, I want to make something just like that. go look at that, say like, what can I do to add? What can I do to add to that? What can I do to make that better? What can I add to do my own personal flair? Like when I see a nice combo, I was like, well, you guys, Carl, whenever I talk to Carl about a combo, like I'm like, man, what if I put Stranger to that, man? What if I put Blackhead to that, bro? What if I do this, that, or the third to that, bro?
And that's where the educational portion of it, and this is where you're learning your morphs and what the morphs do, if they change color, if they're adding any different markings on it, if it's manipulating how markings get seen. Things like that can certainly help you get to that mentality. And I think it really depends on how you end up starting or how your passion fuels your interest, if that makes the most sense there. Because if you buy one, yeah, you've got that little dopamine hit. You're like, oh man, I got a new snake. It's really cool. You know, I'm going to show everybody. I'm going to name it. We're going to get him a food bowl and all that stuff. You go a little overboard, but as you start, you know, looking at it a little bit more of a wider picture, you start seeing, okay, well, I didn't need to put these different components into this enclosure because it was just stuff, or I thought maybe the snake needed this hide, or it was massive hide instead of this little, you know, half a box or shoe box or anything like that.
Yeah.
Because you learn over time that they like to be in smaller, tighter, confined spaces.
So
And that's how, yeah.
That right there is why the whole 4x2x2 versus rack keeping is the whole fucking thing, right?
Oh, it is, yeah.
So, yeah, if you put a snake in a rack and leave it there and don't have it out and don't do anything with it at all, it's not great.
No.
But it's the same exact thing if you put it in a 4x2x2 and don't do anything with it.
Exactly.
You don't have it out. Don't give it exercise outside of that. It is not great. Yeah, it has a little more shit to look over and look at and crawl over, but it's not getting the mental stimulus that these people that swear that rat keepers are the devil and all this. They're not doing any better.
Yeah.
They're not fucking doing any better.
So I'll tell you this as a dude, as long as you have a plan, bro, and you can stick to a plan and stick to your goals, and you're not switching from one goal to another in a short period of time, you'll do just fine. I'll tell you that Eddie, being Eddie, it wasn't even Eddie. It was Eddie's son that got into it. Eddie's son bought Enchi, Het DG, and the normal DG, and then Eddie took over. That's how we started. And we wanted to make Batmans and crazy things. In the first year, we bought a pastel clown and a head clown. And we made so many clowns, and we all held out. But we had a plan. We held on to every single female clown we had, and then we bought our codoms of what we wanted, and we would breed our codoms to those clowns, and we built our hets, and then we took those het clowns and put them back to the females and made our combo het clowns. And once you did that, we got our edit visuals, and we so on and so forth. And from 6 years of breeding, we started with Enchi DG and a normal Enchi het DG and normal het DG. Right now, we just hit a Stranger DG Krypton Het Monsoon.
Dang.
There's a plan. As long as you have a plan and you got a time and you stick to the plan, you can succeed in whatever you want. You just can't. You're not going to succeed if you buy animals and you invest and then you try to switch halfway through and start again and start with another thing, because you're resetting the clock every time you switch. Like, you got to have a plan and you got to stick to it.
See, I love the theory here, and I say theory only because no one knows they're really getting into breeding snakes up until that third, fourth snake, and they're like, you know what? instead of spending all this money on it, why don't I just try to put some of these together and see if I can just make my
Yeah.
own? But before they
Yeah.
start getting into that process, they're buying with their eyes. They're like, oh, well, this is a
Yeah.
really beautiful snake, before
Yeah.
realizing
I
that.
got this beautiful
you
high
gotta keep
white
them out.
normal pied because it's fucking cool.
Yeah.
You know, I got this banana something 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 because it's bright and it's flashy. Yeah,
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, you start off with that mentality as, man, you see all these people with these rock star highlight reels out there on YouTube, and then you buy something like it absolutely knowing nothing about what you're doing. You're just thinking, oh, it's loaded up with genes. This is a pretty snake. It looks like it's a breedable size. Was it bred last year? I was smart enough to at least ask that one. After that, she's on a plane.
And then there's another thing no one will tell you, bro, and this is a little hit. When you're buying breeder females, bro, always ask why. Always ask why they're selling that breeder female. Don't just
Understood.
buy a breeder female because it's either they're going to give you one or two reasons. A, one of her
Different
daughters,
direction.
one of her daughters, a different direction, or B, one of her daughters grew up and replaced her.
Cycles are out. Yep.
Yeah, if they give you anything else than those two, then I'd be sus. I'm suspect because it's like,
See, and I agree in that as well. There are situations now, uh, being a year into this, that I know to ask, and I'm well interested on. Okay, well, I want to know what the pairing was to make her. Was it something that you bred in captivity here yourself, or is it something that you purchased from another person and put with your collection or whatever to create what you wanted? But I mean, I'm asking more in-depth questions now because I know that that's where I'm going.
yeah,
But before then, I mean, like this Orange Dream Fire Pinstripe Pastel that I bought,
yeah.
Nala, she's 5.5 pounds. She's 2,700 grams. I bought her because she was a big girthy girl and she had a bunch of genetics that I didn't have yet.
Ah,
Now, I asked for a handful of that information up front before I said, you know what, let's go ahead and do it. But at the same time, I didn't have an immediate plan for her. I didn't figure out what genetic I wanted to put with her in the very beginning. I bought with my eyes before my brain caught up. It's sometimes it happens, but it's still a happy little accident because it's a
hey,
handful of genes that I want to split apart.
and you could just get like a double visual male. They're more affordable nowadays, and throw the double visual, and then you have like all those genes that you got with her and the thing.
My
But the
pets. Yeah.
thing, once you get deeper into it, bro, here's the thing: it never hurts to ask questions. And here's the honest truth:
Mhm.
a buyer, unless you're targeting, a buyer will not care about how many questions you ask, as long as you buy thing. Like it's like, if you're going to make an investment, ask as many questions as you need to before you make the
Yeah.
investment. Because at the end, once you get deeper and you get more invested into this, bro, there's a lot of like, you can remedy this by buying from people you know that keep their stuff good. But if you're buying from random people, you have to ask questions because you don't want to buy a steak that has something and it ends
Yeah.
up messing up your. So you have to ask questions, especially when you're buying from people you don't know.
Yep. Yep. So no, I mean, and I'm definitely asking anything from Nido on into, are they kept in an enclosure? Are they kept in tubs? Are they and they house separate from the rodents? Are they, on paper towels? What kind of substrate? I mean, what are you feeding
Also,
them? Frozen thawed? Are you doing live?
look at their birth date, their birth year, and see how much they weigh. If you like for the, if you're
Yep.
right now, you're looking at a 20. If you look at a 24 hatchling right now, and it's not over 300 grams, if it's not over 400 grams, in my opinion, if it's not over 600 grams, then don't buy that animal. In my opinion, because
Yeah.
either it was hard to get established, it's
Mhm.
a picky eater. It's one of those two things. It's one of those two things. Or there's something wrong.
There's another one there. It's maintenance fed because it ain't nothing but been in its shows and only
Yeah.
fed sporadically.
Yeah,
Because they're
that too.
planning on
That
getting
too.
rid of it. Yeah.
And those females, I'm telling you, those females that are fed like that will never get big, will never get as big as females that you raise yourself and you feed right and you don't maintenance feed. It is a waste of investment, in my opinion.
No, I agree. I agree. I mean, so and that's why I'm trying to ask a lot of these questions ahead of time. I mean,
So,
especially whenever it came to my
Prophecy,
sunset project.
Yeah.
you're still here, so I'm gonna pull this girl out.
Oh, I know what the girl you're pulling. This is
I pulled her out earlier.
Let me see.
Oh, okay. I know what he's talking about.
Oh, yeah, well, the first one, he's got a special project of mine.
Yeah, he was actually talking about you a little earlier. He was like, "Man, yeah, I wish he was on. I'd show him." There it is.
Yeah, she is. Oh yeah, don't give me that I call her that girl. Me and Eddie did not like that girl at all because she just wouldn't give out. She wouldn't give out for us. But the moment she gets to you, she gives you all these eggs. I'm like, all right.
10
Mhm.
eggs, brother. 10 eggs. And I weighed her,
Man.
and so she laid for me New Year's Day or New Year's Eve.
Mm-hmm.
So she's pretty much 7 full months
Mm-hmm.
post laying. And she's 35, what I say, 35, 45 or 35 something.
35, yeah, 35, 40.
If 540, that's
She
crazy.
bounced back like a champ.
She tried to choke you out. She tried to choke you.
She's taking
Now
that
there's
warmth.
plenty of room right there. Plenty of room. She's a baby doll.
She wasn't
She's a
for
baby
us,
doll.
man. We tried to breed her so many times. She would show the signs, and she just wouldn't. She just wouldn't go.
Yeah, 3.5 months she was at my house, and she had a 10 egg clutch on the ground.
Yeah, that. But like it goes. But like honestly, though, one thing you say, like I like to say, Neil, if you ever bought from us or ever got out from us, we don't maintenance feed, man. If we don't have enough feeders that we produce ourselves, that we always supplement. We always go buy a supplement, but we make sure our animals get fed.
Water. Some ice.
Yeah,
A
100%.
little bit ice.
And
So
this is why I know.
I do want to address this question Red Cloud asked. He asked if I have many grow outs get eaten in the tubs. No, not many. So if I'm keeping a mixed colony of male and female, it's worse. But I tend to either pull the males first and feed them off first, or separate them into different colonies or different tubs. So that helps a lot. But I've found that if you're actively pulling out of those colonies as you're growing out, that as they're growing, they're reducing in numbers, so they have less competition or resource, right? So if they're all a male colony or all a female colony, the only thing left to have competition over is resource. 3 to 5 per 100 in the grow out bins.
It's not a bad percentage.
No, that is not bad. That's very acceptable, because they will have some, like one will piss in the wrong corner because this is the bathroom corner.
Establish dominance.
They will very much self-regulate. They don't deal with non-conformity well. It's the only way.
They're communists. They're rodent communists.
Very, very strict, very strict. So if one rodent pisses in the wrong corner, they will mark it 100%. If there is something physically wrong with that rodent, they will murk it. It's developmentally challenged. It has something cancer. It has something wrong with it. They will the
We sense weakness, brother. You must die.
survival of the fittest, basically, is the best way to put it. I tend to run my colonies, my grow up bins smaller, unless I'm outside in the big 4 foot by 2 foot by 2 foot water trough. I'll run 400 in that when I'm very first wean them. I'll pull out of that, pull out of that, and pull out of that as they grow. Right now, there's about 130 left in there, and they are pretty much considered large ASFs.
Nice.
So you have to dwindle that down.
Thank you, sir.
I have noticed that you will have more ASFs that are rough around the edges. They've been ate on or whatever.
Yeah.
If you are in the concrete mixing tubs in the smaller colonies, you will have a little bit more. They like a lot of fresh air and a lot of room as far as the grow outs go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, another quick myth that I tell people, another quick myth that I debunk for people. Big males are not lazy. Everyone who says that is just full of it.
Well, so here's where I'm going to draw the distinction, prophecy. Fat males are lazy.
Yes.
Overfed males are lazy. Larger males that are on a good diet and are still have good body composition are not.
Oh, we're talking about snakes now.
So the issue is that a lot of people, once they get the male to that 600 gram mark at like 6 months or 7 months, they'll start micro feeding that male. They start only feeding that male weans or pups or whatnot every week instead of a thing. Whereas with what Eddie and I do, we'll feed it like we feed the female. We'll feed a small a week to that thing, and that animal will get to 1,000 grams by the first year, and then we'll keep feeding, and it kind of balances out at like 12 to 1,300 grams. What I'm trying to say is there's a lot of breeders that like to underfeed their males once they get to that 600, 700 gram mark because they feel like they don't want to get their males any bigger than that because quote unquote big males are lazy. No, it's a fat male. I find the opposite. If you feed it like you're feeding a female girl, if you're feeding it that small week and you keep it like first year it gets over 1,000 grams, the bigger a male is, the more successful you are with the locks because big males take. Small males can get rejected and won't try. A big male will take a lock. A big male will make a female lock if it does.
Yeah, big males are rapists, to put it in no other kindlier form.
So then let me ask you this. What's a good ratio, I guess, male wise, if you do have a genetic that you want to run that's a heavier set male, what is your threshold for the female size wise?
A female, I'll breed a female as soon as she's building over 10 millimeters. I don't care if she's 1,100 grams and she's over 15, 16 millimeters. She's getting paid.
Yeah, she's ready at that point. And as long as you're keeping an eye on her body composition, right? If she's super skinny and you can look at her and she doesn't have body condition, don't pair her.
Just know your animals.
Really?
Just know your animals. That's the simplest for. No, like look at you.
Now, typically, I don't, and I'm a small enough breeder. I don't have to worry about pairing my females too early. I can afford to wait. I've got enough to keep me busy. So typically, when I pair with my females, they are 1,500 minimum.
Yeah.
Minimum.
Mhm.
Most of the females that I paired last year were 2,400 grams plus. I had one girl that was 18 and one girl that was 17 and one girl that was like 1650 or something like that.
Okay.
But this year, I paired a 1,340 gram female because she has 26 millimeter follicles.
Like Carl, I think I showed you that that girl that Eddie and I talking about, the one that we were talking about parenting Brandon's. She just started building. She's past like 15 millimeters. She's only 1230. She's at 1230 grams right now, and I find at least, and I don't know if it's just what I find again that a lot of our females are building pretty hard at like once you get your and this kind of in my opinion this ties into having good rodents, making good rodents. If you feed quality rodents to your animals, I find that in a sense, once we got that like figured out, our females started being ready sooner. Our females started being ready, developing faster. But as Red Cloud said,
it only makes sense because they're geared to breed for survival, right? They want to ensure that their species lives on. That's in their genetic makeup.
Yeah.
So if they've got plentiful food source, they'll breed. If they don't, if they're maintenance fed, they're not going to breed.
Yeah. Like Red Cloud said, though, like, and that's the thing. When we first started, our pastel clown male was 2,200 grams. He was 2,200 grams. I kid you not. Right hand to God. There was never a pain where we didn't see a lock within the first 2 hours. There was never. It was going and lock. Big males are the best.
Big boys can put it in too. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, like I said, I find with a small male, a 500, 600 gram male, if a female's not feeling it, but she's feeling but not feeling it, a female can like bump and push, and the small male will be intimidated. A small male will be like, you know what? I'm not sure of myself anymore. I don't want to try to lock this female. She's mean. A big male will be like, yo, you call that a push?
Yeah, let me push this up against you.
Basically, man. So like feed like once they get to that, I gotta say, but once your males get to that stage, keep feeding it like you feed a female. Feed it a small a week. Never have to feed it a medium, but feed it a small a week. It's not gonna hurt. The people that do that, they just. And here's another thing that is a benefit. If you have a small male and it goes off food, depending on how small that male, you have to pull it from the breeding that season. You can't. With a big male, if it goes off food, the worst it's going to have is going to lose 100 grams, 150 grams. But if it's like 1,500 grams, what's losing 100 grams if it's just going to breed that season?
Yeah. No, I get that. I mean, most my males, if anything, I would say they're ready for me around 900 grams to breed. The male.
So you'll have this red cloud. Sometimes they'll be thin and long, and they're just not the right body composition, right? And you, the breeder, somebody that pays attention to your animals and is not just a snake meal, so to speak. You know that. You knew not to pair her because she was thin.
Yeah.
And you let her reabsorb, right? She may have been sexually mature, but she wasn't there yet.
And that's what I'm worried about with my girls. I'm making sure, okay, well, I've got some from 24, I think, that I wanted to at least introduce, but I'm back and forth on it. So like Lulu, my girl up here on the top, she's from February of 2024, but she's sitting right now at about 1,312 grams. So
That's a
size wise, she's not bad.
So that depends. Is she a long, slender 13? Or is she a stocky 13?
Would you say she's stocky, Lulu? I mean,
I want my girls a little thick.
yeah. Or is she in
she's
between? Is she in between?
she's I would say athletic build.
If she's in between the
Okay.
athletic,
She's not a thick girl right now. No, I do not believe that I would start breeding her this season. Only because I would much rather her be closer to the 18 to 2000 gram mark before I do to kind of gain better opportunities for more eggs rather than just a clutch.
okay, so me and Kyle, we have different philosophy of this. Here's the thing: a lot of people like to say that if you wait for a female to get bigger, she'll give you more eggs, but that's not often the case. What she'll do is give you bigger eggs. She'll like it's decided randomly how many eggs. Like they can give you. There's females that will give 7 eggs at like, for example, like I sent a girl to KG at 1100 grams. She was at 18 millimeters. She laid at 2100 grams. She gave 7 eggs, no slugs.
Yeah.
7 eggs, no slugs. But my point I'm trying to say is like, from what I've learned is that it's a learning process. You're gonna make it, but the thing is, ball pythons are not like boas. Even if you pair female that might not be what like for example what Kyle says as a regular side, even if she's not feeling that she's going to be able to have those eggs and survive, she's going to reabsorb. She's not going to force herself to like what's the word called? She's not going to force herself to lay those eggs. She's going to
not gonna
reabsorb.
hurt herself.
Unlike a boa, whereas a boa will breed themselves to death. A boa will breed themselves to death, but ball pythons, they won't.
Yeah, so it's a nature versus or what is it? Biology versus environment,
Yeah.
right?
Uh,
So you have if you got a ball python that you keep at 40% humidity on 78-degree hot spot, you only feed it every 3 weeks.
yeah.
It's not going to produce for you. It's not going to bring offspring into that environment, right?
Yeah.
So you've got a environmental cue telling them, hey, we can't produce.
Or even a sudden change. Even sudden changes will throw a female. You can have a female that's building and fine and doing things, but if something suddenly changes that she does not like, reabsorb. Or if she's building, right? But she decides that she's not getting enough food. If she built, but you're not giving her enough food. Even though she's building originally, she would say, okay, I'm not getting enough food. Reabsorb.
Yeah, so her body that's the biological part. Her body's not getting what she needs, so she can't go through with it, right?
Yeah. So now, Carl, you were saying that whenever it does come to your breeding females for the year, for the season, you typically will give them a couple of rats at a time.
I'll vary it.
Okay.
And you got people that will so you look at the ball python as in nature, okay? And I understand 100% what we're keeping is not a ball python in nature. But you still have to rely back on how they act, right? In nature.
Opportunistic.
So what they will do is they will climb up into a termite mound that is full of rats that have been feeding on these termites. And they will absolutely gorge themselves, eat everything in sight. Pinkies, They'll eat all them. They'll eat all the smalls. They'll eat all the weans. They'll eat all the large rats. They'll eat all this, all everything that's there that they can get a hold of. They'll eat until they can't
Mhm.
move, and they
Yeah.
will lay there for like a month or a month and a half, shed, take the biggest shit in the world, and then crawl off and go find another mound to do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I see
They're
what you're saying.
opportunistic by nature.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not telling you to absolutely gorge your females every single time you feed. No. Because
They
that's
just
not
wanna
how
eat.
it's going to find prey. That's not how their body's designed to exist, right?
Correct.
I'll rotate it around. There's a couple females. I'll feed them 4 or 5 ASFs. Now I'm feeding large to medium ASFs a lot of times, which are small. They're like a weanling rat.
Yeah.
So I'll feed them 4 or 5 sometimes, but that next time that I feed them, I'll only offer them 1 or maybe 2. And then that next time I feed them, they're getting a totally different number. And I may even, depending on if I found shit in their tub or not, push them off a little while. I don't feed them every 7 days. It may be 10 days. I've spot cleaned a nice pile of shit. I'll let them go for 3 days after that or so, and then I'll offer them some more food.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't understand the biology behind the animal, right? So when they're
Yeah.
digesting a meal, because they are so reliant on the temperature to help them digest,
Mm-hmm.
it puts such a strain on their body. They're not doing the work for themselves. They're relying on something else to do the work for them. In a lot of cases, their internal organs actually swell
Yeah.
while they're digesting, and they do not return to normal until that process is complete. And that process is complete when they eliminate their waste.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So the whole time that they're digesting, the whole time before they poop, their organs are swollen. And they don't get a break from that until they've eliminated the waste and they've been off food for a little bit.
Okay.
Everything returns back to normal size and they're not stressed out and everything's back to normal, right? So power feeding every single week, 2, 3, 4 rats is a bad thing, and it's going to lower the lifespan of that animal. And I
Yeah.
don't care what you believe, that is factual, 100%, because their body is continually under stress. You let them eliminate, and you let them kind of relax back, and then it's on to the next, just like they were in the wild. They take the biggest shit in the world and they crawl off to the next termite mound, right? That's
Yep.
what they're doing. Their body is fine now. Everything's back to normal. Now they're off for their next meal. That's what they do in nature.
Yeah.
So to speak on that, I think the definition of power feeding has been construed by people. Like a power feeding was originally when you would force feed an animal that didn't want to eat more than it actually eats. Whereas females, I'll say this from me and Eddie's experience,
Mm-hmm.
females, when they're hard building, when they're for sure building, they're for sure gonna go. They want to eat, and what we like to do is well, it depends on the size of the female. If it's like a smaller female, like a 1,200 gram or so female, we'll do a small, and then we'll do a small, and then we'll do it in between a small and the wing. Or if it's a bigger
Mhm.
female, we'll do a medium, and then we'll do a medium. But we're going based on what the female wants. If we offer her 2 rats the one week, and then we'll offer her again the next week, but if she doesn't eat, then it's cool. If she doesn't eat them, then it's cool. But if she eats them, then we let her eat. It's really what she wants. Because at the end of the day, a bell python's not going to eat if it doesn't want to eat.
Correct.
Well, they're also optimistic, but they're not going to force. They're very what's the word? They're very, I would
They're
say
in tune with
forgiving.
themselves. They're
Forgiving.
not like a boa. A
Yeah,
boa will eat themselves to death.
yeah.
A ball
So
python will generally not.
Yeah.
Now
so
there
I
is
agree with
some
Carl.
cases where you feed say you feed a large rat to a snake that's 1,200 grams. It's probably it could eat it. It could get it down, but it's not going to be able to digest it all the way, and it's going to croak. Right?
Yeah, that would never be the lie.
There is
That
cases where that has happened.
So did the other one.
yeah. The thing with it, and I like where I view it, it's like at least with the female, their females are. Well, I feel like I know with the state with the large organs and all that, but my power feeding has always been if you forcefully feed an animal that doesn't want to eat. And that means if you're forcefully feed, if they want to eat and you forcefully open their mouth and force them like a rat down their throat, that's power. That is power feeding. That is not okay. But if you're offering them and you're giving them the choice if they want to eat or not, I don't think that's power feeding. I think it's giving them the choice.
Yeah,
So to me,
like
also,
I'm feeding.
there is a fine line. If
Yeah.
you're feeding a female that is growing, or a snake period that is growing, majority of that meal is going towards growing their body.
Yeah.
Right? Power feeding, in my mind, and what I've looked at, exists in when you've got an adult that you're feeding too heavily, right?
So you're not you're not feeding them heavy during their belly. You're just feeding them in general. Trying to figure out. See
the rebound. Okay, so they've laid a clutch for you. We'll put it in breeder terms. They've laid a clutch for you, and you're hurrying up and trying to get to that next clutch.
Oh hell no!
You're trying to make it in 6-7 months. Even though this girl that I showed you, I think she's ready to pair at 7 months.
Yeah.
No bueno, bro.
She's not going to get paired.
No.
You know.
See. So that was the disconnect that we had.
About you're overfeeding and like feeding 2 times a week.
No.
On a female,
no.
You're trying to get back up to egg-laying weight just because you're concentrating.
That's horrible.
Oh yeah, no. So like
that's horrible, and that's horrible for your snake.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Correct,
That was the disconnect.
If you're offering weekly and she's showing the hunger signs, and she's willingly taking every time, as long as you're feeding, like I don't feed mediums to my girls that are breeding. I don't. I believe in more frequent smaller meals over more frequent large meals.
Yep.
If that makes sense. All right? Because
I
they're going to show signs of being hungry.
Yeah.
But you want that to be a constant thing, not a, oh God, I'm super full, I overate, and then, here's the next meal, oh my God, I'm super full, I overate. You don't want that. You want nice steady intake, right?
See, and that's where the disconnect right there, because like I thought you were talking about and a lot of people when they talk about her, they always when a lot of people tell them, oh, we feed them this way when they're building and they're building falcons, they're like, oh man, you're power feeding, you're so horrible. No, a ball python female's instinct when it is building, the producer clutch is to eat as much as I can so I can because the animals the stuff they're eating is not going to them, it's going to the eggs, it's going to
I get that. So what I meant by that question
was important to watch out for their excrement.
Yeah.
Because that is giving their internal organs that's doing all the work a little break.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. But they also poop. They also poop faster though. When they're building though, I've noticed they poop. They poop more often because they're eating.
Yeah,
It's
because
like
they utilize what they're taking in faster. It's the
Yeah.
same thing as a hatchling. I feed every 3 to 5 days for
Yeah.
my freshly hatched stuff. After the
Mhm.
first shed, after setting the incubator after the first shed for a week, pull it out, offer it. It takes fine 3 to 5 days later, and I kind of vary that a little bit depending on my schedule, a little bit depending on theirs. Right,
Oh,
3 to 5
Reptile.
days, I'll feed them another rat. 3 to
Reptile
5
had a
days,
good
I'll have
question.
another rat. But they're turning all that into growth. But if you feed them and 2 days later you look in there and they're shit, you know they're doing their job.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They're getting
Reptile.
that day to 3 days of the body relaxing before their next meal.
Red Cloud had a good question. He said, if we're trusting that they know when to keep proceeding with follicles and the eggs, should we not trust the hunger sign? In a sense, it ties back to knowing your animals, bro. It comes back to knowing, like, because the way me and Eddie do our question is different than when Ricardo, because his animals act different. His animals not like crazy different. They're not like spazzing out, but they just have different tendencies than what ours have. And our animals probably have different tendencies than what John does. Each they're individualistic. Animals are individualistic, bro.
Well,
get you.
it's like I said, they all have their own little personalities.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And the more you're around snakes and the more you really pay attention, you'll realize that they all are different. And I say personalities in quotations, right? Because personality is a human trait, so to speak. But they all act different. They all require something slightly different. I have some rats that won't take, or some snakes that won't take a black rat because they're racist. Some that only eat black rats because they like it, the dark meat. You know, whatever. Whatever reason there is, they have their own little quirks, right? Some of them absolutely will not eat while they're in blue. Others, they don't care if it's in the box, it's gone. You know what I mean? There's certain things that you learn about each different snake, and it takes a hands-on approach to figure all that out. If you're having feeding problems, number one spot to check is your husbandry, right? If your husbandry's on point and truly on point, it's one of those small little characteristics that you're not picking up on.
Mhm.
You know, it's I only want a rat this day, but I'll take a mouse next feeding, or
Yep.
I absolutely can't stand a half black rat. It's got to be fully black or nothing, you know, or it's got to be. I don't like black rat at all. I want white rat, you know.
See that?
There's some, and it could even be the size of the rat.
They get scared. Ball pythons get intimidated.
Go ahead, Prophecy.
Ball pythons get intimidated easily, but like we have a female that's a breeder female that will only eat wings, and we have to feed her multiple wings because anything bigger than a wing, she just is scared of. She's scared of. She won't eat anything else.
Anything, you know, she could have had a missed strike and got bit one time, and she's like, "Nah, fuck that."
Yeah,
that's what happened. She had a missed strike, and one of her eyes got damaged, so she has one good eye, and ever since she just only eats wings.
And she learned from her mistake. So, Red Cloud said 1,800-gram girl won't eat larger than a medium ASF, and she'll kill them and leave them.
Oh, I hate those that do that. I hate those.
That's what my 2,700 gram did the other day, but that was also a pretty decent sized ASF.
Yeah. So I'll bet you if you throw her in 3 or 4 weans, not all at once, but if you throw her in 3 or 4 weans consecutively, she'll gobble them.
Oh, if I toss her in there a normal small ASF, she'll start snapping and gobbling them. This one was a girthy girl that I tossed in there.
So we have a girl that is brave. Okay. We have a girl that's brave, right? I'll say she's the bravest ball python I ever know. Before we had a retic, we had this super like 4,000 gram cinnamon girl, and we would throw the retired breeder Eddie. We would throw the retired breeder, and she wouldn't eat the retired breeders, but she would kill them. She would kill and wrap them. She eats anything except obviously for retired breeder, but she's we call her Xena the warrior princess.
Dude, it's actually very ironic. I actually just named one of mine that because
No, but
she's got this X on her head stamp.
oh,
Yeah.
that's great. But now
Yeah.
that we have the retic, we don't have to do. And bro, when Eddie told me, man, he was like, "I'm feeding this girl 2 retired breeders every week." I'm like, bro, what the fuck? I'm like, yeah, barely. Don't underestimate what a retic can eat.
Oh, look
And
and
all
eat.
that actually, all that stems back to that question of that's how this whole thing started. I was just trying to offset some costs. I know I'm still supplementing to the beginning of it now, and I'm probably going to still supplement probably for the next 4 to 6 months because I want to try to build this up a little bit and add additional colonies to it before I actually start feeding off my own colony.
I've had some thoughts about
Yep.
this because it says having a retic kind of opened me up to questions like, so for retics, it's commonly accepted that you feed them as much as they want during their first year to year and a half because that's when they all that they're eating is going into length, and then once their second year hits, second half year hits,
Girth.
they start girthing out. I believe it's the same for ball python. I believe when they're from the hatchling to the hatching to that 1 year mark, a lot of what you're feeding them is going into the length of going into the length of the animal. So that's why if I was females, what I like to do, what Eddie likes to do with females, that we feed with our hatchling females, we feed two normal to a little under normal meals a week to our females until they're 1,000 ish, and they don't get fat, mind you. They don't get fat. They just get really long. They get really long, and then they get kind of a little what they call it, a little stocky, if you will. But like, I find that like at least with you got to take advantage of their biology. Not take advantage in a bad way, but you gotta understand how their biology works. If you feed them when they're in that growing phase, they're going to be bigger. They're going to end up bigger. If you don't feed them enough during that growing phase, they're not going to be as big.
I understand
Yes,
that.
and you've got outliers. I mean, like
Yeah.
even within the same clutch, I've got one girl so I've got 6 females left out of
Mhm.
the last pied clutch. One girl is like 340 grams,
Mhm.
and she's a brute. She don't know what a turn down meal is. The rest of them eat fine and they eat the same thing that she does. They're just not as big. They're just about as long, but they're nowhere near as big around.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you've got different, like they grow at different rates. They're their own. They're as much as they have their own personalities, they have their own body
Genetics.
composition. Yeah, genetics.
Yeah.
That's what I found. I found that if you females from big females end up most of the time being big females, and small females from small. I'll say this though, the exception is the girl that you got from my girl, because the red exantic girl I had was malnourished and underfed, and I was forced thing by the person that had her before me. So a lot of her daughters have already, they're not even like a year and a half old yet, and a lot of them have kind of passed her in size, and it's kind of crazy.
Mhm.
But and that's another thing. That's the thing. Like, and this is here's another thing. When you get more experience, there's going to be females that are 4 to 5 years old that, for some whatever reason, won't cross that 1,000 gram mark. And the best way to do, at least what I found, the best way to get them out of that is to pair them. Like, oh, pair. Listen, if they're 4 or 5 years old, yeah.
If it's a fluffer, like there's been a girl that I had a while back. She just she's a great eater up until she was a well-started hatchling when I got her. A great eater all the way up till about 1,100 grams, and then she just stopped eating.
Mhm.
Didn't want nothing to do with food, right?
Yeah.
So I put a male in with her just over an afternoon. And I kept watching. They didn't lock. They didn't do any of that. But him just being in the box was enough to spur her to get back on food. Like, oh, well, maybe I want to eat so I can grow some follicles and I can do this thing, right?
They're like, woo, gotta eat.
I'll say
Yeah.
for the HRA girl, like the girl that you got your HRA from, right? That's for her, that first touch. She was 5 years old, 900 grams. She wouldn't break that. We paired her once, and then she started building seriously hard, and she burst past that nine. She burst that. She went from 900 all the way to 1,600 grams for the first time ever, and then she had a clutch of 4 eggs. Went back down to 1,100. Now she's at 24. She's at 2,200 grams right now. At 7 years old.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Well, I've
So
got a girl up
sometimes,
here that was stunted. Like and I'll be 100% transparent and honest. When I got her, she came with a rack that I was wanting to buy.
Mhm.
And the guy had told me that this kid brought her in like one of those 5-gallon aquariums to his house, and he felt bad and bought her, rescued her,
Yeah.
basically.
Mhm.
No,
He
I
had
get
her
it.
weight as normal, and she's a calico. She's the
Mhm.
darkest damn calico I've ever seen. Absolutely beautiful. But when I got her, she was still stunted. He done some good work with her. She was in good shape, seemed healthy. But now, I mean, she's 1,800 grams now, and she looks just like a normal freaking snake. You know what I mean? She's a little shorter than what you would think she should be.
A little stumpy looking, almost.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, same with
But
that
she's
HRA girl.
super freaking healthy. I've not paired her yet. I've had her 2.5, going on 3 years. And we were just kind of biding our time with her, feeding her, and there's no doubt in my mind that she's producing follicles. I need to actually ultrasound her just to see, but
I have never
mean,
actually seen this since I've owned this, where every single one of them, including my female that gave me eggs this season, everyone's out.
yeah,
I think it's funny though. The irony is that like this girl, mind you, and when you have those southern ones and you get back in shape, when they get the weight, they look like pears. Not, I wouldn't say like laurel pears, so that'd be horrible. But they're so like, they, even though you know that they're not fat, they just don't hold the weight very well. They don't hold the weight very well. They look
They're
stumpy.
relaxed.
and I'll tell you another thing. When you look in on a female, sometimes if they're a little threatened, they'll kind of squash themselves down.
Yeah, relax.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And they'll make themselves appear wider than what they are. So you look down at them, and you're like, "Good God, you're fat." You know what I mean? But you pick them up and handle them, and they shrink right back down.
yeah.
Yeah.
So like they're puffing themselves out or flattening themselves out or whatever. But
It's like
it's a
they used
little
to do
weird.
in Native American cultures or whatever it was. It was a sign of volatility or fertility or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, but like with those older animals, if you're in a situation where like you have an animal that's not breaking that barrier and she's like 4 or 5 years old, carrying them once isn't going to hurt that. Often, more often than not, it just like, and then again, it goes back to my belief. If a female doesn't believe that it can survive producing a clutch, it's not going to produce a clutch. So pairing that animal is not going to affect whether or not the only thing that it can do. The only thing that
Mhm.
it can do is trigger a feeding response. If like let's say either I would say that, except for the one exception was the Peter leopard clown that we have, and I hated her with a passion. We paired her one time at 1,400 grams, and she went off food for like nearly 8 months, and she wouldn't eat it. And she was the one exception to this rule, and I she finally gave us a clutch 3 years later.
Some
But
of them are difficult.
yeah, she did the opposite. She's like, "Yo, you're going to try to get me pregnant? I'm not eating no more."
Yeah, and that goes back to the personality thing, and they got their own little quirks. Like you do one thing wrong, and they take it out on you. They're
Yeah.
very scornful, you know. And you got to take the time to figure out what that one thing was and how to fix that. So
This shit ain't easy, bro. It's glorified in rainbows and ponies and stuff, and people they try to sell you on an idea when you get into it, bro. But it like nothing's easy about Warhood. There's twists and turns and complications, and things don't always go to plan, bro. It's about the people that learn how to adjust and keep things going that actually make. And it's they don't tell you about the the stuff, disfigured snakes that come out of his clutches sometimes, or the failure to thrive, or the
Yeah.
shutouts, or the culling that you have to do, or the eggs that go, the clutches that go bad, or the girls that get egg bound, or the girls that, or especially the girls that get egg bound and the egg goes bad or they go septic, and you have to. There's so many things that they don't tell you about, man.
yeah, well, you're
Oh
dealing
yeah.
with live animals, and there's a lot of freaking variables.
Hmm.
And you know, this really is and I'm just going to say hobby because I know it's an industry some, but I'm just going to say hobby. That you have to be a continuous student, right?
Hmm.
You've always got to be learning, no matter where you're at, whether you're brand new or you've been in it for 30 years. There is going to be something that you're like, huh, you know,
Yeah.
it's just going to happen. And
Armless.
I think having a lot of people around you that are more experienced, and even some that aren't experienced, because there's a lot of times that somebody with a fresh eye on things can be like, "Hey, did you think about it like this?" And you're like, "No, you know, I didn't, but it makes sense. Now I'm going to look at that."
Yeah.
Um,
See, and that's what I like between the differences of what we all do on this one and that other group as well. You learn to pick and choose what you're, I guess, allowing to be really an answer for what you're looking for based on
yeah,
how it's said, the experience level of that, and if it really does legitimately sound almost identical to what you went through, it makes you feel more comfortable, a little bit more at ease. Um, but that, yeah, I mean, that's what I love even about this. I mean, you bounce off small ideas, questions, concerns.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you, with a
Yeah,
lot of groups, a lot of stuff for echo chambers. Like I say, Carlos is not one of them, but 100%. But like like for example, like the Carl could attest to this, bro. I, for the most part, as long as it's not personal, like personal, I let people say like voice their opinions or whatever they want, and I let people debate however they want. Then we've had full blown arguments and word over our opinions on some things, and there's no echo chamber. There's no echo chamber. It's say what you want and explain to us why you feel that way, and if we think you're dumb, we're gonna say you're dumb.
Yeah,
And explain what. And
yeah. So, and that's the thing. At the end of the day, when it's all said and done, we're all adults. You know what I mean? We shake it off. Everybody comes back and regroups, and the next day it's the same business as it was before the conversation. You know what I mean?
yeah, the same bull, stay joking around and just talking shit to
See,
Yeah.
that's how it is with family too. I mean, you get together, have a few laughs, few drinks, talk shit about each other, but you do it to each other, and you forgive, you hug, and you get together and do it again and ruin your next weekend.
You should see me and Tommy, bro. Tommy does stuff that's so aggravating. She has this tendency to post photos at like random hours and then delete them and then pretend that she never posted them, and it irritates me because I'll be like, "What was that?" She's like, "I don't know what you're talking about."
Yeah. She's like a soft core gatekeeper.
Ah,
Yeah,
She's got her own projects, right? And she don't put everything out there, but she'll give you this little breadcrumb. And you're like, what the hell is that? Like,
oh, she clickbaits you.
yeah, and then she
yeah.
deletes it, and then she deletes it, and then she deletes it, and be like, I didn't say nothing."
But she doesn't do this in the public, like post on like Instagram or Facebook. It's in the chat where
no.
it's a niche group of people, right?
I've seen things like that. Huh.
One day she tried to do that, and I saved it, and I posted like, "Yeah, I got you." She's like, "Delete that shit." She's like, "Delete
Was
that
it
right
in one
now."
of these?
It was in this. It was in the.
Last
It was
week?
in the Strangler support. It was the cryptic paint, I think, because she.
It's the one that I just added you to, and Prophecy's got to okay the ad.
Okay.
But
let me add it.
so this is like I don't want to say the upper echelon, but it's a more niche and handpicked group of people.
Oh,
It's a
so
serious group of.
Yeah, I'm no longer rocking a Hyundai. I'm finally getting, a name brand car.
Yeah. You got the Scion FRS or the.
Nah, brother. Nah, you kicked me back to Daewoo here. I said name brand.
Name brand Scion, bro. It's the same as a Toyota. It's the same. The Scion's the same as a Toyota. Something I forget what they call it. They're the same model, but
They are similar, but
well, it's the same. They're just different names. It's essentially like the.
You're talking about Toyota and Lexus.
No, no. It's like back in like the early DSMs when you had the Mitsubishi, the first gen Eclipses, and then you had the Eagle Talon, and then you had the.
Oh,
and
no,
then
no,
you
no.
had,
I know what you mean. Yeah, no. I catch what you're saying.
Yeah.
No. I know what you mean though.
I love cars, bro. I almost want to.
I'm right there with you.
Yeah, you ditched the Kia and you got yourself a Honda. So
Yeah.
Hey, you got yourself a Honda Prelude with all-wheel steering.
Yeah.
I guess we do know a little bit about it, son.
It was ahead of its
finite
time,
amount of
bro.
vehicles that offered it.
It's ahead of its time, bro.
Nissan was the same way, though. Did you know their 300ZXs had the dual steer?
Until Nissan gets rid of their CVT transmission, I will not acknowledge their presence.
Look, you can't hate too bad on a CVT transmission.
It is not durable. It does not last. It is.
Under heavy load and what we would probably do to them, absolutely not. No, they wouldn't.
Hey, I'm a guy that I'm a Honda RX-8 rotary engine guy. I like my rotary engines. I don't care if you call them outdated or horrible, bro. All you have to do is take care of it. I don't care.
So you're a Mazda fan, not a Honda fan.
A Mazda RX-8. Yeah, Mazda RX-8 with the rotaries. Yes, I know you have to
Watch
put
the
the.
snake go across the top of your head, John.
What's that?
I'm watching this snake go across the top of your head.
Oh yeah, that's Lulu. She's an absolute hoot. Her Muffin over here, and then I've got Cindy over here, Leanne, and Pixels right here. Little pastel sugar.
Yeah.
And then down there on the bottom is the other pastel sugar. That's Tina. And then Nala's girthy body down here.
So
Yeah.
there's a thing I've heard about sugar, and I've kind of had corresponding evidence with this. I've heard and I've seen that sugars not only tend to grow slower on often, they tend to have not small cluster like the eggs, and this is what someone told because they're heavy in the sugar. They could tell which animals are going to be sugar before they even hatch because it seems that the smaller eggs are the ones with sugar.
Huh.
So I've noticed that the calico sugar themselves, like the eggs that I've seen have been smaller out of the female.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Like you can compare this big old girthy pied egg to a calico egg, and it'd be 2/3 of the size.
And they'd be same size adult female and everything.
Really?
Yeah.
It's just weird.
And,
it's not like a deal breaker.
I've not got multiple clutches under my belt with calico or sugar to say that I know that for fact. But from what I've seen so far, it's holding true.
Mm-hmm.
So smaller but more, or
no, it's
the egg size. No.
Oh yeah, the girth of them, yeah.
Like,
the egg size, and they grow slower.
Look like a fucking emu egg or whatever come out of a pied.
An ostrich egg instead of a.
So it's not a deal breaker, right? It's not a deal breaker, but it's like something to notice. They grow slower and they have smaller eggs, and I heard this at first from the guy that he's called out super GHIs for having issues, and not a lot of people believe about the GHIs, and super GHIs do have issues.
Yep.
But there's not a lot of super GHIs out there, though, surprisingly.
Well, eventually we'll try with the one I got from Carl.
How's that HRA girl doing? Actually, is she building or not?
I've actually got to check her because she's refused the last 2 weeks.
Mitzi, I agree. I love Calico as well.
Yep. And this is the first time I've ever had a problem with her. Normally she eats in blue the whole 9 yards. So I think she's right there at that maturity age that I need to start paying closer attention and maybe even give her a fluffer male or something. So I'm going to pull her out, ultrasound her this week. That is on the list to do. And we're going to try some other things and see if we can't get her back on food. But
so shout out to Mitzi real quick. Like when I first met Mitzi, bro, in the chats, bro, and I was just a chat, bro. She was on some freaky deaky shit in the chats, and I was like, "What the heck?" But she's one of the biggest supporters of anyone on all these channels, bro. But she be wild, bro. She be wild in the comments sometimes.
Yep. I love it. She's all the time in there. Bitches love endless shrimp.
And she needs to hop on an actual live. She needs to stop like teasing us at all. Just hop on a live.
Come on.
She's amazing, though.
She said, "Yeah, I'm gonna do this unboxing video. I'll hop on somebody's live sometime, but never does. It'd be all right.
Do either one of y'all actually have to work tomorrow? Because
I do.
okay, and you're
I
wanting
gotta
to hang
get up in
out?
4 hours. I'll be leaving the
Oh.
house in 4 hours.
So you just gonna hang out with us then?
Brother,
No, I'm
we
not
hang
gonna
out
go
all
uptown
day.
because I do got to give the pillow a little bit of head before
Well, that's
work.
what I was thinking, man. I didn't want to keep you on here if you got to work.
All right.
I just realized we're already into to the next day. We're Tuesday in it.
Yeah, it's Taco Tuesday.
Hey, real quick. You like endless shrimp. What do you think about crawfish? You like crawfish? Yeah, I like crawfish. Ooh.
He got that southern shrimp. We got crawfish gumbo, crawfish and potatoes, crawfish and corn.
Crawfish when it drinks too much.
Oh
Man,
my god, man! The engineering rednecks around here, I absolutely love them. Who'd have thought to put pierogies and tortellini and other stuff like that in with your crawfish, dude?
Oh, here's an important question, John.
My
Do
boy.
you the preemptive pause? All right, preemptive. Do you like to suck the? Do you suck the head out of the craw? Do you suck the head of your crawfish or not?
No.
You missing out.
That's where all the flavor is, John.
You're missing out, bro.
Look, I just got used to the fact of actually.
You gotta eat your crawfish like they do in Louisiana, right? You rip them apart, you get that tail meat, and you suck the head.
Yeah, literally. That's how you do it.
I understand. I am so close to Louisiana. I have
John,
many friends there.
I already know how you're feeling, but I'm here to tell you, you can't be a pussy your whole life.
Look, I can be whatever the hell I want to be.
Hey, do you use andouille sausage? Do you like andouille sausage?
No, I'm a venison man.
Oh Lord, God help this. No.
Look,
Time out.
No, you put a nice venison sausage with your crawfish. Toss you in a handful of your half corns. Toss in your shrimps. Toss in your Brussels. Toss in your Brussels sprouts, dude. No joke. If you haven't had them, throw them in there. They are amazing, and they retain the flavor of the. Oh my god, they're good.
But the andouille smoked sausage, what?
I take the andouille out and I change it with something that's a little bit better.
All right, I like venison. Don't get me wrong.
Well,
andouille is just on another level, man. A real Louisiana, a Creole andouille sausage that's just fresh off the smoker. It's just different. It's just
I can actually put my smoked sausage, the venison, to just about any smoked sausage from Louisiana, whatever it is, on the.
You gotta send me. You got to send me it, bro. I'll test this, man, because this is
flavor-wise, it's the same.
This is blasphemy, bro. I need to test.
It absorbs differently. It just the flavor just it sits differently with the venison, and it's enjoyable.
I hope things get better for you, Betsy, bro. We all have our own struggles, but you're not alone. You
100%.
know, like we all here for you. Always, you can always reach out.
Yeah, we just like giving you shit anyway. So
You know, the irony, Mitzi, is everything you said right there is about how most of us guys are. We're closed off because nobody wants to hear, or we don't want to listen to the same thing that we would want to say to somebody else. At this
Mm,
point, we need to help each other either way.
okay, what is your opinion on soft shell Louisiana blue crab soft shell?
I love them.
Yes or no? How
Yeah,
do you eat your soft shell crabs?
the whole damn thing.
Yeah, do you fry them and then eat them, or you just eat them on a
I've
sandwich?
I've only
I
had
heard
them
that about you.
in Louisiana, and they were just fully fried. And no, actually, I take that back. The other place I had them was in Rockport, but deep fried. Didn't separate them, take them apart, anything like that. I think I pulled the legs off, but ate everything. Um, Solid, love them.
I like to
It
deep
blew my
fry.
mind first because I was confused. I was like, how in the hell does this thing have a soft shell, but it's crunchy?
It's because they get to them, but like I do the deep fry. I deep fry them, and they're pretty good. But like, yeah, soft shell crab. You could get a lot of people try to say. A lot of people say, "Oh, Maine blue crabs are better than Louisiana blue crabs." No, but I like Louisiana better than Maine, in my opinion.
So I've got a friend that
Oh,
used to live
no.
out there in New York, and he would contest the exact same thing you were saying right now. But at the same time, I've had both sides. I can't really tell you that one's more superior than another. There's one that's a little bit larger than the other one, but that's about it.
You got to be
All I
go
can
to
say is really fuck up some crab legs.
Yes.
Hey, hey, man! I'm telling you this. This is what my seafood guilty pleasure. I will order 3 pounds of mussels, and then I'll get a pound of head-on shrimp, and then I'll get that in a Cajun butter in a boil bag, and I'll get a bunch of corn, a bunch of potatoes, some portobello mushrooms,
Oh yes, the mushrooms, yes.
and yeah, man,
And now
that's
you're gonna
it.
get Brussels.
No,
Oh,
I don't.
you gotta have the witch's nose peppers in there. Ain't
You
neither one of you
got.
guys missing that.
Are you talking about the habaneros?
No, they're witch's nose. They're like banana pepper, except multicolored.
I dig it. But
I think
like,
you're talking about Thai
They're
chili
super
peppers.
long. They're like 7, 8 inches,
Yeah,
yay
no, I
big
know what you're talking.
around.
Yeah, very skinny, very long. Yeah,
so where I'm,
they're not super hot, but whenever they're in that roux, then they get up there.
so so where I am, I could buy a pound of mussels for like $4.50 to $5 a pound. So I get them. I buy them like 3 pounds, 4 pounds at a time, and I get those oven safe like cooking bags, and I'll put like I'll do that. I'll put the mussels in. I'll put like 2 sticks of butter, my spicy Cajun seasoning blend, and then I'll put my corn and I'll put my everything in, and I'll just put that oven at like 425 for like half an hour to 35 minutes, and it just cooks itself, man.
See, my only
I
problem with
gotta
it,
be honest.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
I was
Tom.
I was never a fan as a big guy picking apart the smallest damn shelled animal for the littlest reward.
Mm-hmm.
I had a problem with it for the longest time, for years.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't until I met my wife that I've actually ate crawfish. So within the past 21 years, it's been something that I'll eat.
Mm. What are you gonna say, Kyle?
So I said I gotta be honest. You lost me when you said oven safe bags. Because if I'm doing a Louisiana boil,
It's in the
it's
pot.
outside open flame in a pot.
Yep.
I can't do all that.
I've
I
done
can't
them.
do.
I've done them
I
with 18 inches of snow on the ground. It's still outside in a pot.
So in Wisconsin, like you can't get live crawfish delivered. They have to be pre-cooked. You can't actually get live. Like, so if I wanted to order from Louisiana, I couldn't get them shipped to Wisconsin. I'd have to get them shipped to Unos and then bring them over. So
Yeah.
like I'm very limited in what I could do, else I would do. But the mussels,
Really?
I only do with the bag thing with the mussels. But if I was doing the crawfish thing, I'd do because I'm this may be sitting, bro, but a lot of people instead of doing using lemons and stuff, it's controversial. This is something that a lot of black people, a lot of my black fans it's in Louisiana do. We use orange juice as like the basis of a lot of it.
Yeah, it just adds a little bit of acidity.
Yeah. And a lot of people say, oh, how do you use orange juice? Why do you use orange juice? What? Man, it makes it's acidity and it makes it softer, easier to peel. And
So I don't disagree with it, but I don't 100% wholeheartedly agree with it just because I feel like it's almost a waste of the, orange juice.
you don't have to use orange juice. You can use Sunny D. You can use.
Oh, I know, but
I
I
don't
mean,
know
my
that.
aspect behind that is, yeah, you're putting in the, some of the extra vitamins and the extra acids and all that. But at the same time, I don't get to drink the juice afterwards. And if I do, it's nasty together.
So
Hey,
I
man.
don't call me
Yeah.
goofy, whatever. I don't put lemons. I don't put limes. I don't put orange juice. I don't put oranges. I don't put none of that in my boil.
No.
That's okay.
It's all about the timing. Like if you want like shrimp's one of the hardest ones people say to get to peel.
Towards the very
You
end.
put it in there frozen, and you put it in there at the right time. Leave in there, cut the flame at the right time. Let it cool down, and dude, just whoop apart.
So for me, like when I do my boils, when I able to do boils, I'll do obviously the orange juice again, but I'll do 1 to 1.5 or 2, depending on how spicy I want it. Bags of that Louisiana crawfish boil bag, like the bags that you pour in, and then I'll do a bottle. I'll do a bottle or so, a little liquid crab boil, and then some Cajun seeds. Obviously Cajun. I do obviously I do the potatoes. The andouille sausage, and like the stuff that takes longer. The stuff that takes longer to like cook. I'll do that first. When that gets close to being done, then I'll throw in the crawfish or the shrimp. And then instead of a lot of people like to put cold water when they kill the heat. A lot of people like to put like the cold water on the outside. They like to drop the temp. I
Frozen
like to
corn.
do is I just put the frozen. Yeah, like I said, all I do is I put the frozen corn in at the end, and I let that do it.
Yes, sir. So it like you get your Old Bay. I don't do that bag seasoning. I don't do it.
Mm.
Some Old Bay, some Slap Your Mama, and you got it. If you put it in there just right.
Mm-hmm. You
Telling
said
you.
slap your mama. You got that? You talking? Hold on. I have this for everything. Hold
You gonna
on.
make me go downstairs and make myself an elote bowl.
You mean this? You mean this? Slap your mama?
No, man. You got that's a slap your side mama, man. That's the weak one. Like, you need the red can.
Hey, you know what they say though? If you ain't sneezing, it ain't season.
Man, my mom would 100% agree. Every time we do roasted corn, she'll put it on there, but she puts too much, and it irritates her every single time. Before that first bite, just hacha, 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 3 in a row, easy, quick, and then every bite after that, one. It's like, Mom,
Man.
you know that bothers you, what? But it's so good with it.
So hot take. I don't what they call it. I don't put salt in when I'm cleaning the crawfish. I don't put salt in there. It does nothing. I just clean.
Yeah,
A lot
you're flooding the water.
a lot of people think putting salt in it does no, you're killing you're putting salt in the fire. You're gonna kill some of your crawfish, and you don't want dead crawfish in your boil.
Yeah, no, what they're doing is they're trying to alleviate some of the bacteria and other stuff that's on the actual
Yeah,
animals.
yeah,
Well, that's what the fire's for.
100%.
Maybe. Y'all ever put tortellini in y'all's crawfish bowls? Never good.
Oh, I do. You can do frozen tortellini. Yeah, I haven't done it myself, but I know people who do. But like, yeah, man, you gotta go get some sleep, Carl. You just said you gotta go get some sleep. I gotta get some sleep.
Yeah, I'm basically retired,
I got
man.
about 3.5 hours, and I'll be walking out the door. So
So what, you want to keep you awake?
we'll
Show
go
you
wrap
some of
it
these
up.
bitchin' moves.
Y'all have a good
All
rest
right.
of your night. I'm gonna head off.
Before we cut out, Prophecy, you got anything to say?
Buy silver.
Buy silver.
Buy
All right.
silver.
We'll take it. Short and sweet. What about you, Big John? You got anything to say?
Well, before Mitzi put that up.
Hey, yo, Mitzi, see, this is what man,
wild.
See, this is why I get flustered whenever I fucking talk to her, because she be doing some wild shit.
So this is, I understand what he was saying now, but no, I love it. It's hilarious. No, if anything, thank you and John for putting this up on every Monday. I know sometimes I really do feel like I'm jumping on someone else's stuff, and I really don't want to do that. But I appreciate y'all for having me on, and I appreciate all of y'all in the comments as well. I know some of you want to be on here, and you probably should. It's not that difficult. You can all do it. It's just us BSing, having fun.
I don't think I could survive if Mitzi was on here.
But no, thank y'all for having us on here. Thank y'all for letting me join. I mean, with my lack of knowledge, or at least my fumbling way through, we'll make it there together. And I appreciate you wanting to mentor me as well.
Yep, 100%. Well, for me, keep the passion up, and I appreciate every single one of you that come in tonight. Everybody's been on the show. Everybody's been in the comments. Wonderful. Keep it coming back. That's the whole reason we're here. Just hang out and have fun. So we'll do it again next Monday, guys.
Now roll that beautiful bean footage.
That's right. Enjoy the screen. Later.
Later.